Good evening, all.
Yeah. Dave, how do you pronounce Mr. Lou's first name? Is it Niji?
I think it's Nye. I
Nye?
believe. I
Nye
believe.
Lou?
Yes.
Bill Nye, the science guy? How's the knee doing?
Doing pretty well. You know, slow progress, but progress.
Yeah.
PT a couple times a week, exercises every day. The usual.
Glad you got it done?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. All right.
Sunshine therapy helps, you know.
Well, I got some of that last week, but
How was Aruba? Was it good?
that was awesome. Yeah, it was good.
Forgot about that.
Yeah. All right. Tom, Mickey, Greg. So I'm wondering, just based on the schedule, whether we, because Chip, I think, is on his way, might still be in traffic. Whether we consider taking a couple things out of order. I know we got several other matters. A couple of them could be quick, but we could save them some time and not make them wait around till midnight, perhaps, on a couple of these. But because the first application is 200Q and Chip needs to be here for that. So I don't want him to miss any of the continueds that we need him on.
Enough of that. Let's roll and get some of these things out of the way.
Yeah, just are the Bernardos here in the meeting? Let's see. 17 Park Street.
I'm here on behalf of the Bananas, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you are. Okay, Brian, thank you. That's one that perhaps we could do after we take care of the opening matters, administrative things. And maybe 500 Main.
Yeah, that's gonna be very quick. Yep,
And 38 Rear Walton.
that I think is gonna be, that's probably gonna be more Mr. McBain than me, so.
Okay. I think you represented that as well, right?
Mhm.
All right, so I mean, we can get started. I'm just mindful of wanting Chip here for the 200 Corner Powart, and he did tell us he was in traffic on his way. So, okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. We will call this meeting to order. Town of Wakefield Board of Appeals for June 22nd, 2022. First of all, I need to enable the live transcript. Always got to remember to do that. All right, so I will repeat. Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Wakefield Board of Appeals meeting for June 22nd, 2022. We will start with a roll call of order of members. Jim McBain.
Here.
Joe Pride.
Here.
Tom Lucy.
Here.
Greg McIntosh.
Here.
Mickey Feely.
Here.
Thank you. And Dave Hatfield Chair is here. Amy Wall is excused. to an ongoing commitment she has, and Chip Tarbell, we will acknowledge hopefully when he joins shortly. Okay, the legal notice. Joe, you have that?
I do.
All right. Whenever you are ready, sir.
Sure. Consistent with the governor's orders extending certain provisions of the open meeting law, every effort will be made to allow the public to view and or listen to the meeting in real time. If you don't have a camera or microphone on your computer, you may use the following dial-in number: 1-301-715-8592, meeting ID 838-7120-1157, passcode 724840. Please only use dial-in or computer in our both, as audio feedback will distort the meeting. This meeting will be audio and video recorded. In compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, this location is accessible to people with disabilities. Wakefield has reasonable accommodations and or language assistance free of charge upon request. If you are a person with a disability and require information on materials in an alternate format, or if you require any other accommodations, please contact the town's disability coordinator, William Renault, town engineer, at 781-246-6308. As far in advance of the event as possible, every effort will be made to grant your request. Advance notification will enable the town to make reasonable arrangements to remove an accessibility barrier for you. 1, continued hearings. 2, 22-69, 22-70, Nailu. Application for a variance under Article 6, Section 1934, Table 2, Table of Dimensional Regulations of the Wakefield bylaws to allow 3 stories in a single residence district. Application for a variance under Article 6, Section 190-34, Table 2, Table of Dimensional Regulations of the Wakefield zoning bylaw to reduce the front yard setback. This property is shown on map 26, lot parcels 58B-124 of the assessors map, and is located at 0 Greenwood Street, aka 0 Cherry Lane, Board of Appeals.
Thank you, Joe.
You got it.
All right. So for administrative matters, we have one to take up front. Request from Brian McGrail dated June 22nd, 2022, regarding Water Street Wash JV Realty Wash JV Realty Trust at 237 Water Street, Wakefield, case number 22-64, 65, and 66. On behalf of my client, I respectfully request the Board of Appeals allow the above referenced matter to be withdrawn without prejudice at this time.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, voting members, Greg,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes,
and I vote yes. All right, so if anyone's here for 237 Water Street, that matter has now been withdrawn without prejudice and is off our agenda. All right, Brian.
Yep.
Perhaps we can jump to a couple of these other
Yep.
matters and
I could
knock
be
them off the
pretty-
list.
I think I can be pretty efficient. For the record, Attorney Brian McGreal here on behalf of Keith and Nicole Bernardo, 17 Park Street. Back on June 29, 2021, your board approved a special permit and variance, both related to the conversion of a 2-family dwelling into a 3-family dwelling property. It's, as I mentioned, at 17 Park Street in Wakefield. So that was clocked in. It was clocked in decision with the town clerk on June 29, 2021. Due to what you're hearing frequently with supply chain issues, COVID-19, availability of labor, they are respectfully requesting the board to find good cause and to extend the time to exercise the variance and the special permit for 6 additional months.
Okay, 6 months. So it would be through December 29th.
That's the way I read it. Yep.
Okay, any discussion, comments, questions, board members?
No, I think it's fine.
Okay, again, with the understanding they have full intention of proceeding, Brian, that is our expectation and understanding, so I have no problems given that. Okay, so
I move to grant a 6-month extension.
Second.
thank you. Any discussion? All right, Tom,
Yes,
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
yes,
Greg,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, so that is approved. Brian, we can work offline to draft and clock in the letter that we need.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Do you want to do 500 Main next?
Yep. If I could. 500 Main, to refresh the board's memory, that's the Santander Bank Building, the new bank building at 500 Main Street. And at the, I think it was the last meeting or the one before, the board voted to authorize a temporary certificate of occupancy to allow bank training and staff members to go in the building. We've been anticipating the bank is at a kind of a point that they really need to open. We've had some difficulties with construction. Unfortunately, the parking lot was put in at a wrong elevation, had to be taken out and replaced. So we've had some unexpected delays on the site. So we were hoping to be before your board, looking to get a final CO approval release. We're not ready for that. Wouldn't be appropriate to ask for it, and you won't give it anyway. So what I am requesting is, if with the 4th of July holiday coming, if the board would consider appointing one member to work in unison with the building inspector to be able to authorize the temporary CO to be expanded to full use until that would be at the discretion of your appointed board member and obviously the building inspector. Because we're hoping to be at that point prior to your July 13th meeting. The bank is calling every day to be able to open. And certainly, the building inspector is not going to allow occupancy of the public unless it's safe. And again, that is not for a full certificate of occupancy. It would just be to allow the expansion of the temporary CO that you authorized to be beyond bank personnel and staff and to extend that the bank could be open under that temporary CO.
Brian, do you know when the parking lot's going in?
I don't, Joe. Yeah, what happened is it went in.
I saw them rip it out, but
Did you see it coming out?
yeah, I know the building inspector, so it was the wrong elevation, he said, so I saw them
Wrong
rip it out,
elevation.
but
Yeah, so now what happens is, as you know, the contractors go away, so it's a matter of getting them back. So that, I think it's going in the next couple of days. Certainly, there's not going to be, I'm sure your designated board member and the building inspector wouldn't authorize the public under the temporary CO if that wasn't in. So I don't know, but
do you want it temporary before the parking lot, or right when the parking lot goes in the next day kind of thing, or before the parking lot goes in?
basically when we're working with the building inspector and we talk to the building inspector that he would be comfortable allowing our temporary CO to be expanded to include the general public customers, then we would reach out to the appointed board member to come down and make sure that that board member agreed with the building inspector. And then then the building inspector would expand the temporary CO to the public. We would finish things up and then obviously be back for a permanent CO when everything is done.
But what's the difference between a temporary CO allowing customers and a full CO? I mean, it just means that all our conditions are done, but you're basically open. So what's the difference really in a practical matter?
From,
A temporary CO that allows the public
well, yeah, that means
to being open.
the bank can be open. So, and that might be ready in 5 days that we could do that safely, but you don't meet again until the 13th. And right now, or the other thing you could do is if you were inclined to vote to authorize a temporary CO to be expanded to the public, but only when the building inspector thought it was adequate to do so. Leave it at his discretion for the temporary CO.
Because the current one only allowed employees to get the thing ready to open,
Correct.
which was
correct.
going to be on the 13th, but obviously has been delayed. That was the goal, I think we were trying.
That was the
last
goal.
meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's, and it's
Yeah.
becoming kind of critical mass for that to happen.
What else other than the parking lot? Because I think the thing we always ask when you come before us for temporary COs is what is our recourse? And seemingly, allowing full use of a bank under a temporary CO, we essentially, I mean, we don't want to be in the business of then telling a bank, which is a service to the community, that they have to shut down. So if we allow full use, we have no recourse. We have no real recourse there. So I don't know. I think the way we're talking about this sounds easy, but I think it's more complicated than just allowing full use.
Yeah, no, I respect that. I mean, that's a point well taken. I mean, I don't know, maybe Jim, you've been down on a regular basis. Can you maybe inform the board? what you're seeing?
Well, there's, well, first off, you're right. The asphalt's not in, and whatever lining is supposed to, directional lining would have to be in as well for traffic to flow through there properly. There is also some signage on the building that's incomplete as well. I was asked by the sign guy to sort of give a thumbs up on it. I went down there, and there are several areas where signage is incomplete. And then, of course, there's the tree issue, which is not a big deal, and that's already been settled with Renault and with the client, basically, on that. So those are the only things that I see at this point that are open. And I agree with the comments here about what's temporary when you open the doors and let everybody in.
Yeah. So is
We
there
can't,
anything?
we can't like say you can only sell 5 units.
Well,
you know,
is there
and
anything?
occupy that floor?
Is there anything stopping us then from saying, why don't we designate a subcommittee instead of saying you can open under a temporary occupancy certificate at full capacity? We could designate a board member to say, okay, you've satisfied all the conditions. We're satisfied, and the building inspector can issue the full certificate of occupancy.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
I mean, that
Because-
seems a better course than temporary. We have no recourse, essentially, is where I'm going if we do
Yeah,
it under
I mean,
temporary.
through you, Mr. Chair, Greg, that would be helpful. Because I think the concern lies in the fact that, you're going into the holidays, you only need
Yes,
one in
understand.
July.
Yep.
So, I mean, your point is well taken. I do understand it. I get it. And, but your suggestion will be helpful, that when when we get done, we've got one person we can go to then say to the building inspector, I was designated by the board. I can authorize the chair to send a letter that we're good.
Which is kind of what we do anyway. Somebody
True.
inspects and then comes back to this meeting. And if we do it the other way,
True.
without having to come back, then it might
Yeah.
be more efficient in this case.
That would be helpful.
Just a suggestion if people are comfortable.
No, I like
Yeah.
that approach better. And if Jim, again, you've been pretty involved in this one, if you're willing to just be that person on point,
Sure.
then you just let me know, when you're satisfied. I could even come down and take a look too, if you had any questions or you wanted to meet and just go over anything, but once we're satisfied, yeah, then I could issue that typical letter that says they've met our conditions. And again, it's always up to the building inspector, his discretion to issue the CO, but we could at least say our conditions have been met, right?
Done is done.
I'm more comfortable with that. So Brian, if that works to just help move things forward, let's assign Jim. We just want a motion for that, and to then report to the chair when the conditions have been met of this board. And it may take place before the next meeting, in which case I would author a letter at that time, which again may happen before the next meeting, but it would allow them to proceed and open at the building inspector's discretion. Sound good?
That's a great idea. It's perfect. Thank you.
I move that we designate board member Jim McBain to be the point person to liaise with the applicant and report back to the chair when our conditions have been met, so the chair can issue the letter discussed.
Second that.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, voting members, Greg,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes,
and I vote yes. Okay. So that one's all set, Brian. Okay, I still don't see Chip in the meeting. I think he's still in traffic. I texted him a few minutes ago. Do you want to do 38 rear Walton?
Yep. So 38 rear Walton is, it was a finding involving raising a single-family dwelling and the reconstruction of a single-family dwelling at 38 Walton Street in Wakefield. We have plans that are incorporated into that decision. Board member Jim McBain reviewed the plans and noticed that there were some changes that we believe are minor, and we've actually made the house smaller. So I'd like to just show those, and I'm hoping that the board would agree and authorize those. I'm not able to share, Mr. Chair. Is that?
1 second. Try now. Sorry, I didn't enable that. Yep.
So actually, Mr. McBain made this pretty easy, because usually, the board wants a dissertation of what's changed. And this is a memo that Mrs. McBain prepared to the building department to point out the changes. So thank you for doing this, because it's better than anything I think our architect could have done. Basically, this is the first floor plan. And what we're doing here is, this is the front of the building. So a bay window is being removed. You'll see this in more detail in the pages to come, and a new window added here. Basically, the building width is shrunk from 60 feet to 54. And this dimension is shrunk from 66.6 down to 60 feet 6 inches. So the building is smaller. We're adding a new window in this area. A window is being removed in the garage. The width of the garage is changing from 24 to 22. This dimension is changing from 36 to 32 wide. And then the porch is being cut back in length and width. And this dimension's shrinking also. So that just kind of highlights it as you go around the horn, and to show this in detail. So the house as approved had a shed dormer. The shed dormer is being removed. In this area, there were 3 windows. It's being requested to change to a 2-window unit. And the porch is being shrunk back, as we mentioned. On this dimension, the porch is just being cut back in length and width. And this is in this picture, the change is to shed dormers front pitched. You can see how those are here, how Jim has put those in. Shed roofs from pitched. And then on this window, again, because the building's being shrunk, it's going from 3 windows down to 2. In all of these areas where the arrows are going, and then this one is being changed to a single window because the dimensions of the building are getting smaller. And lastly, this dormer on this side is just being removed. This is that garage window that's just coming out. And in this area, we're just proposing a new double hung window to replace that window. And we're respectfully requesting that the board, this was just a finding to begin with. So as you know, there wasn't a ton of jurisdiction on styling, et cetera anyways, but in any event, the big message here is that the building's becoming smaller.
Or is the site plan, I don't remember what we had for the right. Did we have a site plan?
Yeah, there's a site plan. I had Hayes look at it. The footprint of the building becomes smaller. It shrinks down. So
I think they did some VE given the market conditions basically. So that's why you see windows going from 3 to 2.
Yeah.
Or dormers coming off, or framing, simplifying framing and stuff like that. So it, in my opinion, it doesn't affect the overall basically approval like some other things we have. So I would say minor modification, I give it a thumbs up.
Mr. Chair, I know how you feel about this documentation, so I'm more than happy to get Hayes to do a revision on their plan to show the footprint as it's being proposed, so it's for the record.
Well, I think we should also get, because this is what I've marked up is the original submission, the approved submission. So we should have a plan and elevation set from the current construction set in the file as a comparison, because this is in the file, but I think we should have the final master basically for this plan.
Mhm. And I would get that with the Hayes revised plan to incorporate into your letter. Mr.
Yep.
Chair.
Okay. No, I think with that, I'm fine as well. Anyone else? Okay, Jim, you basically stated it, but if you just want to restate in the form of a motion that what you're recommending here.
All right, I recommend to the board that we allow for the minor modification that is outlined for this 38 rear Walton Street building that is outlined within the memo of 5/16/22 from Jim McBain as a response to the building department's request for review.
Second that.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, voting members, Jim,
Yes,
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes,
Greg,
Yes.
and I vote yes. All right, so we'll take care of that, Brian, with the appropriate letter and the updated plans that will be referenced in this. Okay, let me just make one click here. Do we have Chip Tarbell with us?
We do. Now let me just start my video.
Excited.
Welcome, Chip. So yeah, we took up a few of the other matters that were on Brian's list.
Beautiful.
So we just took care
Not
of
enough of them.
Well, we took care of 3 out of the 7. So,
Thank you.
um,
Sorry about that.
no worries. No, just no waste of time. Just took care of some of those other matters up front. So now we're going to move back to the original agenda with our continued hearings, starting with 2150, 51, and 52 CCF Quannapowitt Parkway Company LLC at 200 to 400 Quannapowitt Parkway. You couldn't miss this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Again, for the record, Brian McGrail, representing the applicant, and I think Matt D'Amico. Yep, I see him on here. Matt D'Amico from Cabot and Forbes is with me tonight. Matt is the only representative joining tonight from CCNF because we really didn't see a need at this point to bring any of our experts. I think we're, our kind of belief is that hopefully we're nearing the end of this. So we're happy to, if we have to bring them back or whatever, but we really didn't see a need for that based on what we submitted and what we anticipated going over with the board tonight. So what I submitted and what was asked is I've submitted some revised conditions that I'd like to go over with the board on this. And then we also updated our materials booklet that Matt will kind of highlight what was done with that. So let me make sure I can find these conditions. Hang on. Okay, can the board see that? Is it showing on the screen? Great. Okay. So just some background on this. The chair and I had another meeting with town council. We also had a meeting with corporate counsel for CCF. Then I had another working session with town council in detail. The board wanted town council's sign off on on some of these conditions, which I'll point out that now Tom has read and reviewed and he has approved. He likes the language. He's comfortable with the language. He's reviewing some a mirror condition that will go with the Conservation Commission that we plan on presenting them tomorrow night. That mirrors one of the conditions, which I'll point out when we get there. So I can kind of be efficient on this, Mr. Chair. The first condition is pretty standard. This hasn't changed from a lot of your decisions that we have to comply with conditions of this decision. Zoning administrator can approve minor amendments that not materially alter the terms of the decision. In the event any proposed amendment involves material change, has to be referred to the board. If it's substantial, then the traditional language, it has to go to a public hearing.
Yep.
So that is, I think, some
Brian, I just have one change to that one.
Yep.
Does the zoning enforcement officer shall approve? Change that to shall have the jurisdiction to approve. He doesn't, that mandates, in my reading of that mandates him to approve any minor amendment. He can reject a minor amendment in his discretion, right?
Good. Yep.
For second line.
Yeah, right here, right?
No, the zoning enforcement officer shall approve. It
Okay.
should be changed to something like shall have the jurisdiction to approve or disapprove in his sole discretion.
Authority.
Authority, yeah, there we go.
To approve or deny administratively, or, yeah, to approve, yeah.
Yeah.
No, good catch, Greg. Yeah, just.
Okay. All right. This is just a standard that we have to provide contact persons, contact information.
Yep.
Okay. This is the condition, and this is always fine-tuned because the decision will define what all these things are. Architectural submittals will include the materials book and all that stuff that will be referenced in the decision. So just for purpose of the condition, we're pretty basic with this language, and it just locks in the appearance of the project as shown as on all of the relevant plans that have been submitted. But that will be more detailed in the decision.
Yep.
The next one is where we talked about the operation and maintenance plan. That this will be something that will be done after the fact. So I'll go through this in some detail. Prior to applying for a building permit, the applicant shall submit to the board a property management and operation plan, the O&M plan, to be complied with by the applicant for the review and approval by the chair of the board or any other board member designated by the chair, which approval shall not be unreasonably withheld. Said plan shall cover the applicant's operation and maintenance requirements for the project as a whole, including the building systems, building exteriors, building interiors, grounds, landscaping, and stormwater systems. And this next sentence is pretty important. The O&M plan shall also include the applicant's operation and maintenance requirements for the lake path area. The lake path area is the area in front of the project where the path is, not just the path, but that whole area. It's shown on this plan. The path maintenance area. The path maintenance area is the town-owned land. The utility easement area in the woodlands areas as shown on this plan, and I'm referencing the plan. That's the land preservation plan, which you've seen before, that colored plan. And the public amenity area shown on the architectural submittals. So the O&M plan is also going to have to deal with that area too.
Okay.
Okay, should I keep going?
Yep. I would say any board member shout out unless if you have anything. Otherwise, yeah, let's keep going. We got
Okay.
6 pages of these.
Yep. The applicant shall comply with all aspects and contents of the O&M plan. So first we have to have it agreed to, then we have to comply with it. Then this was an issue that Mr. Tabell raised on the irrigation. So subsequent to the completion of the project, in the event the board determines that any landscaped areas of the project require additional irrigation, then the board may require the applicant to increase levels of irrigation to ensure the health and success of said landscaped areas.
Okay, does the board ultimately do that or through the zoning enforcement officer do that?
This deals with the fact that Chip was concerned that some of our areas, we had said through our landscape architect, will be self-watering because of the groundwater and the drainage, that they won't need irrigation.
No, I understand that. It's just,
so-
I guess I'm just deferring to Greg or others on the legal, the board may require the applicant to increase. After the fact, is it the board requiring zoning enforcement officer?
You could do either. If Chip wants to retain jurisdiction, he certainly could
Right. So
keep the
if
board,
we
but
wanna
if we don't want to do it, we could put we could put both.
Right, I think the point was that if we felt that the plantings weren't, we've done this in the past, we've held money aside if there needed to be more trees in a spot. This is just saying, look, before you get your final occupancy, we want to see what's going on with the irrigation.
Okay, no, I'm good. I just call them out. As long as it's, again, the question always is, enforceability and who enforces it. And again, is it tied to, anyway, let's keep going.
Okay, well, I gave the board the jurisdiction because the board's the one that had the concern.
Yep. And
So, did we lose the chair? Oh, there you are. I think you froze for a minute, Mr. Chair.
yeah, I don't know if it's me freezing or you freezing or both of us.
Oh, did I freeze?
I don't know. Did you
Okay.
start reading number 7?
I can start reading number 7, yeah. Prior to applying for a building permit, the applicant shall submit to the board a construction management plan, the C&M plan, to be complied with by the applicant for review and approval by the chair of the board or any other board member designated by the chair, which approval shall not be unreasonably withheld. Said plan shall cover construction aspects of the project, including a phasing timeline for the delivery and completion of the buildings, including the parking garage. The lake path area is shown on the land preservation plan, landscaping and other project improvements. It shall also address construction site logistics such as truck turning, truck routing, emergency access, material storage / staging areas, dust control, site fencing, parking, and site access, pedestrian and vehicular.
My only comment here, Dave, is that a lot of this has to be coordinated with the right town departments too. So it's not just a board function, it's, should there be language asking that they have received and spoken with all the appropriate department heads?
Well, we will, Tom. I mean, and that's when we'll present it to you, because, and if we didn't, you would just simply say, go meet with them. I don't, we can put language, but I think it's kind of,
If you think it's implied, I'm fine with it.
yeah, and you have the jurisdiction. So I think if we hadn't done that under this condition, you'd have the authority to say, we're going to withhold it. It's not unreasonable that we want you to go meet with the department heads, which we're going to want to do anyways.
Right, I'm just thinking the Foundry Street, because none of us, I think I mentioned this last meeting, none of us expected Foundry Street to be closed for that long a period of time. And as the applicant came back to us, we expressed our concern with that, and they said, it's the town departments that want us closed. So that's all I'm thinking about.
I mean, we can add language if you want, that we'll meet with them to develop a plan, and then we'll provide, if you want that, we can do that. It's up to you.
I'm willing to take your word on it when you come back.
Okay. Thank you. And this is 8 is a typical condition. In the event any conflicts exist between this decision and the site plan, architectural submittals and landscape plan, the plans shall control.
Plans and shall control?
Uh,
And, yeah, just take out and.
Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay.
With so many defined terms too, we should probably collectively define everything as the plans instead of just
Yeah.
lowercase. Just-
Again, this is,
Just to do later, but yeah.
yeah, I mean, when the decision's done, Mr. McBain usually spends weeks on it and documents the plans, which get incorporated as properly named and referenced.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just talking about that final, the lowercase, the plans should probably eventually be collectively defined as all the plans.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And a correction of the statement, that I don't spend a lot of time. I don't spend weeks and not months. More like a few days.
All right, number 9.
The status
Brian froze.
So it's not just me. He froze.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I've been having a little internet issue, so. Okay, can you hear me now? Good. So this condition had to change a little bit because we don't have one building. We've got more than one building. We've got multiple buildings. So normally it would be, landscaping in relation to the completion of one building. So where there's going to be in one certificate of occupancy, we're going to have more than one certificate of occupancy here. So the way we phrase this now, the status of the completion of the landscaping shall be reviewed by the board prior to the issuance of a requested certificate of occupancy. So each time you're going to take a look at where we are with landscaping. And the C&M plan, the construction and management plan, which we went over above, is going to dictate when landscaping is going to be done in conjunction with construction. We'll know that when we do the C&M plan. So it says in the event a component of the landscaping cannot be installed as required by the C&M plan because of weather conditions, and prior to the issuance of the requested certificate of occupancy, the board may require the posting of surety by the applicant with the board in an amount to be determined by the board at the board's sole discretion to assure that the landscaping will be completed when the weather allows. So the C&M plan will dictate phases of landscaping. When we go for a CO, we come to you and say, here's where we are with landscaping. We're either in compliance or we're not because of the weather, and then you could require a bond before you issue that CO for the one that we're requesting.
Okay.
Do we really want to limit this only to weather? Not, I mean, if you get down the road, oh, we want our first certificate of occupancy, but we aren't installing this landscaping because we realize that's a path that we need to use to build building 2. I mean, I don't necessarily have a view, but it seems rather limiting to put this just on weather.
Well, we would welcome that because it would be beneficial to, it'd be conducive to the construction of the projects if the board would entertain Greg's idea.
I thought that was kind of the whole point.
We could say weather or other circumstances.
I think you could just take out because of weather conditions.
Sure. Just take that out. If it cannot be required as required by the C&M plan.
Yeah.
Because it's going to discuss that phasing and. Okay.
Okay, thank you. 10, prior to applying for a building permit, the applicant should submit a complete set of building plans to the board for review and confirmation of compliance with this decision. The plans submitted to the board shall be the same plans and details submitted to the building inspector for the issuance of building permit. Purpose of this submittal is for the board to confirm that the building permit plans are the same as the site plan, architectural submittals, and landscape plan. Standard. Okay, 11 is a new condition that the board requested based on our last meeting.
Brian,
Yep.
just for a minute, I had my mic off. Like we have at another project, basically, the drawings got submitted for the site work without the architectural or anything else because they were going for a site work. And as we found out, basically, some of the site work over there wasn't in accordance with what our approval and understanding was. It ended up going through the DPW, basically got approval over there without them knowing that we want to review this. So I want to make it clear to your client that those drawings, they can go to the DPW or somebody else, but they've got to come to us also, to the building department and to this group. We don't want to have someone slide by and find out later that in fact, what we intended, what we saw, what we approved is not being done on the site. And we were not given the opportunity to look at those drawings ahead of time.
Yeah, so by way of example to my client, Matt, what happened was someone was doing site work and perhaps constructing walls and doing certain things on the site that weren't in compliance with the site plan, but no building permit was needed at that time. So they got themselves into a little bit of a jam because then the board said, you know, you're not in compliance with the site plan that we approved. So I think what Jim is saying, it behooves us to, you know, if we're just gonna do site work without a building permit, to make sure that they're in the loop, that we don't, you know, inadvertently do something that we're not supposed to be doing.
I would like to see under 10, something written in there that reinforces that fact. Quite frankly, even though it says site plan, architecture and landscape, I want to beef it up a little heavier. And I think this is probably more of a problem with larger projects than with smaller ones. And, you know, this one is different in that it's basically 3 pies that are being built here, whereby the other one's 1 pie, but still the potential is there.
So Jim, what about if just prior to applying for any permits?
That's fine too.
But would they submit a complete set of building plans for
No,
a
yeah.
demo permit or a?
Yeah, we're not gonna do that because we might want to do demo prior to having our building permit set complete.
One
Yes.
Say,
difference,
For a permit that, a complete set of applicable plans.
one difference to remember with this, between this and that other subject project, is this isn't a 40B and we're not constrained in having to essentially approve most amendments. So we are more, in my mind, it's more on the applicant to make sure he's in compliance with the plans at that point, because we can easily, in this instance, say, no, rip it out. You're not getting it. Whereas a 40B, that was sort of an end round or an end run around us
Yeah,
to get
so-
their changes.
So what language would we do
I-
here? Let's not spend 15 minutes.
Well, that's my point. I don't even know if we need language. We're more than free to say you're not in compliance, rip it out. We don't care. I don't think they want to spend extra money. It's not a 40B where that's essentially a way to lock us into approving their changes.
He's looking for a little bit more language, and rather than simplifying the language.
No, understood. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
I think
I
what
don't
Greg is
think we
saying,
need more language.
we have an obligation to comply with the plans. That's our obligation.
Yeah, I don't think we need more language. That's my point. We have the power in this instance to say, no, you're not in compliance. We don't care that you got foundations, rip it out. It's your money. Whereas in the other project, it was essentially a way to back into making us approve their changes.
Yeah, I mean, condition 3 says the project shall be as shown on the site plan and landscape and architecturals. So if they start to do anything that deviates from that, that's kind of,
Yeah.
there's already a hook there, I guess.
Well, this, and
But
to the other side is that the DPW now knows, at least a few people over there do, know that they can't just sort of write off a permit without checking base with us.
Okay, so no changes, but duly noted.
Correct.
Okay, number 11.
Okay, 11, this deals with the fact on materials that the board wanted to have an opportunity to look at. Prior to the installation of any walkways, pavers, or accessory items such as benches as shown on the site plan, architectural submittals, and landscape plan, the applicant shall submit a detail of the materials proposed to be used or installed for review and approval by the chair of the board or any other board member designated by the chair, which approval should not be unreasonably withheld.
Okay.
12, public amenity area. Prior to the installation of the public amenity area shown on the architectural submittals, the applicant shall submit a detail of the proposed installation for review and approval by the chair of the board or any other board member designated by chair, which approval should not be unreasonably withheld. You had mentioned you wanted some detail on the public amenity area, the windows, how it's going to be outfitted, et cetera. So we're going to provide that.
Okay.
Mock-up panel. The applicant should provide a mock-up.
I don't think we need to, Brian, sorry, we don't need to read the whole thing.
Okay,
In the interest of time,
mock-up panel, you're fine, okay.
yeah, we know about mock-up panels, yeah. number
On-site,
14.
on-site parking, so you can't park on neighborhood streets, okay? 14. This 15 is new. This dealt with, Mr. Tabell raised the issue, how we gonna, we're not gonna send Jim and Amy out to count every plant on this site. There's, thousands. So prior to the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy for the project, the applicant should provide a certification from a licensed landscape architect that the landscaping has been installed and completed in compliance with the landscape plan.
Sound good, Chip?
He's good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Infrastructure improvements, I went over
He's freeze again.
again. No,
You're back.
okay, sorry about that. So 16 deals with the condition required by town council. I'm sorry, by the board, reviewed by town council. Nothing's really changed on this. I'll go through the items, what they are. Town council wants this language in on this specifically, chapter 44, 53A. The first one deals with a contribution of $1,750,000 for parkway improvements, the Quantipow Parkway.
Mhm.
The next one involves a $600,000 contribution for future intersection roadway mitigation. The next one involves, and nothing's changed since the last time we really talked about this, contribution of $1.3 million to the town of Wakefield toward water quality improvements to Lake Quantipow, the Main Street project, or a similar water quality enhancement project identified by the Clean Lake Committee. The next is the I&I contribution for sewer infiltration of $225,880. Okay.
Okay.
All right. The next aspect is the land preservation. I'll just go through this because some of this has changed. Tom and I and you, Mr. Chair, spent quite a bit of time on this. Basically, the goal here is those preservation areas, which are, the woodlands area, the utility easement area, the lake path area, is to make sure that those are going to be preserved for conservation and open space purposes in perpetuity. And the perpetuity part is something that Tom has spent a lot of time on. I have with him, the chair has. We've done legal research on that. So it's going to be a document that we will be working on after the fact to the satisfaction of town council. So the applicant has expressed a desire to voluntarily make the following gifts to the town for the benefit of the public, and to that end, the applicant has requested that this condition be included as part of this decision. And the fact that we're requesting it be included help with the gift aspect of it and the perpetuity aspect of it. Subject to and only upon the allowance, acceptance, and approval of unnecessary town or state officials. The state is mentioned because one of the things that Tom might want to try here is a conservation restriction. That's one of the options that he wants in his toolbox in doing this. And if it is a conservation restriction under Mass General Laws 18431, the Department of Conservation and Recreation has to approve it also. Might not be that, but Tom wants that opportunity. Including but not limited to all applicable councils, boards, commissions, town meetings, and authorities. The applicant shall, prior to the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy of the project, provide a mutually agreeable instrument to the reasonable satisfaction of town council, restricting the areas highlighted and shown on the land preservation plan as the woodlands area, the utility easement area, and the lake path area, totaling approximately 12.7 acres for conservation or open space purposes in perpetuity. Such instruments could include a conservation restriction under Mass General Laws, Chapter 184, Section 31, which could include, it shall be recorded at Middlesex South Registry of Deeds as appropriate, and all mortgages shall be subordinate to such instrument. B, construct and maintain a public recreational pathway and footbridges, because you might remember there are footbridges within that lake path area on the land preservation plan to accommodate public pedestrian access and use thereof, and to execute with the town a mutually agreeable instrument to the reasonable satisfaction of town council to ensure public pedestrian access and use of said lake path area in perpetuity. The public recreational pathway and footbridges shown shown in further detail as the community path on the landscape plan. Such instruments shall be recorded in Middlesex South Registry of Deeds as appropriate, and all mortgages shall be subordinate.
Okay.
C, maintain the portion of the town-owned land immediately adjacent to the lake path area shown as the path maintenance area on the land preservation plan in accordance with the terms of the O&M plan, which we already went over, and execute with the town a mutually agreeable instrument to provide the applicant with access to the path maintenance area to allow for the maintenance to occur. So that's the town-owned land that abuts the lake that we would be responsible for maintaining. D, make available to the public a public amenity area that includes restrooms as shown on the architectural submittals and shall maintain said public amenity area, including the restrooms in good working order. The public amenity area, including the restroom, shall be open and available to the public 7 days a week during times that are satisfactory to and approved by the town's economic and community development director or other official designated by the town administrator.
Excuse me, Brian.
Yes,
The public amenities area and the path maintenance area, which extends probably 150 feet out from the property line or whatever it is. I hate to harp on this, but I'm sensing that we're skipping the Wi-Fi thing again.
no, it's coming up, Mike.
Party.
Yeah.
Party, yep.
I went there. So E, provide internet Wi-Fi service that could be accessed and used by the public at no charge in the public amenity area shown in the architectural submittals and the lake path area shown on the land preservation plan. So you span that to entirely in front of the property in that area.
Okay. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Mike. I wouldn't forget you. We heard you. 18, the applicant should provide a public safety office at the property as shown in the architectural plan. And I'm just gonna make a note on this.
For the architectural submittals,
Yeah.
but we'll clean it up.
Yeah, we'll clean it up, but as long as I saw it. For mutual use by the applicant's staff in the Wakefield Police Department at no charge charge to the Wakefield Police Department or the town. The applicant shall enter into a lease agreement with the Wakefield Police Department or the town, allowing the Wakefield Police Department's use and occupancy of the public safety office for nominal consideration. As the board requested, I had a conference with Chief Scoring on this since the last meeting, explained to him and showed him where we were now proposing the public safety office. He loved it. He absolutely loved the location. He said it's way better than where it was before. He loves the fact that it's where the public is allowed, where the restrooms are allowed, and where most of the activity will be taking place. So he was very pleased with that location. 19, the applicant shall create a shuttle system providing transportation service between the property, Wakefield MBTA computer rail station in downtown Wakefield. Details of such service, including the frequency of service and location of the shuttle stop, shall be detailed in the shuttle program to be prepared by the applicant prior to the issuance of the first C of O for the project that is satisfactory to and approved by the town's economic and community development director or other town office official designated by the town administrator. 20 deals with the fact that we're going to have 49 parking spaces that will also be available for the public, which we talked about. And 21 deals with the fact that of these 440 units, 79 of these units are going to be affordable dwelling units. That's quite a number. And they will be in the proportions as required. And then this is the regulatory agreement.
Yep.
And finally, signage for the project has not been approved by the board and retains jurisdiction to approve signage. So I think we've spent, I know you, Mr. Chair, and I and Tom Mullen we've had, I think, a total of about 4 meetings with Tom on this. And he's very comfortable with the way these are phrased.
So Brian, I have one question. I was going to ask it earlier, but I figured I'd wait to the end. Since they're going to maintain the public side of the walkway as well, when theoretically would that start? And I ask that because we want to make sure it's open and free so that during the construction, basically, people that are walking basically are limited as to where they're going, but at the same time can see how this is going to look along the way. I assume eventually someone's going to ask us for a poster or something like that advertising this thing, but we'll deal with that later. But I'm wondering about, when are we waiting until the end of the project to dress that edge up, or are we going to do it early on?
Well, I think that's gonna be part of the O&M plan and the construction management plan. My assumption would be, I haven't talked to my client, but just looking at this from, 10,000 feet, I would assume, that's public land. So we're gonna be under construction with our site. So I would say that we would take over the maintenance of that area once our landscaping is complete and when we're ready to maintain our area. Like, I don't think we want to be under construction of our buildings and cutting the lawn on town-owned land that the town currently maintains.
Well, I don't know. It gives the area a better appearance, basically, and it becomes a good advertisement for the project.
I think we can discuss it when we get to the O&M and the construction management plan, because that is one of the components of the O&M plan.
All right.
So then at the very least, I would say in there has to be that the town, if town is expected to maintain it until, I don't know, occupancy certificate, whatever, they need to maintain access for the town then, at the very least.
They need to cut the hayfield too, because they don't do it now.
Well, I could just, the town needs to be able to at all times have access if town's gonna be expected to. There can't be construction vehicles in the way, there can't be fences in the way.
Oh, no, that's town-owned land, Greg.
No, oh, no, I understand. That doesn't stop a contractor from putting up a fence,
No.
hastily to get a job done either.
Yeah, we know that. That's public land that has a path and will be accessed at all times.
Excuse me, Brian, one quick one. Will there be a snow removal plan as part of the construction management plan or the O&M plan, or?
Yes.
Our current O&M plan has a snow removal plan.
Thank you.
All right, all set with the conditions?
Yes.
All right, next punch list item.
Matt, you want to do the materials?
Sure.
If you could.
Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yep.
So the updated materials booklet that you would have received 2 weeks ago has only one sheet that's changed, which is the materials for the garage that we had shown in elevation form and also in those prettier renderings. So we worked with our architect to devise a material that they've been successful with based on those renderings. What we represented is that we were going to be going for a perforated metal screen. We had a conversation with them about a specific application that's worked for them in the past and has worked for them on recent projects. And they thought had a good look to it. It's McNichol's perforated metal screen.
Matt, I looked through all this. It looks great. But I had one question when I got through looking from top to bottom, and that was paving materials. We talked a little bit about this in different areas, basically, and it is a material that is going to be used out there. And so how are you going to cover that as part of this approval?
The condition, Jim, we're doing it later, right?
Pavers. Yep.
Didn't we cover that in the conditions?
All the landscape paving, all of that, because they said they weren't ready to pick it. So we put it into a condition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was really honestly my only update from the materials booklet.
So then, so that's the only update in the materials booklet. So the other punch item I had, Mr. Chair, was that Mr. McBain was designated by the board the lucky one to review the 10,000 sheets of plans. So I guess where does the applicant want to find out through you if he's satisfied with the plans that have been submitted that will be incorporated into a decision?
The set that I got, which included the civil, the architectural, and the landscape, I'm fine with. It covers everything we've talked about, basically. So I'm fine with it if everybody else is.
Jim, does that cover what we talked about with Mr. Polson?
No. That's not, that's outside the site.
Oh, yeah.
We're
Well,
gonna look into that. I
Okay.
just,
okay, got it.
yeah,
Because part of it is outside the site, but part of it is not, right?
99% of it's outside the site.
Except for the lights.
Well, well, those are outside the lights site too. They're outside the property line.
all right, so the plans I have are dated 31 May. In the record. Are those the final plans?
Let me look, hold on. May 31st.
Yep, that's correct.
I've got a site development plan. A final architectural plan. Why does this site development plan? Why do I have two site development plans? No, I'm just wondering if one of these potentially is ready to be marked final. I've got a stamp. So
You should have a landscape plan, a civil plan, and an architectural plan.
all right, well, I've got a full package that said, did I stamp last meeting? Site development plans. Existing conditions, layout, grading, utility. So that's just the site plans revised through June 2nd. Right? I just want to make sure we're,
Jim, look.
I'm,
and then this addendum site development plan is tree mitigation, landscape. They're all L landscape plans. Right?
yes,
Okay. And those are dated May 31st. Okay, landscape. And then architecturals, also dated May 31st. Okay. So these are the ones you reviewed, Jim, and you feel these are final board members?
yes.
We've
And
vetted
mine,
this.
Mike, the cover sheet on mine also says issued zoning board of appeals, May 31st, 2022.
Correct. Okay, and then what's this other colored one? Irrigation.
That'll be
That
part
was
of,
that was the colored one that we
Yep.
saw
May
the
30.
other week.
Dated May 31st. Okay. So potentially, if we vetted everything and we think we've got the final, then I would stamp them as final. We're not expecting any more changes here. We got the
There-
materials now.
there also is in the set an existing conditions plan, basically by Merrill.
Okay.
The only thing I would be concerned with, Mr. Chair, for doing so would be, has Concom acted yet? And
They are planning on closing their public hearing tomorrow night.
Right, so if they do that, then we could feel comfortable that there'll be no more changes. They won't create any more changes.
Okay.
I don't know if it makes a whole lot of difference. We would just have to update something if need be.
Okay. I am stamping them. Anything else, Brian, or board members?
Yeah, I have just one thing. I know we're getting really close to the end here, and I feel like I need to just go through notes, minutes, one last time to make sure nothing's changed. I mean, I certainly think we've spent enough time on this and have a rough, we wouldn't be spending this amount of time if we didn't feel it was going in the right direction and not looking for a straw vote or anything else. But I just like to set a date of voting next week, next time, and just take one more go through of everything and make sure there's nothing, Mr. Chairman, that we've missed. And with that, suggest that if we do check our notes and our minutes and everything else and get back to you, any comments we may or may not have come by July 6th, that would give us a week to incorporate anything that might be needed for the July 13th meeting, when I would think would be ready to vote. That's my opinion. I didn't know what you might be thinking.
Yeah, I was thinking too. I just wanted to get all the updates tonight, get a good sense that we've gotten everything we wanted to. The applicants addressed all the bullet points, all the punch list items. But yeah, I think we just want to take the time to just double check our notes and our minutes, and I would agree. And the next hearing, be prepared to issue a motion. Whether folks want to send me their information in advance so that we could perhaps get it back to the applicant. I think I'm okay as long as we don't deliberate on it, right? If it's just, hey,
Right,
there's a
we're just
question.
sending it to you.
Right. So if you see anything or have a question, if you want to route them through me, Brian, are you okay with that? We would forward any inquiries to you.
Yes.
That we could maybe tidy up at the start of the next hearing, or get an update to a plan if we saw something that didn't look quite right. And then perhaps proceed from there.
That would be great. If we
Okay.
could see that.
And then, Mr. Chairman, can we also ask the attorney for the applicant to prepare, as he has in the past, exactly what he's seeking at this point, and the notes on how many different things we're looking for?
Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
Yeah, you want draft requested findings and.
Findings, yeah.
Findings and motions.
Because it was 3 applications, right? So there's three votes, right?
Right, at
And,
least.
and requisite findings, and it would be, the one set of conditions we reviewed tonight. We'll just get the final version. Brian, you took a few notes, and we refer to those potentially. So, okay. Sound like a plan?
Matt?
Board members? Oh, yeah, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds like a plan.
Okay. Board members, you're okay? So if you find anything, take the time between now and then, preferably sooner rather than later. Do you
Mr.
have
Chair,
any
if I can,
questions,
I
comments?
just have one point, if I may.
Sure.
I'd like to confirm, I know there's 5 voting members with, the July meeting date are all voting members planning on being able to attend that meeting. Is it July 13th, Gail, or 14th? Losing it.
13th.
13.
So I think it's you, Mr. Tarbell, Mr. Lucy, Mr. McBain, and Mr. Pride.
Correct. That's what I have.
I'll be there.
Everyone going to be here?
I'll
Oh, you
be
gotta-
there.
Yep.
God willing.
And the creek don't rise. Yep.
Global warming doesn't happen too quickly.
Oh, high water. Okay.
Brian, I'm not gonna be there, Mike Feely. Just,
Thank you.
Okay. So board members, send me any questions or comments, take a final look at the plans, your minutes, your comments, your notes, and I'll get them off to Brian. We'll get things squared away, hopefully in quick order at the next hearing, and potentially proceed to a vote. All right, with that, I will open up the public testimony. We did cover some new ground and some updates, so anyone from the public has a comment or question, please raise your hand in the Zoom call and I'll call on you at this time. Being no hands being raised, I will close it to public testimony for tonight. I don't want to close it outright because something new could come up next time.
Correct.
But we'll close it for the evening.
I
Okay,
move that we continue this to July 13th.
Second.
thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
No.
All right, voting membership,
Yes.
Joe,
Yeah.
Jim,
Yes,
Tom,
Yes,
and I vote yes. Okay. Thanks for the time and the updates tonight, Brian and Matt, and we'll talk to you in a few weeks.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Oh, so I apologize, Brian. Have you seen Dave Paulson's memo? We kind of just continued the hearing, but
Yeah, we have that, and what our position on that is we just got it at a very late date. We're gonna
Yep.
work with the light department. Obviously, we need power, but we don't think that any of the items that are potentially he's discussed off-site would be appropriate for the board. We've had multiple meetings with him. We will again, but I don't think anything that he's proposing would be appropriate for a condition. We're gonna have to, there's a lot of detail that he's looking at there that we're gonna have to digest going forward and
Yep.
work with them, but we're certainly
understood.
can't make a commitment to anything, but it's pretty obvious we're gonna have to work with them because we've got to turn on the lights, so we will.
Yep. And it sounds like there's potentially some things that would improve the situation in the area, so. But just making sure you got it. It did come in late, but it's in the file. So we have a copy, and as long as you have one and you can work with them, that's all. That's sounds good. Thank you. Yep. Okay. Next continued hearing, 22-39 North Ave Wakefield LLC at 596 North Ave.
Dave, you gonna put me time out?
Yes.
Thanks. My time.
Just keep reminding me. All right. For the record, board member Pride has been sent to the waiting room. He is recused from this hearing. And so now we may proceed. Jesse, you with us? Tanisha. I do not see him. Is he not here?
He had sent a note, Mr. Chair, that he was gonna run late, so he wanted me to keep going, if possible, until he got here. I think he anticipated about 8:30. I saw his name. I saw his name on the screen. I don't know if he's
Yeah, he's listed at the bottom.
Yeah, he's here, but I don't know if he had another 40B hearing in another town, I think. So I think he's
Oh.
kind of two at once.
isn't
Um,
he lucky?
I may have missed a note. Several things come in today and
Yeah, I
I may
think,
not have seen it.
let
Okay.
me just make sure, hold on. He had sent me a note. He said, Brian, I want to check to see if you have anything going to be continued tonight. I'm double booked with Zoom hearings tonight, and I'll be tied up in another one till probably 8 or 8:30. So I was going to ask the chair to call 596 later in the evening than it's currently scheduled. If you have anything on the agenda after not that, feel free to please go full with that, not to delay.
Okay. Well,
So
let's do that.
I'll go, but I'm happy as soon as he arrives, in respect for Ezra and anyone else here for that, I'm happy to step aside. So to be efficient for the board, but to be respectful of everyone here for that hearing, I can take one at a time if you'd like. That's up to you, Mr. Chair,
Why don't we just do them one at a time until that time?
until Jesse shows up on the screen.
Sure. So the next continued hearing in order is 2252, 53, 54, and 55 Noria Energy Corp. At 356 Lowell Street.
Great. So with me tonight on this project, if we can find them on the screen, Michael Durant from Noria. Also, our traffic consultant is Heather Monacup. She is here. Heather, if you could raise your hand. And Chris Taimula is our site civil engineer. So let me just. A second. Bear with me. Okay, so we skipped the meeting because we were kind of given I guess, a homework assignment to work on by the board on this project. To refresh the board's memory, this is kind of a revitalization of the gas station at the corner of Lowell and Vernon Street near the Dalbia School. That's kind of time has passed it by, and what we're proposing to do, what we originally were proposing to do, is have a gas station, a convenience store with coffee or fast food type thing like a Subway or something like that, and to get rid of the service bays, and we also are proposing various improvements to the site. We had originally proposed a drive-through, as you may recall. We withdrew that application. We refiled with no drive-through component. So at the last hearing, we gave the board kind of an introduction to the project. We were given some homework assignments to better the project. At that last hearing, we were also, although we had gone to the Traffic Advisory Committee, we were waiting for a report from them. That report has been submitted to the board. So we'd like to talk about that and maybe answer some questions in that regard. Heather's here if the board has any on that. So I think, probably the things that we were given, let me kind of go through the list and then we can address them. The first thing is we were asked to look to beef up the landscaping and possibly put some decorative walls.
Excuse me, Brian, do you want me to share my screen so you can kind of?
I'm going to have you do that in a minute, Chris.
Okay.
You can start sharing it if you want. That'd be good because we're going to need it. The other thing was that the board wanted to have us look at the specifications on the cooling and refrigeration equipment with the proximity of the school. So we'll get into that a little bit. And the other thing was the facade wall on the Lowell Street side of the building. Board determined that was too plain. It was kind of just a just kind of a plain wall with no windows and a door. We also were asked to talk to the TAC about the diesel component to this station, which we did in detail, and we'll talk to you about that. The board had mentioned that this building, Mr. Pride, you said, for lack of a better way, it had a cinder block look to it. And you wanted to better understand the material components of it or have some alternatives. Board wanted to know the transformer location and how we were going to connect, where we were going to get power from, overhead, underground. So we have answers for you on that. The board asked us to look at the possibility of an air station. So I think probably the best place to start would be for Chris to kind of go through what we've done for Chris. Maybe if you can focus on the landscaping improvements that we think we've done. If you can also perhaps talk about the transformer and the air station and the power connection to the property. Would that be okay?
Yeah, absolutely, Brian.
Okay, it's all yours.
Great. Thank you. For the record, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, Chris Chmuel, I'm a senior project manager at Green and Peterson with our office located here in Salem, New Hampshire. So ultimately what you're looking at here is a colored up green and gray plan of the site plan. As Brian mentioned, one of the first things that we did is we added this small little landscape retaining wall along the front of the site, just to kind of dress up the entrance where we're showing some landscaping in this general area. I do have a detail of that landscaping wall if the board decides that they would like to see that. It is on our landscaping plan as well. In addition to that, the transformer pad, which was generally located in this area here, it's been shifted over here. We had a meeting with Dave Paulson, got all the specs on the approximate size of the transformer. As you can see, the transformer is located here with numerous bollards surrounding it, all based on the specs that received from Mr. Paulson. In addition to the transformer pad itself, we are now showing an air tower located here. There was no air tower previously shown on the previous plans. Other than that, we added some a smaller landscaping island here. This was, if you may remember, this was just a small striped little island. In addition to the landscaping itself, we had our landscape architect look at the feasibility of changing out some of the landscaping to make sure that it's salt tolerant, winter tolerant, and native species. So we've updated the landscaping plan to make sure that the plants do in fact provide those amenities. We got comments from Bill Renault, town engineer. Those comments were dated April 27th. We met with Bill on May 25th, and these plans are representative of those comments that we responded to in a response letter. Essentially, most of the comments were, technical minor comments, some notes to the plans, details, etc. Like I said, we've provided a response letter to the town. We're waiting for feedback from Bill on that letter itself. That's pretty much it from a change to the site plan.
Chris, can you just address the power connection?
Yeah, I apologize. So previously we had shown an overhead power line basically connecting from this pole here, coming across the street overhead to a service pole there. And like I said, the previous transformer was located here, and then we went underground to the site. After talking with Dave, it was determined that they want to go underground the entire way. So we're now connecting to this pole here. We're going an underground service underneath the road and connecting to the transformer pad that's located in this general area here. The landscape, the utility plan has been updated, and we're just waiting for final okay from the power company with regards to that underground service. But that is consistent with the meeting that we had with them.
Yeah, and we also met with Bill Renault on the proper way the way he wants the street to be repaired from the street opening, and we've committed to do it to provide the funding for him to do it to his specifications. So I think when you get your final report from him, he's going to request, I think it was $5,000 that he wants us to contribute to make sure that he's got paving work being done in the area that he wants to repair that trench to his specification. So we've agreed to do that. Chris, could you show the detail maybe on the landscape wall? Is that something?
Sure. Yep. So basically this is a detail that's on a landscaping plan. It's just a dry laid.
Whoops,
What are we losing?
sure looks like it.
That's okay. We can. Did he go right off the screen?
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Okay. So what we'll do is until he comes back, Heather and I will kind of take over. So we had an opportunity to meet with the Traffic Advisory Committee. We gave a presentation. One of the things that you wanted us to look at with them is the possibility of closing one of the curb cuts on Vernon Street. We didn't forget about that. Tom, Mr. Lucy, you had mentioned that, to take a look at that. They issued a report. They determined for the deliveries, et cetera, it's not feasible to do that, the TAC. We didn't think it was. We agree with that. But we did look at it as requested. One of the things I think Heather can maybe touch base on is at the end of the day, it was discussed that the loop detection systems at this intersection are not working properly. So the TAC has requested that we contribute, I think it's $25,000 to repair those. And Heather, can you maybe touch on what the status of the intersection performance is today and what it will be after we do those repairs to the traffic lights that also affect the school?
Yes, absolutely. So for the record, I'm Heather Monacup with Greenman Peterson, and we're also the traffic engineers for the project. So what we found was that the vehicle detection isn't working at the site. So it's kind of working as a pre-timed intersection. So with that, you get some bad level of service E, level of service F operations, and with the Vernon Street southbound approach being over capacity. However, we did a sensitivity analysis to find out, well, if this intersection was fully actuated with our traffic in place, what would happen? And with that, all the levels of service are overall C or better with all movements C or better with everything under capacity. So we did receive a memorandum from VHB dated June 13th. Hopefully you have that in your package. They went through, they reviewed the traffic study. They agreed with all the findings of the traffic study, even said that our trip generation was probably a little bit on the conservative side, but in the end, as discussed at the TAC meeting, the proponent has agreed to provide the $25,000 to make any necessary upgrades to the vehicle detection. However they feel that they want to spend that, whether that's upgrading the video detection, which is probably what they'll do, or put loops in, or what have you. So that contribution our client knows about and is willing to provide that money for the vehicle detection. And just so that you know, Chris's computer crashed and he's trying to get back on right now.
Great. The other thing that we talked about with the Traffic Advisory Committee was the diesel fuel component, because that's something that we have on our plan and that is important to my client and thinks it's needed in the area for diesel cars and such, but not large trucks, because as we mentioned, it won't accommodate. Traffic Advisory recognized that need. They also confirmed that these types of pumps would not be conducive for large trucks, might be conducive for landscape vehicles and pickup trucks, but there is a need of that. Their thought was, why send Wakefield people out of town for that? Keep the business in town. And they did not have any issue, and it's reflected in their memorandum for the diesel request. I also want to note that in surrounding towns, it's very common, Wakefield, for whatever reason, has had that note, but if you go to surrounding towns, you'll take note that most of the gas stations have diesel. And, I can tell you that up on the end of Hopkins Street in Reading on Route 28, right at the entrance and exit, right near Calareso's farm stand across the street, you can't get closer to an on ramp and an off ramp, is a gas station that has diesel. And then there's a Shell station across the street from that, right next door to Calareso's, has diesel. And then the Mobile, a little bit further down, has diesel. I use all of those gas stations on a regular basis. I've never seen any truck filling up at those pumps. So it is common. The TAC did not have any issue with it. They recognized the need, and they were fine with that. But the board asked us to run that by them, which we did. Chris, you're back. You want to maybe just hop on the landscape wall? Welcome back. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I do apologize. A little technical difficulty there. All right, so basically, so here's on the detail of the retaining wall. It's just a field stone retaining wall. It's 2 feet tall. Again, that's located, in this area here. It's better shown on the color rendering here. So there's no issue from a sightline issue. We've kept the wall low enough to make sure that there is no sightline issues for oncoming or exiting vehicles coming or going from the site.
So Chris, Chip Tarville here. Why are there no trees on this site?
So there is an existing stand of trees running along the back here. Based on the elevations that's across the site, there's about a 6 to 8 foot elevation difference from this driveway to this driveway here. Because of that, we have to have this small retaining wall to make up the grade. That being said, that would eliminate any potential for any trees that would be located here. We do have some low growth plantings along the side. We do have a 6 foot solid fence that goes around the entire property. And that's basically what we're able to do, with the site constraints that there are on site.
So either I froze or you froze. I didn't hear your answer to why there were no trees. I'm talking about in the front islands and street trees.
I apologize if I froze.
It might have been me.
Okay, so in the front, we're definitely not calling out any trees. We typically try not to have any trees along the street frontage to obviously to make sure that there is no issue from a sightline point of view. There is a grade differential across the site from this driveway to this driveway. It's about 6 or 8 feet in elevation of drop across the site. That being said, with the C-store located here, we had to make up the grades, and we have a small retaining wall behind the building. It's about a 2 to 3 foot tall retaining wall. And then in addition to that, there's a stockade fence, a solid vinyl fence, I apologize, that runs from this point where the existing sign is, runs all the way to the back corner here, and all the way to the existing sign that's being refaced here. You know, in addition to that, you know, we have some low growth landscaping. We have to make up grades. So there's just no room to actually physically put any trees on the site.
Okay, I might respectfully disagree with that. And I don't remember any projects we've done that hit a corner, or any projects that we've done in this area that haven't had street trees. And I don't remember any gas station that we've put in that hasn't had street trees. So I'm not sold on that argument quite yet. Just so you know.
Chip, is there any area, Chip, that you see that jumps out that might accommodate?
Yeah, I mean, I think the island in front on Vernon Street could have 2. I think the island that has the stone wall could have 2. I think where the old transformer was could have 1.
Yeah, we can talk to you know, we can talk to our clients, see if there's, you know, ways we can move some of the landscaping around and see if we can implement some street trees. Obviously, like I said, you know, we definitely want to make sure that there is no issue from a site visibility for oncoming vehicles, you know, entering or exiting the site. But we can definitely take a look at it.
You got a lot of room on the corner, basically, where in fact that planting bed with the wall could be pushed to closer to the sidewalk, which would allow you to put at least 2 trees across the back edge, which shouldn't, given where the stop lines are, cause any problem with sight lines from people basically that stop and go. You know, there's a huge amount of grass there. And in a way, given the amount of grass area and the planting seems a little skimpy. We certainly have looked at a number of cases basically on other gas stations where that area like that would be filled out pretty nicely and accent basically location. And that gives you a perfect location at the back where it says snow storage, basically to have some trees in that area, and at the same time on the throat on the other end towards the school parking area. So I like Chip basically looked at this and said, where are they?
So, and again, you know, this is our property line running along here.
Yeah, but you know what?
I'm sure the town will let you put them in.
Right.
And we didn't want to be presumptuous and think, you know, and you know, assume that. So like I said, we can look into, you know, adding some street trees in there. You know, we'll talk with our client, see where we can, you know, try to fit some in.
I've already talked to Bill Ronald, basically at DPW, and he'd love to see something happen there. So assuming your client is willing, basically, I think the town is willing. I should point out something else, which is a question. I was looking at where the granite curbing is and where the concrete curbing is, and it seems that the only granite curbing is at the throat entering off the street, and everything else is concrete. Am I correct?
Everything on site is a concrete curb, yes, and the vertical granite curb is within the right of way.
So Chip, how do you feel about that?
I don't.
Figured
We'd never let a project go with concrete or bituminous. It's always, every new project we do has vertical granite curbing.
I should also note that any planting that goes in is going to have irrigation as well.
Correct. Okay, we can look into that as well.
Okay,
Brandon,
so
I'm surprised you let that slide through. You know better. Come on.
was testing you.
Did we talk about, and I got some notes here, so I'm not sure. I got some new notes and some old notes. Did we talk about the same sort of restrictions here we put on Cumberland, which is no propane, no firewood, no ice cube machines or anything like that out front? I mean, we had a whole list for Cumberland,
No blue rhino.
what we would allow, yeah, right. What we
I mean,
would
they
allow.
don't have
not
anything
allow.
on the plan.
No, one of the things that it's coincidental you mentioned that because, Mike Durant, who's with Noria, can talk about this. One of the things that we were going to propose on the revised plan, because we'll be coming back, was to try to find a location for not an ice thing that people can use, but an ice storage that they can have on the site that they could take ice and then sell it in the store. There's a high demand for ice in the summertime, and to be able to store it inside, so we're going to try to find a spot to put that. Is that correct, Mike?
Yes, Brian, for the record, Mike Durant with Maria Energy, Construction Permitting Manager. What we do, we put a exterior ice storage chest. Typically it'd be on the side or maybe the back of the building, accessible only by employees. The ice, I believe, which isn't just in bags, is not sold out of that ice storage unit to customers. The ice is actually sold in the store, accessible in maybe one of the walk-in cooler doors or another open air chest, but it's not sold or placed out on the front sidewalk visible, as anyone driving or walking by the site.
And why wouldn't there be enough space inside to have that storage area?
It's more for overflow. As Brian indicated, there are seasons throughout the year that they run through the ice and they just simply don't have enough room inside the building to store the ice with all the other products that are in there. So they do need some, what you could term overflow storage for ice bags.
I don't think we've run into it with other stations so far, but
Well, maybe we can try to find a place with Chris with landscaping that maybe we can propose for your consideration to see if we can put it in a place that will be somewhat innocuous and not offensive to anybody.
Well, that along, we should eventually discuss in more detail. Again, I'll come back to Cumberland, basically, and that has to do with mechanical systems and the noise that they put out. We spent quite a bit of time with Cumberland because they had a fairly large unit back there. So are we going to end up, with that sort of problem with not just cooling, not just the storage, but the fact you've got a bunch of refrigerator units in there basically that require their own systems as well. And you got a flat roof. At this point, we think we have a flat roof anyway. So it's something to think about.
Yeah,
And it's something we addressed in Cumberland.
we're gonna touch on that tonight. So, because that was one of the punch list items that you did mention at the last meeting, and we have some information for you. So just kind of wrapping up the site plan aspect of it. One of the things that was referenced is, Chris, I think, can you go to the parking schedule, Chris? If you can find that. Try to kind of put you on the spot here. Okay, so one of the things that was discussed was that we are, 20 spaces are required. We're saying we've got 30 spaces and 12 of those are at the dispensers that we counted. So I think it was mentioned by somebody at the last hearing, well, gee, are you able to count those dispensers? And I submitted a case. There's actually a case on this. It's a Massachusetts appeals court case. It's Cumberland Farms v. Board of Appeals of Wellfleet. And in that case, the Board of Appeals, the appeals court noted that the pump spaces could be counted as parking spaces. Reasonable to do that. And, basically, so that I sent you a copy of that case. And I'll read you if I can find it. Hang on a second.
I got it, but I'll be honest, I didn't entirely know why you were sending that to us, but
Yeah,
because I think it referenced a few other things that the board denied it on,
Yeah, there was other stuff in there, but
Yeah,
and what the court said, that it said, according to the board, in this case, because it was an adversarial project in Cumberland Farms, the areas next to the gas pumps amount to passageways and therefore do not constitute parking spaces. Even granting the board deference that is due to the town agency interpreting a local bylaw, the board's profit interpretation is unreasonable. The spaces next to the gas pumps are used by customers who are refueling their cars. To do so, the customers pull their cars into the spaces, turn them off, and leave the cars to pump the fuel. Therefore, these spaces plainly function as parking spaces. So it was mentioned, and I happened to find the case, so I figured I'd share it with you.
So Brian, I think you're missing one important piece, though, is that the court deferred to the zoning bylaws definition, right? It didn't just say they can always be counted as spaces.
Yeah, it said, it references, all courts do, that they give deference to the board to interpret their own bylaw.
Correct, but then it cited the definition word for word and said that deference to that word for word was unreasonable. And I think our definition is a little bit different. I think our definition says is 22 feet. So I don't think you could just say, yeah, you could use them. I think you need to show that they're going to meet our definition of a parking space, which I'd have to go back and look, because again, I didn't quite remember exactly why you were sending this case either.
Yeah.
So this is me scanning it real quick. I think you need to show us that those spaces meet our definition of parking in our bylaw.
Sure.
Which correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't our definition say they need to be lined as spaces also? So are you really going to line them? If that's true, are you really going to line them as spaces just to be able to? To count them?
It's how far you want to go. We looked at the
I
side.
would like to at least start with the bylaw.
Yeah.
That's where the court does.
Our spaces need to be 9 by 18. We looked at this, they exceed that. So I had Chris do the measurements, and they do meet the size requirements. Those pumping areas, there's plenty of room to meet those requirements. I can look at the Wellfleet bylaw as far as lining, Greg. If you want me to do a comparison, I can.
So these wouldn't. So I guess. No, I don't think we need a comparison to Wellfleet. I think we just need to be shown that these meet our definition of parking spaces. I think the 18 feet, right, is for angled parking, right? This is parallel parking, and our bylaw says 22 feet.
I don't know if it's parallel parking. I don't, parallels, it's like you're pulling up to a building. I don't know if these would be parallel. I don't know how you would define these.
I would define it as parallel. If you're going to pull in front of the next one, you're going to have to, you're going to have to parallel park, as some people do. If you're coming around, you might have a. So I think I understand what you're saying, and I understand what the case says, but I think it's simplistic to just say you can always count them. I think you need to show that these meet our bylaw definition of a parking space.
Okay.
So whether that be, and then go from there. We are obviously allowed to vary our bylaws, so we can do so if we find that prudent, but.
I can do that. Yep. We'll take a look at that, Greg.
And
Yes, well,
if I may, would you essentially be looking for, sort of, just kind of sketch this out here, basically, a rectangle on the plan saying 9 by 22, 9 by 18, whatever it is, and then show how we essentially meet the spaces at the pumps, so we can, visually show you.
I don't know. I don't want to speak for every board member, but
I think if you're going to count it, you'd have to do that.
yeah.
Yep. And that's no problem. Just looking at it, we basically have a 48 and a half foot wide concrete mat. And then we have 31 foot spacing between the islands. So when you do the math, you can fit the spaces in there, easy enough. And, we'll show a diagram to show that.
And not trying to be antagonistic, Brian, but I think, and I don't think it needs to be discussed tonight, but look at the second paragraph too, make sure you're using the right. Not the second paragraph, the next paragraph of the case. The board is on, stronger footing if it's at X. Because it's not just that excerpt you read.
Well, yeah, and I think there's discretion to the board. So, there's ways to go about this. I mean, we've applied for a variance on the parking requirements. I think the point is that from a practical perspective, people pull up to the pump, they fill up, and then if they're going to use the store, they go in and leave their car there. They're not pulling away from the pump and looking for a parking space.
Understood, but if you're asking for a variance, we need to know exactly what we're varying.
Yeah, and I respect that, because I think at the end of the day, if the board has discretion. If you don't determine that these are valid parking spaces that can be counted, one of the reasons that you could reduce the number pursuant to our special permit would be that it's warranted, because
Sure.
even though they don't meet the parking space requirement, in essence, they're used as parking spaces.
Yep.
So I appreciate the comment. We will look at it. It actually works in our benefit to look at it, because if they don't meet the technical aspect, then we probably would want the special permit reducing it anyways, just to kind of tighten the belt on the permit itself. So thank you. I get it. We'll look at it.
Okay, any other aspects on this plan?
No, I think you're all set, Chris, right, on your end? Chris?
I am.
Okay,
Yes, I am.
good.
Mr. Chairman, we just kind of glossed over the whole diesel question. Where do we stand with that? Others, I'm against it. So where do we stand?
I was going to bring up the same thing, and I think I heard Mr. McGrail say he goes to three different gas stations and hasn't seen a truck filling up. So I don't see that there is a need. I mean, that was testimony that there isn't a need.
No, cars use it.
I think he was referring to large trucks. That's the
Yeah.
fear, right? Large.
Yeah, I just know when we had this whole conversation with Irving, whether it's right off even closer to an exit, and we didn't allow it there. I know we can always change our mind, but we've never allowed diesel. I guess I'd like to see it in the TAC write-up that they don't have an issue with it, and that they commented that they shouldn't let it go to other towns.
It's in
I
there.
just think with it being near the school that we're not, I don't know that we want to advertise, bring your landscape truck here with your trailer. This seems to be a bad corner to have it at. It just doesn't feel good to me.
So the letter just does say from, in addition to overall traffic, comment was raised about offering diesel fuel, whether it would attract larger vehicles. Based on discussions at the meeting, general consensus was that offering diesel fuel would not have any additional impacts to the site. That's their comment. I don't know. I don't have a strong feeling either way, to be honest with you. I wasn't on some of the projects maybe earlier on, and have just continued it with a few of the more recent ones. But I mean, is the fear or the concern, Chip, or perhaps others, that solely that it would attract large vehicles? Or
No, you can't. 18-wheelers don't pull into gas stations to get fuel. They're out on the highway, and
right.
They got pumps that will pump 5 gallons in 30 seconds. I mean, they're not pulling in here.
So what's the concern in your mind? I mean, about why we've continued to do
Well,
this?
because box trucks, for one, would be able to get in here. You've got the, so your mid-sized trucks could come in.
You're near a school too.
Yeah, I mean,
You talk about, one thing, we talk about saving fuel, consumption. So why would we want people from Wakefield that need diesel to have to drive all the way out of town to go get it?
How about a condition that there won't be any signage on 128 saying, come on in here for diesel? And that would probably take care of it.
Yeah, Mike, you don't have an issue with that. I mean, you're not looking to attract diesel fuel off of 128, right, Mike?
No, I'm trying to avoid that.
I'm sorry, Mike. I meant my client, Mike Durant. Make sure you have too many mics.
No problem. Yeah, so I don't think we would be looking for large wheelbase vehicles such as tractor trailers coming in off the highway. This is more for the road auto car diesel. So we'd be looking more at the pickup truck, some of the smaller cars. I know that some of the Volkswagen vehicles are diesel vehicles.
So Mike,
Right,
Durant,
right.
would you be willing to take that condition that, I mean, you could have your station sign, on 128, but you wouldn't say diesel next exit or something like that.
I think we could live with that.
I thought so.
And is there some sort of town ordinance or whatever that says the carport that you drive into, it's got to be X height? Or is there a way you can lower that with chains or something that says, well, even if you want to come in here, you can't?
That's regulated by fire, as far as the fire suppression goes, what heights those need to be.
Okay, I don't want to mess with that.
Yeah.
But I like the idea that you're not gonna have a big glowing sign that says, come on in.
Yeah.
Diesel's around the corner.
All right, well, we don't have consensus, so
You want to table that?
yeah, I mean, unless board members, we want to take a straw poll and but it sounds like some are against. I personally don't have a strong feeling. I hear the argument. I know a lot of the ones around don't have it, but this one could. I don't know the impact to the school. I don't see big trucks coming in there myself. I don't see the big deal, but if you're willing to table it, let's table it and decide definitively next time so that they've got that direction from us and can update their plans accordingly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I
All right.
think a lot of my my hesitation on it might go away depending on how they react to some of our other comments earlier.
Okay,
Okay.
that's why we'll table it.
Brian, other,
Okay, yep. So I wanted to touch base on materials. Can you stop sharing, Chris, please? So Joe, who had mentioned, and I kind of agree with you, when you look at kind of the elevations that were submitted, geez, it has a cinder block type look. Can you, either talk about the materials a little bit more or change them? And so Mike provided this, and I think this is pretty helpful, that this is exactly what we're proposing. And if you look at the materials.
Brian, sorry to interrupt you, but Dave, did you bring Joe back in?
thank you.
Just in time.
That was his comment.
Yeah.
Throw him out the next time.
All right, please continue.
Is he back?
I invited him back. He may have stepped away. Let's see. Joe,
So
you back?
while we're waiting for him, is there a Noria built somewhere in the area that has this look?
Mike?
The closest one I think might be Wareham. Oh no, actually, I'm sorry, Milford, Mass. This
Are you
actually
paying
is,
for gas for us to go look at it?
We'll have a shuttle bus that runs on diesel.
All right, what are the materials? Let's keep going.
Okay, so the comment was that a little more detail on the materials, and I think it's important, that this will be helpful. And there's going to be another page, and I'm going to get to, that's going to be even more detail, but you can kind of see that this facade has some dimension, some granular to it. This has a real wood look to it, and this is even more detail to give the board a feel of kind of the texture on this. It's really not a cinder block.
And this is going around the whole building, Brian, not just the front face?
I believe it is, right, Mike?
Yes, that is the finish around the whole building.
So there was some comments on the Lowell Street facade, Brian.
Yep. So we're gonna get to that.
Okay.
Chris,
Yeah, I just heard that was going around the whole building, so I didn't know.
Yep. So Chris, can you bring up your plan again that we had submitted? Because I think it shows it and you're better control than me. So what we're proposing is some faux windows on this side of the building now with a canopy, as you can see.
Much better.
And what is your reasoning for the bollards everywhere?
They have to be there, Chip, for protection. For people, they can get in front of those walking kids. People are pulling in and out of here. They've got to have that protection. A curb is not enough. They've had experiences with this that it's a real safety issue.
Brian, I can kind of add to that as well. So this site, along with many other gas clients that we work with, and a lot of other retail clients that we work with, they're doing a flush mount, a flush curb. So it's basically, similar to like if you walk into Walmart, there's no curbing right at the front from the store. So since there's no curbing along the front of the store, there's no, step up. So therefore, that's why they provide the bollards for an added, measure of protection.
It's just a horrible look, in my opinion. And what's the reason for no step up? Is it handicapped? Is it just a look? What is it?
It's tripping hazards. It's ADA accessibility. It's kind of a little bit of both. You'll see that a lot of the industry is going towards having flush curbing at the buildings.
Can you get rid of half of them, or is that the maximum, span?
Basically, the spacing is 5 to 6 feet on center. I could look at the site plan to see exactly what it is, but they're spaced enough so a car can't basically go through and drive into the building or hit somebody walking on the sidewalk.
Is that the exact color of them? They're not gonna be yellow, right? They're gonna be the brown like you showed.
I'll defer to Mike Durant on that.
Yes, that's an accurate depiction of the color. Not yellow.
Also not the flaming green. Chartreuse or whatever that
So
is.
this picture has brown as the wood grain. The other picture we saw, I thought, had more gray. What is actually being presented to us? What are your corporate colors?
So the brown is a rough sawn tobacco color. And that is a Nichiha panel. And then the larger.
So is that brown in our picture?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's just showing dramatically different.
I see brown.
You see the same brown that was in the picture right before?
Pretty much, maybe just different sunlight on it.
Do you also see the same green?
Yeah, different. Go back again.
This looks more shadowed and the other one was more sunlit.
This is, I think, go back to the other one. This is more realistic because it's the other one's kind of a computer generation chip. So this, I think, is more of what you're gonna get.
Let's get
This
some
view is
material
actually
samples.
shadow too.
Yeah, I think if we see material shadows, it will help.
Yeah,
Material
Mike, can we get some material samples, Mike? Durant? For the board?
Yeah, we can get some material samples for the board.
I like the change on the far side, basically, because that was pretty blank wall. It looks a lot better the way you're proposing it. That one here, much better. It was deadly before.
And what about what we're gonna see from the school, right? Because we're talking about a public school. What are they gonna be looking at over that 6-foot fence?
Mechanical units.
Well, that's curious. I'm trying to figure that one out. Nothing but a blank wall, right?
Yeah, we don't have a depiction of the back of the building. We don't typically, show
I
that, but
thought
yeah.
I
it's
thought I
basically-
saw an elevation.
Yeah, you did. There was one, Chris,
Did
that,
I miss one?
right there.
Yeah, there
Isn't
we go.
that it?
Yep, I apologize.
Yeah, okay, so absolutely nothing. With two big rooftop units on top. And did we talk about the mechanicals and sound and
I'm about to.
all that fun stuff?
Yep, I'm about to. So, Chris, can you, stop sharing for a minute? Okay. So basically, we had our engineer take a look at this, in as far as distance RTUs to the school, to the kitchen wall is plus or minus 65 feet. So this is this is the level at 54. It's between a 50 and a 60. I think it's like 57. This says 54, which says normal conversation or a landscaped office. And then this is, you folks are probably more capable of reading this than me, but this is the acoustical data for the rooftop refrigeration units. At DBA 71 at 10 feet from unit 65, DBA to school kitchen wall plus or minus 57.
So you're right on the edge. I guess, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to know whether we want to get a acoustical engineer to look at these things and tell us what we're actually getting. I believe we did readings. I believe we got low when we did the AC at the Walton School. I believe we did noise deafening. When we did the Cumberlands, I believe we had noise deadening.
We did.
I think we need noise deadening here to start and see what that does, as well as getting decibel readings, because we do have levels within our bylaw that state what it can be and can't be at the property line.
Yeah, the background, you start with the background reading, of course, that currently is there.
But
One
we're
out.
all guessing at it at this point.
Yeah. Mike, if you had situations, Durant, that you provide some sound attenuation blockage, if you had to do that on any of your roof units?
Not as of yet.
Did Brian freeze again?
We haven't encountered this.
Have you built a gas station in either, I'm sure you haven't next to a school, but even next to housing or somewhere that isn't like a major route, like in Milford on whatever road you are out there, or that you've had residents in the area, or that you've had to deal with noise, or that people have cared about it?
Not yet.
Okay.
Our particular location in Milford is in a commercial zone. So there's
Right.
no residential.
So we're not trying to bust on you, but this is different than your, run down the highway and throw up a gas station. You've got a school right next door. You've got
Houses
one of the
across the
busier
street.
intersections in town.
Houses across the street.
You got houses across the street. There's just stuff happening all around you. You're in a very, very tight environment. So it's a little different build than you might be used to. And questions might be a little tougher than you might be used to.
And it already is a busy intersection, so that ambient noise today is probably a little bit more than, again, some other areas, but that's part of that measurement. That's part of that analysis. What does this add above the ambient level?
So like traffic, I think we need an exterior consultant to review this.
Okay. Made a note. Okay.
All right.
And depending on the outcome, again, potentially maybe it becomes, and I think we did this with Cumberland, it's a condition that we measure after the fact. And if it's above certain levels, then there's some mitigation that the applicant would have to take, right? And I think that happened.
Right. I mean, we were dealing with a woman's back porch where the ambient readings were being taken off of that one. So, you know, to me, the kitchen wall isn't as important as possibly the playground, which is a lot closer. And who knows, maybe the people at Noria don't want the kids screaming and yelling at recess either. So, yeah, I think we just need to know what we're getting.
Yep.
Okay. Mike, is that something we can take a look at?
Yeah, I think we can take a look at coming up with a study and see what we find, and if there's any necessary mitigation or steps that might be needed.
Yeah, I mean, all these units have sound attenuating packages that come with them. It's not that big a deal. Reduces the decibels quite a bit.
Some screening that goes around them. Yeah.
In it, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
What's next, Brian?
I think that is it. We took notes. I think we've addressed what we could, closed out some issues, created further questions on others, but that was the completion of the homework assignment that we had from the board.
Brian,
Okay.
the other thing, I went down and watched this current situation. This is used as the Dole Bear parking lot for pickup and drop off. What are we, I mean, did TAC and everybody else take that into consideration? I mean, it's a disaster down there during drop off and pickup.
Well,
It
yeah, I
shouldn't
mean,
be their problem.
well, I think, you know, Mike, Heather, are you here, Heather?
Yep.
You want to touch on
Absolutely.
that, please?
Yeah, so that was brought up at the TAC meeting. The question exactly like you guys asked, what happens during drop off and pickup? Well, we made those observations. Those were provided in our traffic study. There are rows of cars that line up on the site today to go pick up their children and come back. It doesn't last too long, but it does happen today. It's in excess of probably 10 cars. But there, from what we have discussed at previous meetings, even with the TAC, it's my understanding, and Mike Durant can correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't plan on restricting any parking on the site. So if a parent wants to park at the site and there's available parking to go pick up their kid, no one's going to have their car towed away or anything like that. So that's kind of how we address it. We don't plan on putting any restrictions on, hoping that when they come in the afternoon, they might grab a coffee or whatever's in the convenience store before they go pick up their kid, but there'd be no restrictions. And that's kind of where our discussion ended with the TAC.
What happened if they're parking in all those spaces by the pumps now? Just a quick question. I just know it's a zoo down there.
You mean, I guess we don't expect people to park at the pumps and leave, but in the market
But you
spaces.
just admitted that they were parking spaces there, so.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Greg hasn't.
I'll stop. We got a long night ahead of us.
Yeah. I mean, the basic message is the school is a neighbor. The kids are a neighbor. Nuria wants to be a good neighbor. I think they're going to get a lot of business from the school and the parents at the school. So if people are in some parking spaces, if they park to pick up their child, they're probably gonna run in to get the child a snack on the way home. So all good for everybody.
Well,
Okay.
well, okay, so I know when our kids went there, there was a reminder occasionally that went out to all the parents, like, please don't park in the Shell parking lot, right? And we always tried not to, but again, we know some people do. Part of this might be to have the school, we could reach out to the school and say, you might want to remind the parents, they really shouldn't be parking in there. And there won't be as much space as there is today anyway. So not as many would, unless they're, using the facility or getting something. But we've also heard from an abutter across the street who has voiced concerns about, they get some overflow parking too from the school. And with fewer opportunities to park on this site, people are going to look for other places, maybe their property across the street. So again, it's the spillover effect. So I think we just have to be mindful of it. Yes, everyone wants to be a good neighbor and a good citizen and play nice with the other kids, but we just have to be mindful that there are other properties around here, and the school does have overflow parking and it pushes people. It should be all along Lowell and Vernon Street and in that horseshoe parking lot, but it does spill out into other parts in the area, some of which have been on the current site, some of which are in abutting properties, or even in the strip mall across the street, right, where ice cream and all the other stuff is. So
But shouldn't that be the school's issue, not this client?
it
I mean,
it is. That's what I'm saying. I think part of this might be a reminder to the school. They need to be parking legally, not just here, but with respecting other area tenants, because the tenant that wrote us a letter, yeah, we can't, there's only so much we can do in terms of granting their permit or variance based on what's presented. The fact that there might be spillover parking, it does go back to the school and them reminding and maybe enforcing that people are parking where they should be and not where they shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, I was just questioning if they were aware of what was happening and how they were going to address it. Sounds like they're not going to address it because they hope to get business from it, which is fine. Kids should walk to school anyway, but
Okay, and we did kind of go over traffic pretty quickly, folks. I don't know if, like, the letter is here in the record, but Brian, did we get a copy of this? It just was dated June 13th.
Yeah, I sent it to you. I got a copy and I sent it to you on Friday in your email. It was an
It
attachment.
was in the package. Okay,
Yeah.
why do I not?
It's an attachment, not the link.
Okay, maybe I just didn't save that one. I tried to save everything that was sent. Okay, I may have missed this one. So board members, I don't know. If,
I mean, we are similar use. We not similar, exact same use, just kind of redesigning. I wouldn't expect that traffic would be a whole lot different.
The other thing with the pickup, don't forget the traffic intersection improvements that we're paying for are going to have a real positive impact on the school function too. Isn't that true, Heather?
Yeah, the signal will operate much better with the functioning vehicle detection for sure.
okay, so and everyone, yeah, that's good to hear. And I definitely saw that in the letter that it would current condition would degrade, but again, with those improvements, which we could condition with the appropriate wording, right, Brian? That situation would be improved as noted, right? Maintain that at least level C operation or better, right?
Right.
Okay, well, I didn't want to go over it too quickly. Heather covered it early, but we were kind of in between waiting for Chris to reboot. But I just want to make sure board members had an opportunity to ask or clarify anything. Sometimes we ask the member of the TAC to come to these meetings and review traffic, but it sounds like in this case, it's probably not needed or warranted given the similar use and the information that's in this letter. So if board members are okay, we can check off traffic, and parking is still a question. We're going to get that clarified, right? But at least the traffic aspect. Okay. Anything else, board members?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Jim.
I went through the lighting as best I could. It was pretty fine grained. I didn't know whether it was dark sky compliant or not. So that's a question for Brian to follow up on. Also, I went back to the original filing. I think it was 2015 or thereabouts that we changed the sign sizes on the site, or at least the applicant came to us. And I checked that against what's in the set at this point. And whether somebody is miscalculated or what, I don't know, but the freestanding sign is shown as 20 feet, when in fact, what we approved was 17.4. And the sign area in height basically is now 13 feet high as opposed to 10 foot 9.5. So if in fact that whole sign is staying there but refabricated, then I think someone sort of missed what in fact the height is there. And other than that, it looks like the area coverage of the new sign on there is larger than what we approved originally. So it's something that should be followed up on. I have not done any calculations on any signage on this building yet in relationship to aggregate area or even frontage at this point. And this is under the old code, not under the new one. I will eventually get to that basically, but just FYI on the freestanding signs.
Yeah, the plan shows it as 20 feet existing height. 20 feet.
Well, what we approved was 17.4. What's shown on the plans currently is 20 years.
Okay. Do we want to talk about how the signs are being lit? I see a lot of internally illuminated things, which,
Not at this point. Let me just do the full review.
okay,
I just happened to do a quick look at that, and I think we get enough without going through all that, and I'm not prepared.
okay. All right, anything else, board members, for tonight? Sounds like there's a good punch list for next time. All right. If nothing else, we can open up the public testimony. If anyone has a comment or question about the information you've heard tonight for this project, please raise your hand in the Zoom call and I'll call on you in order that I see you. Seeing no hands, I'll close it to public testimony for the evening. So I assume we'll reconvene. You want to reconvene July 13th, Brian, with whatever
Yes.
updates that you have? Okay.
Yes, please. Yes.
Now I move that we continue this to July 13th.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yeah.
Jim,
Yes,
Tom,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, thanks for the updates tonight, and we'll talk to you in a few weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Joe, time for timeout again. Jesse, you're here, right? Let's just double check.
Yeah.
Jesse.
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, and Ezra's still here. Good. Okay, so yeah, we did skip over and take one more hearing, but we'll come back to North Ave now. So Joe, we'll talk to you in a bit. Go back in timeout. So the next hearing, we're going to circle back to 22-39, 0 North Ave, Wakefield LLC at 596 North Ave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the record, representing the applicant in this matter, Attorney Jesse Schomer of the Law Offices of Rignanti Stereo in Wakefield. First of all, allow me to apologize to the board members. I was running late a few minutes. Unfortunately, I found myself double booked tonight with multiple hearings and was switching over to this one just as you were calling this matter. So my apologies for being a few minutes behind. Members of the board, you may recall we were last before you, I believe, 2 weeks ago. Since the last hearing of the full board, we have had one additional session of the subcommittee with Mr. McBain and Mr. Lucy. And I would say going into that subcommittee meeting, Mr. McBain and Mr. Lucy, as well as our side, I would say very much had in the front of our minds, making sure that the subcommittee meetings were continuing to be productive and responsive to the comments that were being made by the board, in particular, your comments at the last hearing regarding the size of the building and the footprint. So if I may, just before I get into what happened at the subcommittee, If I could share my screen briefly, and I see that Brian is still sharing his. Brian, would you mind taking down your share screen? Thanks. Thanks very much. Just wanted
Could have
to.
kicked him off too, but okay.
He's still here. Just wanted to run through real briefly to provide you a roadmap, as it were, of where we've been and where we are here at this point in the project, and show you the progress that we've made in the subcommittee hearings, because I do believe they have been quite productive. So what I'm showing here on the screen, this is the original version of the project that was filed with you earlier this year. You may remember this was 38 units, 4 stories, and the footprint of the building was 11,250 square feet. It was 38 units, 59 total bedrooms. And the front setback of this building was 9.1 feet and variable to modified to 14.5 in some sections of this building. This version of the building, through the initial hearings with the board, was modified to this version, which you see here. This is the 3-story, 36-unit version of the project that was presented to you back in April of this year. In order to reduce the height of the building from 4 stories to 3 and 36.5 feet, the building was slightly expanded in its footprint. And I think that's what the board members had an issue with at the last hearing. The footprint of this building was 11,856 square feet, and the setback was slightly modified to be 9.1 variable to 13.6 feet from North Avenue. So slightly closer to North Avenue, and slightly expanded footprint on the site. And just to remind you what that looked like on the site view, this is the footprint of that building as it was proposed back in April. Now, at this point, we did start the subcommittee meetings with Mr. McBain and Mr. Lucy, and those resulted in some modifications to the layout of the site, which is what you're seeing here. This is the previous version of the plan that we most recently went through at the subcommittee meeting with Mr. McBain and Mr. Lucy last week. This building, I'll zoom in a bit here, remains the same footprint, 11,856 square feet on the site. It has an increased setback to the North Avenue right-of-way of 20 feet at the corners, and slightly closer to North Avenue here at the front section. You'll see that 2/3 of the building maintains a setback of 20 feet or thereabouts, with some horizontal articulations in the building here. It was this plan that was primarily discussed at the last subcommittee meeting, as I mentioned. And there was a suggestion from Mr. McBain and Mr. Lucy, and I won't put words in their mouth. They'll obviously inform the board members what their view of it was. But there was a request to further modify the width of this building to reduce the footprint on the site. And our understanding of what that would entail, if I can zoom back out here and go to the next sheet, our understanding of what the suggestion was to remove more or less one section of the building here on this side, which would result in the over the course of the 3 stories of the building, that would result in the loss of 6 total 1-bedroom units, and would leave some bedrooms to be reallocated to different units in the building. It was at this point that we had a discussion with Mr. McBain and Mr. Lucy, and we informed them that at this point, the developer is not willing to reduce the unit count of this project. And it was at that point that we suggested that the project could either remain more or less with the footprint here, and we would take a look at what we could do to further modify that through some tweaks and tucks here and there, or we could accommodate the request to narrow the building by increasing the height of the building at the rear and going to a 4-story, 3-story tiered version of this building. Both of those suggestions were, I would say, negatively received. And at that point, we made the determination that we should probably come back to the full board to report on our progress and to get your view on where we are with this project and where we go from here. Since the subcommittee meeting last Thursday, Phoenix Architects, and they're on the line tonight, so they can go through what they've proposed to do. They've been able to make some modifications to the building that has resulted in narrowing the building by eliminating some inefficiencies in the layout. This has narrowed the building by 7 feet to 143 feet. It was previously at 150 feet in width. They've also shortened the building in the length of it here by approximately 1 foot. And these modifications of the building footprint have resulted in a reduction in the massing of this building from, as I said before, 11,856 square feet to 11,320 square feet, which is just slightly more than it was in the initial version of the plan, which was, as you'll recall, was a 4-story building. So what we've been able to do through the course of the subcommittee meetings was to reduce the overall mass of the building by approximately 25% by the elimination of that entire 4th floor. As I mentioned previously, also we have reduced the number of bedrooms and the number of units by 2. But I wanted to bring this to the board's attention to get your initial feedback and to discuss where we go from here in terms of the subcommittee meetings, and of course also being mindful that this being the 3rd week of June, we're now just over halfway through the 180-day public hearing period for this project. So we want to be mindful of the need to address other issues, including architecture and landscape architecture and conditions of the decision that the board issues. So we want to be sure that we're making forward progress and would like to get the sense from the board about how you would like us to do that. So perhaps I'll stop at that point, Mr. Chair, and open it to you and to the members for discussion if we could at this point, or if you'd like to hear further from Peter from Phoenix Architects, he can go into this version of the plan that I'm showing now.
Let me, Jesse, I think you represented it fairly well. Where you took it out wasn't where I was thinking, but that doesn't matter. It does do the same thing. For the board's purpose, can you go to the site plan, please, first?
Sure, Jim.
Yeah, that one's fine. So in the master planning, basically of this, trying to fit this in and get it basically to disappear as much, what we found, and also to help basically get through COMCOM, we spent quite a bit of time basically looking at the edges of the wetland and what we could do to mitigate issues that potentially would show up with COMCOM. So on the left, basically gets pretty crowded. And as Chris had noted, basically, there needs to be about, I think I can read 6'6", basically back from the retaining wall, but that's also a 15-foot setback to the wetlands, but it does give the project basically an egress point, and at the same time, an ability basically to do maintenance on that side of the building. And then on the other side, which is not resolved quite yet, is between the parking and the building, because of grading changes, basically a ramp has to go in there or something to get to that side door on the far right. So when you start to put all these pieces together and the edge points, it obviously, the building is too large, it's crowding it. And that's why I propose basically as a solution, potentially cutting out, like Jesse says, 6 units, which would end up basically putting those one bedrooms basically into 2 bedrooms in other units and eliminate the cost of the kitchen and the bathrooms. So if at this point, Peter's found a better way, that's, I think, good, quite frankly, because I think even if we had done what I proposed, I think Peter at the time said we'd probably shrink the building horizontally by 12 feet. So he's managed to squeeze it to 7 feet. All good, because it helps basically on the edges, which are the cramped spaces. If we can make this work with that, then we're moving ahead. So I guess I'd give it to Peter to sort of explain what he's done before the rest of the board weighs in.
Sure.
Thanks, Jim. Sorry, Peter.
No
Tom,
problem.
did you want anything too, just as the other member of the subcommittee before we?
Oh, I'm glad they made some changes because at the end of the last meeting, I thought we were at more of an impasse and that they didn't really express any desire to look at Jim's proposal. So I'm glad there's been some movements at that time and because I wasn't sure where this was going.
Okay. All right, thanks, Tom. All right, Peter, you want to take us through kind of where?
I keep this plan here for a minute if we can, Jesse, but I don't know if I can annotate here, but in the area that you've highlighted in the red, off to the left here, there's some overlap between the first unit and the second unit. What I started to do was think if I could get these to regulate, if I could get a line that goes from the top of the plan to the bottom of the plan. And as I did that, just graphically, it started to show that there was close to, 2.5, 3 feet in there that I could reallocate, redesign the kitchens and the bathrooms and get those units to work, remove 3 feet on that side, which consequently removes 3 feet on the other side. So that's what I started to do. And if I can share the screen, I think I can, right, guys?
Yeah, I'll just take mine down. There you go, Peter, all yours.
Here we go. So, we did go in and do that to the plan where we now have it. You can see this line where it's going top to bottom and it cleans the way this unit works and this unit works. And that's how the square footage was able to be removed. So even though the unit count stays the same, the space that was kind of bleeding between these units right and left goes away. And that's how I did the shrink. Then I went into these units and took a whole foot out in the back here. So the depth of these bedrooms is a foot less. We then went ahead this is me trying to show on Jesse's, on Chris's site plan, how the new building fits. And we just did it. We held the center and then we show 3 foot reduction here and a 3 foot reduction here. But to Jim's point, that could be pulled to the right or the left, depending on how we wanted to get more space. If it helped us more near the wetland, or if it helped us more near where Chris has put the switchback ramp. He's done it now, so that is there, which allows us handicapped access to the 3 main entrances to the building. So I guess I could make an argument to myself that it'd be better to push it to the left and have more space in this area, but at least graphically, we're trying to superimpose one over the other. And then I don't know if you want me to go into the architecture yet. I just want to focus on the site at this point. I have the rendering updated as well.
That's up to the board where they want to see that. Like I said at our meeting, basically, I didn't want to see it because I want to solve the planning problem first.
Sure.
And to Jesse's concerns, basically, I don't think the architecture will take that long because I think I've always seen this as the bigger problem in some ways, and how we address this cake basically to the neighborhood is easier in some ways than the planning of this.
Sure. Okay.
Peter, can you say that again? Something I don't think I quite understood. I think.
Yeah, I'll go back to this plan.
Well, more so about the positioning of the building.
You want me to go to that one? Okay.
Yeah, I think I
So-
just assumed it would automatically be pulled away from the wetland, but you said something about.
Well, we just placed it on the site, right? But we kept the entrance at the center, just so you could see that the center's the same. There's 3 feet of play here. There's 3 feet of play here. What I then went on to say was, well, we could say push the building away from the wetland over to this side and add 6 more feet in this area. Maybe that's the better way to do it. And it is working now. We have the switchback ramp in place that we didn't have before.
Greg, I'm thinking that pushing it to the left is better. We've had a conversation with Rebecca from the COMCOM basically, or, one of the staff members at COMCOM. And we're only 15 feet on that one little area. And I'd rather give as much as, if we move it 6 feet, we're still not going to get, much beyond the 15 anyway, because we still need 3 feet over there. So to me, moving it over to where the current building is proposed, leaving more space between the building and the driveway would be a better solution. Now, COMCOM could come back and push back on that, but that's the way I see it, because it's still between the building edge and the driveway, the parking basically, there's a real mash of stuff that has to happen in accessibility and also to go to a sidewalk from your parked car.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thought was pull it away from that wetland as much as possible. Don't let where you think the center of it dictates anything. It's really only the center because you made it that. It's not the center of the site. It's not,
Just for showing
that's
us.
artificial. That's so, yeah.
Just for showing us so we can visually,
Just for some further color on the issue of the wetlands, Greg, in our conversations with Rebecca, basically what she informed us is that what the CONCOM will be looking for is to provide as much as we can in terms of a 25-foot buffer, because that's an informal policy that they have.
Yep.
If we can prove that we can meet the performance standards of the Wetlands Protection Act, you can go right up to the wetland line itself, but we want to be as respectful of that the policy as we can. So in this case here, you'll see Chris has been able to get 25 feet in most areas of the site, and that's just to the retaining wall itself. And we also talked with Rebecca about using that buffer between the wall and the wetland line as an additional area for native plantings in that area.
The other projects previously built are, the walls are 15 feet from the wetlands.
Okay, so.
Again, I guess, Mr. Chair, the question I have is, we've always gone back to that the density is just too great for the site. The size of the building is just too much, that there are just too many units, or at least that's what I think I've been preaching. It sounds like there's been a stick in the sand and we're not reducing the number of units. People don't feel it's dense, too dense. I guess I gotta know whether I let go or whether I keep feeling like there's just too many units. I don't feel like that, as much as Jesse's shown the transitions, I just don't think there's been as much a give as I would have liked to have seen from the developer.
But Chip, that's the elephant in the room, and it continues to be. I agree with you, but we're always asking ourselves in these 40Bs, they've drawn a line in the sand. When we left the subcommittee meeting, they weren't even willing to consider Jim's proposal. They've at least come up with 6 feet here or 7 feet, whatever it is. I don't think it's enough either. I think it's too many units, too much building for this site. I think that's why, I was the one who wanted to come back to the board on this, that, we have a major decision to make, is this okay or not? Or are we gonna do what we can to work with them on other things, or as it relates to landscaping and architecture and other matters? So I agree, as the board, we have to decide how we feel about this right now.
I see Ezra's got his hand up. He's been an active participant in this as well. So Ezra, please come off mute.
Sure. I just wanted to throw out a reminder there about what we talked about, at the beginning of this process, as well as the one before, that, it's understood under 40B that the project will seem, in the words of many board members and residents confronted with these, sort of too much, too dense, because it's not what your zoning would normally allow. The guidance we are encouraged to sort of use as framing is to think about issues that creates, not density itself, but problems in the site. And I think that's what your subcommittee is really focused on, is, not that the building is too big or too dense or too many units, but that in order to fit that, it creates these problems of pushing into wetlands, a difficult edge on where the ramp needs to be, or screening problems. And so I guess the question for the board would be have we addressed those issues enough? So essentially 40B would imagine a project that would be too dense where all the problems were addressed. Like that's ideally what you want to get to. But the too dense is not something you can erase. You can deal with all the problems. If it's too close to a sensitive resource, if it's creating a safety hazard, or an impact on an abutter, those are the things. So I guess the question there is, with this additional 6 feet, have we now pulled this away enough from the wetlands, provided the room for the ramp, moved it away from the front enough for screening, taken that level off the top because of the visual impact, and now do we have a site that works, or are there still fatal flaws and we need to address those either by the committee or through conditions?
Thank you, Ezra. Yep, it's a good reminder.
So I guess in my mind, that brings up further questions then is does it work? So, I mean, normally we have, is that sort of the next step, is testimony that letters or whatever, it does work. I think we're being told one of our major concerns is the wetlands, but we're being told by the applicant that Concon comes later.
But that's why we got
So-
Rebecca, who's a
No,
conservation agent involved,
yeah.
right? So at least we're getting some of their perspective.
Yeah.
Even though,
But other than that, I think they need to, if they're not willing to move, they need to prove it works. Prove there isn't a health and safety. I think we do that through our regular process, right? I mean.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, and through you, on the issue of wetlands, Wakefield does not have a local wetlands bylaw, so that issue is entirely within the jurisdiction of conservation. And we will have to go through the notice of intent process with them. I wish, and I understand the board's frustration about the sequencing of conservation permitting with 40B permitting. That's a regulatory peculiarity, and I certainly agree it would be preferable if we could go through both processes at the same time. But it's just not the way that the regulations are provided. So what we've done is provide a plan that we believe that our engineers can defend under the Wetlands Protection Act in terms of the distance from the wetland back there. And where we go from here is up to this board in terms of how do we address the other issues like Ezra mentioned. And what I would say on the question of density is when we look at projects like this, the unit count is really just a number. And as Ezra said, it's about how does the site affect the neighbors? Is there a safety condition? Is there a regulatory condition that we can apply to the project to ensure that it better fits in with the neighborhood, that it complies with all the applicable regulations? And at this point, being that there's 2+ months left in the hearing, what we would propose to do is start moving into the discussion of the other ways to make this project fit into the neighborhood, and not just looking at it from plan view, but looking at the ways that the massing of the building can be reduced from the neighbors who are across North Avenue, make it fit in better with the neighborhood residential feel, as the board members have suggested, and then from there move into a discussion of landscape architecture, because as we've talked about before, there's a significant area in front of the building that's ripe for a lot of landscaping within the North Avenue right of way. And we're certainly willing to do that work in the town right of way, provided we have the permission. And there was a discussion at the previous hearing on the Nuria project that the town would likely approve that sort of work, landscaping in the right of way. And we think that the same is true here, and we're certainly willing to do it. So the subcommittee meetings have been productive, but I think we reached an inflection point. I wouldn't describe it as an impasse, but more an inflection point of where we go from here and how we make best use of our time to come up with a project that the board is comfortable with, that the applicant is comfortable with, and hopefully that the neighbors can live with as well.
Dave, I would just want to add one thing to that although the unit count might be just a number to the developer, it's a lot more than a number to the neighbors. So I think proving that the, sort of safety issues and stuff, traffic, whatever, works with the unit count and the use is important too, not just landscaping, lighting, balconies, cars coming in and out. It's not just a number to the people who live there.
Understood, and I certainly respect that point, Greg. I think what we're getting at here is, from our perspective, this project dimensionally is substantially compliant with your zoning bylaw. The only waivers at this point that we're requesting are for the front yard setback and a height waiver for 1.5 feet. Other than that, it fully complies with all the dimensional requirements of the bylaw. So if we had for example, a very eccentric client who wanted to build what you're seeing on the screen as a single family house, it could be done by right if we moved it back 9 feet. So it's irrelevant whether it's 1 unit or 36 units or 100 units, that impact on the neighborhood. It's at this point, from our perspective, a matter of how do we mitigate that impact on the neighbors? And that's the sort of thing that we do through architecture and through landscaping and through demonstrating through the traffic engineer who can come back to speak further to the board regarding the traffic impact of this project and how it works on North Avenue.
I guess one question I have from a density standpoint or a massing standpoint is, should we push back on the 25-foot line and get the building 10 feet off the road and push back 15 feet? I really don't care about the salamanders as much as I care about the people walking on North Ave. I don't know. I just, it's still right out in the front. Maybe if we push it back a little bit and go to 15 feet rather than the 25 feet, or whatever, would gain something there. Maybe.
If I could jump in, just one point just to keep in mind is that there is that fairly large setback in the public right of way, that the sidewalk is, can you zoom in on that and just show how many feet from the?
It's 38 feet, Ezra. Chris Sparagus, civil engineer. 38 feet from the back edge of the proposed sidewalk, which is quite far from the right of way, from the travel way, the edge of the curb or the gutter line. The building, in those left and right spots is 50 feet from the street.
I just wanted to flag that because I know that the subcommittee thought a lot about that. There's almost a whole additional setback in between the sidewalk and the edge of the property. And I wouldn't want it to, I know that they were really looking at very densely planting that and having this essentially fade into the distance.
Okay, thank you. Ezra, Chris, is that part of the reason you had your hand up? Or did you want to offer something else?
No, I did want to just point out, this is an unusual case where there's quite a bit of land between the property line, the front property line and the edge of the travel way.
Okay, as you said, there's a large opportunity for landscaping and to screen and soften the front of this. Okay.
Yeah, Jim's idea is to try to hide the left and right wings of the building and almost make it seem like it's just the front of the building that you can see from the street. That front section, if you will.
Yep.
I don't want to complicate this. And this is in deference to where Chip's coming from. We're pushing it back. We spent a lot of time trying to push ourselves out of the wetlands so that we mitigate any potential issues with COMCOM, and now to turn around and push it back to where we were. I think they're currently the way this is going. I still think there's a solution basically with foresting the front of this building, and at the same time not losing ourselves in COMCOM and a decision basically that causes us to have to walk backwards again. So I'm not for moving backwards. I'm for moving forward. And at this point, we got something, at least in width out of here, that I think works better. And I still think the concept that we were looking at, basically treeing or forestering the front of the site, is the best one. And to Jesse's point, basically, if that's the direction we can move as far as the subcommittee, then we need to move to architecture, basically, and try and soften the building and get it more pleasing within the neighborhood, basically. So, you guys need to give us direction. I'm not going to ask for or tell you what the direction is. You guys got to tell us so that we can move forward.
Understood. I see Dana Lopez has his hand up.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Dana Lopez. I'm one of the owners of the property and will be the developer. And, we're working through the subcommittee meetings with, especially the last one with Jim. We mentioned about, Jim was suggesting taking one strip out, one bay out. And I guess my question is that going to significantly change the look of the building? I mean, is this magically going to become smaller because we took out a 12-foot strip? And it would take out about 6 units, which my financial partners do not want to have less units. I don't want to have less units either. I did suggest possibly, and I know no one wants to have 4 stories, but I did suggest putting 4 stories on the back of the building that could be held in from the side. You wouldn't have to go across the whole back. I know, Jim, you were concerned about seeing it from the side. You made the comment of that. But if you had 4 units in the back center of the building, if you will, stepped in from each side, and, obviously you wouldn't see it from the street, is that going to be something that's even going to be seen from the ground or from the neighbors? That could make the footprint even smaller and, give us more room. We first bought the property, we weren't looking to jam in the biggest possible building. All I did was, we've done a number of these buildings, and 75-foot depth works very well with units front and back. So that's what we started with. I met with Chris. I said, let's try to go 75 feet by 150. We picked a number, and the unit count became driven by the amount of parking space that we could get. And that's how we started with 4 stories, 38 units. The original building for 4 stories was too much square footage for the units. We had a lot of 1-bedroom units that were over 1,000 square feet. So I knew we weren't going to build a building that big at 4 stories, because 1-bedroom units are typically 700 to 800 square feet. So I knew we could make the building smaller, but then we decided we're going to reduce it by 1 floor. And, we agreed to that and reduce it by 2 units, which was fine. But now trying to fit everything in, the building's, creeping back, creeping to the wetlands, that wasn't our intention in the beginning. So I don't know if there's a compromise to be made. I don't know if we want to even suggest trying to put 4 units on the top and make the building smaller. I know, Jim, you weren't a fan of that. I don't know what the sight lines would be. I don't think you'd be able to see those from the street at all, or across the street. Do you have any comment on that, Jim?
No, I'm just not a fan for it, like you pointed out.
Okay.
I mean, the neighborhood is a 2-story neighborhood. Maybe you can call it 2.5 with your peaked roofs. This certainly is over that. So I'm still looking for it to blend into the neighborhood, basically. So that just goes counter to where I see it having to go. It's going to be more in the architecture, basically, from here on.
Okay, so we're suggesting we work with the current footprint, or what are we doing? What are we talking?
That's for the board, basically. Peter's come up with something that might work. As Tom has already said, when we left the meeting, it was like, that's the end of the show. There was no, I assume that you and Jesse basically had Peter basically take a hard look at this and come up with additional ideas, basically, as opposed to sort of closing the book on the whole discussion. So that's great. I've tried.
Yeah, Jim, that's exactly right. We want to work with the board on this. It's really important to us that we reach a project and a consensus that the board is comfortable with. we just reached the point where units, it doesn't work for us financially to reduce units. So we asked Peter to sharpen his pencil and he did. He came up with 7 additional feet. So as you said, I think we need the other board members to give us direction for the subcommittee about whether this works for them and whether we can move forward on architecture and landscaping.
In my mind, I think that's the next step. It doesn't seem like there's much, I would say stay with Peters, and doesn't seem like there's much else to move forward to, right? I mean, unless someone, I don't think I'm inclined to, but someone wants to overrule Jim and say, put units up another story, but.
I don't want to override that either. I hear where Chip and Tom, I totally get it. Again, our hands are somewhat tied here. I would say in my opinion, work with this footprint with the adjusted up design from Peter. Move the building one way or another, whatever, again, makes sense. And work on the architecture aspects that start to soften the overall look of it and blending it into the neighborhood. I don't know how much more we can do here. It is what it is. So that's my 2 cents. Because we do have to move forward. We have to be mindful of the time frame. We have a lot of ground to cover. We can't spend 5 out of the 6 months on this, right? So at some point we have to say, like, let's work on the next step and see where that takes us.
With you, Dave, as long as they base it off of Peter's latest.
Yeah, that's our intent is to move forward with this, Greg. And I think what we're seeing here, this is plan view, and we're talking about a large building. There's no mistaking that it's larger than some of the residences, and 11,000 square feet is a big number. But when we start to move into seeing it from different perspectives and we start to soften the feel of it and put trees around it, I think it'll look much different from what you're seeing here. So as they say, when the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. We have other tools in our toolbox to make this fit in with the neighborhood other than just reducing the footprint. So with the board's permission, we'd like to continue with the subcommittee meetings with Jim and with Tom and proceed to architecture.
Unfortunately, sounds like a plan to me.
Same.
Yep, please. Let's proceed.
Okay. Thank you. We appreciate the feedback. Unless the board would like to see the renderings that Peter has, we could defer those and go through them in the subcommittee meeting. I know you've got a lot on your agenda tonight, but we'll defer to your pleasure on that point.
Mr. Chairman, it's my opinion, we just kicked it back to the subcommittee, so let them start dealing with architecture and how to soften this thing.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Understood. Thank you.
I mean, I don't want to, I appreciate time put into getting them ready to present tonight, but I just think in the interest of everything considered in the time, and let's defer that if you don't mind. Okay, but with that, I will open up public testimony. We have heard some new testimony or new plans. If anyone has a comment or question, please raise your hand. I see now one up. Jamie Leopold?
Yes, Jamie Leupold, 21 Fielding Street.
Yeah,
no problem. Living in the area, I really kind of see Willard Street as where we transition from very industrial, lots of parking spaces, office spaces, to the residential area. I appreciate that they moved this more to the Willard Street side. I'm wondering, and if you go to your neighbor, the Knights of Columbus, and if you look across the street, the residential buildings, everything is much longer but narrow. Is there any way to lengthen this and narrow it to really make it fit more in with the actual neighborhood and the actual architecture? That's my concern, is that it's just still too wide, and it's going to be directly overlooking, very long, narrow, small homes.
Okay, well, again, you're seeing the constraints between the buffer zone, the parking in the rear, you know, the stormwater management, the driveway access. I don't know how we get narrow and deeper without affecting the parking and the other constraints, physical constraints on the site, but
Yeah, if you pull from the side, you can put parking there. It just, it would fit in much better with the neighborhood if it was narrower and longer. I mean, I'm obviously not an architect, but that's how most of the neighborhood looks if you take an aerial view, including the Knights of Columbus. Buildings, I would say on average are twice as long, if not 3 times as long as they are wide.
yeah, I'll just put it out quickly, Chris, or is that a configuration that was contemplated, or just to see if it would fit on the site or work again with the different shape of the building and still have adequate parking?
So we didn't consider that because the developable area that we have is more rectangular, which is representative of the shape of the building. And so this was the geometry that made the most sense to maximize the number of parking spaces.
Yeah, okay. All right. All right, Mr. Loophole, did you have any other comments or questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. I see Lindsay. Lindsay, if you can just state your full name and address for the record, please.
This is Jake Conley, 2 Fielding Street.
Oh, hi, Jake. Yeah.
I don't have my own Zoom.
Okay.
So yeah, I followed all the updates. I see where it's going. One thing that was left out is to make the parking work. 2 of the spaces, I believe, are actually on the town property now to squeeze in the last final parking spots. Is that still the same on this plan?
So the 2 parking spaces that were added to the plan are on our property completely. They're up in the near the entrance, but there's no proposed parking on town property.
Okay. And to Dana's point, whether it's 150, 140, 160, it's definitely overwhelming for my house, my backyard. I think everyone gets that. I appreciate where we've gotten to on it. But the reducing the units was more about parking, because I don't want people parking in front of my house. The Knights is definitely getting more popular. I don't know what's going on, but it's just more busy. And the traffic committee a couple months ago, their concern was delivery trucks and a couple extra visitors parking spots. And that hasn't been accomplished. I don't know if it's, I just thought a couple less units would help a little bit more breathing room. It doesn't have to be 6 units less, but if this is where it's at, my concern's parking and parking in my neighborhood, on top of the privacy and everything else. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just on that point, we have been invited and requested by the TAC to come back to their next meeting. I believe we're going to be doing that in July. We couldn't make the June meeting, but we'll be back in July.
Okay. So we'd look for an update potentially in our August, because we have 1 meeting in July, 1 in August.
Right.
Okay. Unless it's before our July 13th, but it sounds like I don't think it is.
I believe it's the last Friday of the month, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
that they do those. So yeah, it'll be in August that we report on that. Okay.
And we can invite them too if we get their correspondence and there's some potential questions by the board members or public. We've typically invited them, so we'll see how that goes and what we get. Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing no other hands, we'll close it to public testimony for the evening. Do you want to continue to July 13th in case there are updates from the subcommittee that you want to bring back here? Just keep it on the agenda, and if not, then we continue out to August.
Yes, I would. I think that makes sense, Mr. Chair. I think we're going to have to organize another subcommittee meeting, and that may take a couple of days to get that ironed out with us, but we'll figure it out. And if we need to request a continuance, we'll come back and do so.
I would hope to have between then and now 2 meetings.
Great. Yeah, if we can arrange it, certainly.
Yeah, if that's possible with your team.
Yep, we'll do our best to accommodate that, Jim.
With that being said, I move that we continue this to July 13th.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, Chip,
Yes,
I'm sorry, who seconded that? I'm sorry, I was looking.
I
at-
did.
Tom, I think.
Oh, Tom. Okay, thank you, Tom. Tom,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes,
Greg,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay. All right, thanks for the updates tonight, Jesse and team, and good luck with the subcommittee. Continue. And Ezra as well. Appreciate your updates and input tonight. And we'll talk, and we'll see where we are in a few weeks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
And bring Joe back.
I just clicked it.
twice burned.
And put me in timeout for
Nope,
the rest of the
nope.
night.
No. All right. Let's see, is he back? Joe, you back with us?
His chair's back.
All right, our next continued hearing, 22-62 and 63 RD&D LLC at 200 Water Street.
I'm back, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail representing the applicant on this. It is RD&D LLC. Principal of that entity is Dennis Cataldo, who is the owner of Cataldo Ambulance. And I think Dennis is on here somewhere tonight. And also with me tonight is John Ogren. We actually kind of wanted to appear before you tonight to give you an update. We're actually contemplating continuing. Because as you know, this is one of those projects which is not rare, that it involves your board and the Conservation Commission. This property is along the riverfront. So we have had a meeting with the Conservation Commission, and we've actually had a site visit with the Conservation Commission. John Ogren has handled that. We'll be
Good night,
back
buddy.
before-
A lot of snacks out here, Bill.
we'll be back before the Conservation Commission again tomorrow night. Conservation Commission has requested that we do some enhancements to the riverfront area, which we're trying to work cooperatively with them, as we always do in that regard. And we kind of wanted to show those to your board, because I didn't want to get too far along with conservation, where I have two boards with jurisdiction, to kind of show you what we're going to be proposing with the Conservation Commission tomorrow night, and how that impacts the parking that you guys have concern over. Because what we're going to talk about is one of the larger parking fields in the back, which we don't, we think we want to kind of utilize that is improving the riverfront area. And we want to kind of get your feedback on that to again, try to keep both boards in sync. So with that said, I'm going to hand it over to John. John, if you could share your plan, if you would, and give the board a rather, kind of shorter version of what we'll be proposing to Concom tomorrow night, so they stay in the loop on this.
Hi, good evening. John Ogren, Hayes Engineering. So, yeah, we've made some revisions to the plan based on comments from this board, the Conservation Commission, and there was also some correspondence from the engineering department. So essentially what we did was, in this area here, we slid the pavement a little further away from the river. It was moved about 75 square feet of pavement. That enabled us to add some planting area in here, reconfigure, this is a proposed rain garden. It also enabled us to add, one of the comments in engineering was to add a pea stone filter, basically for the surface runoff before it entered, basically some treatment before it entered into the rain garden itself. That enabled us to do that. We also took this walkway before it kind of came out and around and kind of brought it in, so it kind of hugged along the edge of the parking. And that enabled us to enlarge the rain garden. We also, another comment from engineering was there's a 42-inch pipe that runs underneath the property that discharges out to the river. They were concerned about having the rain garden over that pipe. So that also enabled us to pull that rain garden back off of that pipe. The other change, one of the other changes was we reduced the width of this. We were proposing an additional curb cut here off of Water Street. This originally was 24 feet wide. We narrowed that down to 20 feet to try to pull some of this activity away from the river. And the other changes, at least in the front of the building, was this board, we talked about potentially adding some trees out front. And we were able to add a small landscape area here that's just right where the current existing curb cut is. And we were able to add a tree there. We're also showing a tree here. I should probably just, this right here is kind of a detail of the rain garden area with plantings, proposed plantings. Again, we were able to add some additional plantings along here, along the river. And then this is the additional proposed tree. The other revision that we made, if you recall, this property, this is Water Street's down here. This is the existing building. There's actually a way to get around the building, across the river, and then there was an area of stone dust / parking kind of on the other side of the river. As part of this, and kind of to help enhance the riverfront area, we are proposing to allow this area is 2,300 square feet, allowing this area to return kind of to its natural, allow natural vegetation to come in and take over that area, and essentially not use this area for any kind of parking or anything. It would just be this small area here, just over the river. So that's essentially the changes that we made based on, the comments that we received.
So, thank you, John. So, as you can see, we're trying to strike a balance with your board because you've got the concern for parking and operation of this facility, especially with ambulances involved, to be able to maneuver, and also respecting the Conservation Commission's desire to enhance the riverfront. So I think we've got a pretty good balance here. We're hoping it's well received by Conservation.
What did they want you to do, Brian?
I think their goal is to just enhance this area as much as feasible, Chip.
I mean, they weren't talking about eliminating the parking in front of the building, were they?
Well, we can't. I mean, we've got
right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's the balance.
There's a balance, and we're hoping that this is that balance. And I think, as John had mentioned, the area that in the back, kind of the excess parking area that your board is well aware of, because you've conditioned that area in the back for no junk vehicles, because it's been, over the past with auto body use, there was abandoned vehicles back there. There was a problem with the condominiums next door, a lot of kind of junky cars. It was kind of a blighted area that, we think a major, this could be used for parking for Cataldo. Is, your board recognized at the last meeting, perhaps limiting it to no overnight parking, but it could be used. And Dennis thinks he can run the operation with just this smaller area. There's a little bit of an overflow, but we look at this back area as a major enhancement to the riverfront area. It's a pretty large space that I think some of the commissioners were looking at their site visit, that this could be a real benefit to the riverfront area to let that go to its natural state. And we'll be presenting that to the Conservation Commission tomorrow night. John, yeah, can you go back to the parking spaces?
Yeah.
But as you can see, we don't have anything else we can really do out front, because it's, we're already reducing this curb cut, and we've got to keep this functional for being able to have people park, and then also being able to have ambulances maneuver in and out of the property.
And John, what, from the, getting back to our wonderful world of trees, from the edge of, there's no sidewalk in front of this building, right?
In here,
No, out front.
out on Water Street, yeah, there's a sidewalk here.
There is, okay.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Sidewalk with a small, there's a small grass strip.
Okay, so, and are you proposing to do, and the curbing, the new curbing that you're proposing on the property, what type of curbing is that?
Yeah, along here and around this landscape island, we're proposing vertical granite curbing.
Perfect. You've learned, my friend.
Is there a note on the plan that says it?
Not yet.
John, can I share my screen for a minute?
There's VGC here.
Oh, all right, you win.
There you go. All right, it's looking for the acronym. Yep.
John, can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Chip, that gives you an idea of the,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, so if we squeeze in one tree at the corner, you squeeze in another tree here, maybe we squeeze in a tree on that new island that's popping up off the corner of the building. That would help. Give some visual height to the mass in front. You know where I'm talking about?
John, go back to your upland, please.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, I think you're talking about.
Yeah, let's pop something in there that
yeah,
can give some height to that corner.
So, I guess we're looking from you with what we're doing here is, we're coming further into our parking field, driveway field in order to enhance the riverfront. Is your board okay with what we're presenting here? On, the impacts on the parking, et cetera.
I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I don't think you can reduce it anymore. I mean, parking's parking, we need it.
Yeah.
And they gotta move the ambulances in and around, but I think, like you said, trying to hit at a happy medium, you've done that.
And I'm sure the abutters in the condos would will
Oh.
be happy to see that area is being returned to nature and just a small part for some date, no overnight parking, but just much smaller use, and the rest is natural. I'm sure they'd be welcoming that.
Yeah, I think it's a good balance. I think it will enhance the river, it will enhance, the neighborhood, and I think it's a good balance, but we'll see.
Okay. All right.
That's it. We just
Anything
wanted
else,
to
board
kind of
members?
present that to you before we went to Concom, and then if this is acceptable to them, to then not come back to you, come back to you and say it was, was encroaching into our parking too much or something like that. So appreciate the feedback, and I guess we'd like to continue it until the 14th, and hopefully we'll come back with some positive feedback from Concom at that time.
All right, let me just open up to the public again, just based on the new information presented tonight. So if any member of the public has a comment or question about this plan, this project, please raise your hand now, and I'll call on you. Seeing no hands, we'll close the public testimony for the evening.
I move that we continue this, and as much as Brian would like to go to the 14th, I might propose the 13th.
That would be better. That would be better.
I'll second that.
Actually, I'd like to see Brian on the 14th, just do it himself, but.
It will get approved real quick.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, Chip,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe. Joe, I did let you back in. Is he not here? Hey, Greg, what do you think about continuing?
Yes.
Everybody's,
I don't know what's going on with the interweb tonight. This meeting is freezing a lot.
yeah.
I vote yes.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Thank you, Greg.
I do have one question.
All right, just so we have a full continuance. Yes, Greg said yes. I vote
Yeah.
yes. Okay. Thank you, Brian. We'll talk to you in a few weeks.
But can we ask Brian to, I mean, if Concom's okay with this plan and we're okay with this plan, can I ask Brian to put together for a potential vote for next time?
The requisite findings and so forth.
Requisite findings and so forth.
Brian?
I would entertain that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Signage.
Yeah, we'll come back on that.
Yeah, remain on our.
You know, because at the time, we appreciate the board recognizing the sensitivity of the timing on this, because Dennis, who's on here, you know, with the winter approaching, it's kind of critical for him to get set up properly and get his staff operating. Isn't that right, Dennis?
Yes, Brian, we're definitely trying to get ahead of the curve here in terms of the winter months. The vehicles, ambulances really need to be garaged during the winter. It'll be impossible for us to do the projects with vehicles in the garage. So yeah, for sure, it's time sensitive. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Hey, welcome back, Joe.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our next continued hearing, 2267 and 68, David H. Barrett at 1 Hickory Hill Road. Ryan, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Let me start over. For the record, again, Brian McGrail representing Dave Barrett. With me tonight is Dave and Joe Barrett, his construction superintendent, and also John Ogren. This property is known as 1 Hickory Hill. As the board is aware, we're looking for permits to raise an existing legal non-conforming 3 and reconstruct it. As we mentioned at the last time, we already have an approval not required plan that's part of this, where there'll also be a single family built by right out on Greenwood Street. So we presented in detail at the last meeting. We were asked to make some adjustments to the plan. We were also at that meeting made a commitment to meet with some of the neighbors. One of the neighbors, Karen Daly, who I think might be on here tonight. She was kind enough to invite Dave and Joe out to her property, and my understanding is they walked the property, and you know, I don't know where Karen stands at this point, but I think at least she was able to get an understanding of how Dave will proceed with the project and how it will be built and the impact on the wall and trees, etc. So we wanted to try to provide her as much information as possible, and she was kind enough to bring some other neighbors to that meeting. So it wasn't just her. So I think, you know, perhaps some of those neighbors are here too. So we're trying to work cooperatively as Dave always does. So we have made some changes. John, do you want to start with your site plan? Then I'll get into architectural.
Sure, I can do that.
Is that okay? You want to bring it up? Can you do that?
Yep.
Yeah, and I want to add, we're still waiting for comments from the town engineer on this as far as drainage. He hasn't piped in yet, so you know, that's kind of an issue that we need to work out with Bill before you close this out. So that's kind of in process.
We have a letter dated May 25th with some comments. You're saying they don't address some of.
No, I think there's still some open items with him, right, John?
Okay.
Yes, there are.
Yeah, which we think are not substantial, but they need to be closed out with him.
Okay.
Good evening, John Oberon, Hayes Engineering. There's not a lot that has changed from a site plan perspective. Essentially, the building footprint was altered. If you remember before, there was a front entrance on all 3 units out towards the driveway in this direction. It was suggested that you take one of those entrances and move it around to basically the end that's facing Hickory Hill. That was done. These units each one was stepped back a couple feet to kind of soften the length of the building. Other than that, the driveway is essentially the same. We have made some changes based on engineering's comments. They basically really only pertain to kind of the sewer and the water services. And those changes, we did update that to reflect those comments. That's essentially the changes from a site plan perspective.
Thanks, John. I'm going to take the screen if I could. So this is the architecture in the major. Dave and Joe can touch in some more detail than me, but the major change is, whoops. There you go. The major change was the property facing Hickory Hill. There was a concern that it was just kind of a plain wall, and the board made a suggestion to make the entranceway to do some different staging and make the entranceway to this unit here, instead of having it out front to face it to Hickory Hill. I don't think that you're really going to see this too much from Hickory Hill anyways, but that if someone looked up the driveway, it would really look like, kind of an A-frame with the front entrance here with the garage. And that was kind of, we felt the direction was, the board had referenced the project previously built on Hart Street and Valley Street that used that technique and thought it might be appropriate. So Dave went back to the architect and came up with this plan. Dave or Joe, do you want to add anything beyond that on some detail that maybe it did on the front?
Joe, you want to speak about that?
Yeah, hang on. Trying to. Okay, so yeah, I mean, basically we moved the entrance facing the Hickory Hill side. We added a false rake in there, a little apron roof over the garage to make it look a lot nicer. And I think with the stagger of the building that we did, it kind of makes a little bit more detail in the architecture, more prevalent on the house than just a big long box, which the board and the abutters, kind of from their comments, that's what we tried to do. Other than that, I think pretty much Brian and John went over the changes that we made. That's pretty much it.
John, this is Jim McBain, can you pull up your site plan again?
Yep.
So when I look at this, I'm wondering how much can we push that up the hill? The way this is built, it's built in 3 boxes basically. And the first box is already at a different elevation. The next 2 boxes, I guess, are at the same elevation. But what happens if we push this back up the hill? And what I'm thinking is to get more trees between the street and the roadway in that street lower right across to the middle, basically. Can we push that? Can we push this whole thing back up the hill a little bit to get enough room to get some street tree screening basically along that edge? Yeah, along there. And I'm wondering how many trees actually get saved between that and the lower property as well, because there looks like there's a bunch of them there, although I know that one of them rotted away and fell on the ground. It's probably still there. Anyway,
The one concern with sliding this building back is you do have to meet the lot width requirement in the zoning. And this lot starts to narrow down as you slide up the hill, and it gets to the point where it's not much past where it is right now, where it starts to go below the 100 feet that's required.
well, but I'm not talking about a whole hell of a lot to get basically some green area basically down between the drive and the edge of the road, or I guess the walkway, the sidewalk. So it's not like I'm saying 10 feet or something like that. It may be 4, 6, 8, I don't know.
Well, as the lots are configured, we're basically right at that minimum width. So is it possible? I mean, go back and take a look at revising that lot line potentially.
Hey, John, go ahead, if I may. I think one concern we have if we slide it back also with the lot width is just the height. You know, the property does go higher in the back. The other thing I was thinking was maybe we can shrink the driveway that comes around the front. John, how wide is that driveway right there at the 126 mark? Is that, maybe we can shrink that and add a little buffer in there? Because it seems like a pretty wide driveway going around the back. I don't know if maybe because of access or something, we got that so wide.
It's not, I believe it's, I just want to double check. I believe it's 20 feet wide. Yeah, it's 20 feet wide, which is what it would be required, you know, from fire apparatus access.
And it looks like you've got quite a bit of grading between the road, between the curbing to the driveway. Is that right? Like, is it 4 feet or is it 8 feet? What's the gradient here?
Yeah, there's actually along probably 2/3 of that lot, there's a wall there. So it is an existing wall. Yeah, it goes from about 122. Yeah, it's probably only about a 2-foot wall. So it's about, let's just say out in, I'm looking at one thing, and so out here, it's about 122, the sidewalk. And we're up here at the driveway at 126. So, you know, it's roughly about 4 feet in this area. And then it obviously gets more as you go down Hickory Hill. This is around 116. And then, you know, this would be up around 128.
I guess I'd like to see, I'm really driving at, I guess I'd like to see some planting that would go across half that lot towards the street to sort of block the appearance of the depth of this. Whether that means pushing the buildings back slightly to get some extra space, or maybe the space already exists.
Yeah, I mean, certainly in this area in here, you know, that's probably 8 to 10 feet of depth. Could certainly do something in that area.
I think we were planning on doing some stuff right in here where you're talking about, and also on the left side of the driveway.
Yeah, it would help to understand what you're going to do planting wise so that it mitigates the appearance of this even more, not just rotating one building.
You want some detail on the landscaping, Jim?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't know about the rest of the board, but I'd like to see you know, I mean, part of this first discussion was basically the appearance from the street and, you know, in a dead end of the building. Well, you've sort of mitigated some of the dead end of the building. But it would also help basically in how we landscape this, particularly towards the street end of this lot.
Okay.
That's my comment.
We can do that.
Other board members?
I agree with Jim. I think that would soften it.
I like the new entranceway. I think that's the correct move, moving it, 180 degrees or whatever. But yeah, if you want to, I guess to Jim's point, I guess more trees, but I kind of remember it was already kind of packed with trees now, right, Brian? It's kind of,
It's pretty
pretty
wood
dense back there.
overgrown lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you're gonna lose some of that doing all that work, but you plan on taking a lot of trees down?
Joe?
It's not a lot of trees. And, you know, I'm wondering, is this something that we can, I don't think that we need to continue the meeting to put some really nice landscaping, which I was planning on doing anyway, through the whole property. I mean, we're definitely going to be putting, I don't have the arrow in front of me, but we're definitely putting some, we can put some trees and some landscaping on the right side of the house and on the left side. That probably wouldn't be a, you know.
My opinion is, I mean, I hate to ask someone to put trees to hide their house. I mean, I wouldn't ask that for any of my neighbors to say, hey, hide your house. I don't know. That's just seems silly to me, but whatever.
I mean, we're planning on doing a lot of landscaping throughout that whole front area and in front of the house. So I don't know that, you know, we have to, Brian, I don't know what you think about this, but, you know, I don't know that we have to continue the meeting to do that. We're going to do that. I mean, we could put it on the plan afterwards, or.
Well, we have to get closed out from the town engineer anyways, Dave. We have to do that. So, I mean, it's up to the board if they want to see a landscaping plan. Do you see a Chip, do you see a need for a landscaping plan here?
You know, we're putting 3 units in. I don't know. Be nice to know what we were getting. Again, you know, everybody says, oh, I'm going to do a lot, and then who knows what really happens.
Right.
Jim,
Yeah.
you start going down this road. What do you want to see?
Well, you know, Dave implied basically I'm looking for planting across the whole site. No, I just made a point, basically, it's about exposure on the street and the sidewalk, basically, is what it is. Let's not go beyond what I asked, period.
You just want some detail of what's going to happen up front, Jim.
I'd like a commitment,
Yeah.
basically, of something to happen, because I just, you know, I don't want to later on get into a bloody argument and start pulling out files later on this thing, and we start negotiating later. I just want a commitment that something's going to be done and show it. And I'm only down at the front of the site, basically.
I mean,
I'm not covering the site and the buildings, basically, like Joe implied too. So, you know,
Right, I mean,
hey, guys, let's listen to what I said.
Hickory Hill is overgrown from Hickory Hill back, but in order to put that driveway in, I think you rip out most of the stuff that's on Hickory Hill. So I do think that some pines or something, and we should know what that bordered vegetation is going to be down in that front area. Like, those big trees are gone. in order to do that driveway, the 18-inch deciduous that's listed, the pines to the right, they're gone. Right? That's all stuff that's,
This pine potentially could stay.
yeah,
And this is all pay, this is currently driveway.
right, but doesn't the new, I keep wanting to use my cursor to go on the screen. Doesn't it come up kind of through that 24-inch pine and then start turning? Yeah, well, maybe, I guess you've got them listed staying.
This one might say, this one,
I'm gonna say that one's gone. So it's from your 24-inch pine to kind of the front corner. What's gonna happen there? How are we gonna landscape that area? That's what Jim was talking about. What are we gonna end up with?
Okay.
I think, so although we don't need to know what's going on right at the front entrances, I think we do need a commitment and knowledge of what's gonna happen along Hickory Hill. I would agree with Jim on that. And I don't think the words, I'm gonna put a lot of trees in, works for me. I'd like to know what.
All right, we can come up with some detail on that.
Yeah, it's not a whole landscape plan, it's that edge.
Mhm.
Okay, anything else?
And how big a curb cut is that at the roadway?
You already said 20 feet for fire
I think
apparatus.
it's 26, isn't it, John?
And does it need to be that big?
well, at the,
John, can you shrink the plan down so we can see the curb cut?
yeah, it's just under 24 at the sideline of the road.
But then it gets a lot of pay. Well, it says 26.35.
Well, that's the property line. That's not
Okay.
the property line. The curve starts here.
So do you need that much pavement right there, John, by the time you start turning in and all that?
Yeah, it's kind of, because this is, if people are gonna, obviously coming from this direction, kind of gotta make that maneuver.
Okay, yeah.
John, that's what it is about, John, that's what it is about right now, right?
Yeah, that's about what it is now. And the actual, cut in the curbing is, even wider, but that's existing. It's probably closer to 28 feet wide.
You have to anticipate two cars coming, like one coming and one going at one point, right? I mean,
yeah.
I think you're gonna have guests parking along some of that at times as opposed to sitting out on the street.
I'm good.
I'm done.
All right, so we'll get some additional landscape details. Anything else, board members? All right. Can open up to the public. We did get an email. Got it on May 25th. We haven't met since then, right? I don't know if this came in after the last hearing, Brian. I don't know if you've seen a copy of it, but it was sent to Gail from abutters at 10 Greenwood Street. I don't know if they're on. If they're on, they could speak for themselves. Why don't I open up the public and see if they are on? Because they wrote a letter with some concerns, and I just want to note that for the record. But we'll open up public testimony. If anyone has a comment or question, please raise your hand in the Zoom call. I will call on you at this time. Okay, seeing no hands, we'll close it to public testimony. So yeah, this letter we received for the record, Strongly opposed to the addition of a massive multifamily apartment or condo, as well as a single-family dwelling that will cause further traffic problems. Remove necessary forested areas that are home to wildlife and function as a buffer for the commuter rail train noise. Traffic is a major concern. The proposed multifamily and single home addition continue to be a challenge in Greenwood Street, especially during rush hour. There are additional challenges with the newly installed bollards directly in front of our home, as well as the short light at Greenwood in Maine. The addition of a large multifamily will add to the already overwhelmed traffic pressure. Beautifully wooded area surrounding the proposed dwelling that houses a host of wildlife, centuries-old stone retaining wall. The removal of these will not only disrupt the wildlife, but also remove the noise buffer. I often work from home and cannot imagine what the impact will be. I think you proposed that stuff isn't going to be removed in the lot, but I'm not sure if they're just assuming or I don't know. Multifamily dwellings are inconsistent with the neighborhoods developed in the area. My husband, Christopher, and I bought our first house because of the neighborhood feel. Hopeful opportunity to start a family. Urge you to disapprove of the proposed extension and development. We are a close-knit neighborhood that wants the best for our locale and hope our input is heard and truly valued. Vanessa and Christopher Rhea Marcel, I believe is how you pronounce her name. So it looks like we received it perhaps shortly after the last hearing. I don't recall taking this into the record last time, but it is now. All right, back to the board. So it sounds like we got to continue at least to the next hearing, right, Brian? So it give you an opportunity to close with the engineering department.
Yep.
And some additional landscape details for this board. And at that point, perhaps we'll see where we are.
That's fine.
I move that we continue this to July 13th.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yeah.
Jim,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
Here, I'd also like to tend to the board and offer to extend the variant time to make the variance decision by 30 days. And I'll send a letter with the holiday coming up. I don't think you're getting near it, but just as a buffer.
Okay, so you don't know the date offhand, but we'll get it.
Do you have the application there, Mr. Chair? Do you have the file?
I do.
Can you see what date the application is stamped in?
April 26th.
May, June. So you would have until the end of July. You have 100 days from the date it was filed. So I'm happy to entertain. I'm happy to tend to the 30 days. It's up to the board.
So to go from, say, July 26th to August 26th gives us a couple more hearings.
Yeah. I don't think you're
Yeah.
gonna need it, but just,
Yep.
summer and so.
Yep.
So I would
Something
send a letter
happens that
extending
you-
the time till August 31st.
I move that we accept the continuation till August 31st for timing.
Second that.
All right, and for clarity for us to render a decision on the.
Sorry, yep.
Yeah.
Proper word.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? All right, same voting members, Chip?
Yes.
The hearing though?
Oh, sorry, Greg, sorry, I didn't give you an opportunity. What was that?
Did we already continue the hearing though? Can we take this up after we already vote on continuing this hearing?
Yeah, but this is an extension of it's a procedural event. It's not substantive. I'm offering it. I don't think it has to be within the hearing.
And I think we've done this before with others.
Yeah.
We've voted to continue and to extend, and
Yeah, usually we take it the other way around though, to extend and then continue. So that, whatever, that's fine if Brian's okay with it.
Yeah, it's not a
Obviously-
substantive matter. I mean,
Obviously, no one's gonna challenge it if.
Yeah, and we've offered it, so we're not gonna challenge it. So
Yeah.
we're on the record and we're gonna send a letter confirming it. So.
Yeah.
okay. All right, voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim? You're on mute, Jim.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Tom? Thank you.
Yes.
And you vote yes. All right, so continued to 7:13 and extended to 8:31. Okay. All right, thank you for the updates.
Thank you.
Talk to you in a few weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to new hearings, 2269 and 2270. Nailu, 0 Greenwood Street, AKA 0 Cherry Lane.
Hello,
Hello,
thank you for your time.
thank you for your patience. All right, Mr. Lou, obviously, we're before us a couple years ago, and you're back. The same property, similar requests, so why don't you take us through what you're proposing now?
Sure.
With any updates to your plan, and I believe your engineer is here as well.
I requested him to join. He had dialed in earlier, and he's actually in Vegas for his son's hockey tournament or something like that. But so I've texted him to tell him that you know, we're on, but I'll see if he can join. But while we see if he joins, I can just review my requests. So the request is the same as before, reducing the front setback from the 10 feet from the property line to provide better protection for the wetlands as it moves the house further away. I've gone through conservation and they've approved minor modification to this effect to move the property away from the wetlands. And I'm just kind of showing that there are 4 properties on Greenwood Street very close to my lot that have a front reduction. And so it's not uncommon. And then I'm requesting a 3rd floor instead of 2.5 floors, primarily because I'm not doing a basement. A basement would require removing large amounts of dirt, you know, impact on the area near the wetlands. So I'm just going to be doing footings, frost walls, and concrete slab. So this is the same variance request as before, and I'm just kind of noting that on the corner there is a structure that looks very much like a 3-story home that is very similar to what I would be building. So, so yeah, and I'll just pull up the site plan.
Okay.
All right. Okay, sorry. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, so here's the site plan. The surveyor is Brian Parmenter. He helped produce the site plan. This is sign right there. So I'm going to zoom in. So here's the property line here, and you know there's about 5 feet generally reserved for a sidewalk here. Yeah, the footprint's the same, 40 by 30. I think the only major, any significant changes, we moved kind of a gravel pits to capture roof runoff to the side here. And then we added some footing supports back here. But other than that, it's pretty much the same design. I've reduced the deck. It used to be larger. Yep. I can give you, I can show the plan elevation if you want to look at that.
Please.
Okay. So This is pretty much it. It's just
On
single
the
car
site, I'd
garage.
like to see on the site where the wetlands were marked out.
Yep. So the delineation is here.
So how is it do we seen a copy of the decision by the Concom?
I believe it was forwarded to.
Yeah, we
Mr.
do have
Hatfield.
it for the record, Chip.
Is it in our packet?
It is.
And how have they, Dave, I didn't get a chance to look at it, but how did they address the closeness and proximity of this being within the 50-foot? I mean, we're right back to where we were a year ago. Nothing's changed.
So I did go through the process with conservation and through various concessions in terms of limiting the size of the house, a 2-to-1 tree planting, all of these plantings along on the back of the property. So I gave up quite a bit. I felt, the property size itself is 3 1/4 or 3.5 acres almost, and I'm utilizing less than 6,000 square feet. I mean, the footprint of the building itself is 1,200 square foot. So I'm using less than 5% of the entire lot.
Yeah, but 3/4 of were much greater than that is wet. So that's the high. You've got the high point. You're using quite a bit of the high ground. The rest of it's unbuildable.
Right. All of this is all wooded. And I mean, this could have been buildable. But I didn't want to, I worked with, once again, I worked with conservation, and this was what they felt was the best use for the lot, is to have a single family, small home that, the alternative is multi-family units, 40Bs, cutting up the lot.
Well, we're not going there. Let's stay on point. So, Chip, to answer your question, the meeting was on April 28th. We have a letter from them dated May 26th. Has an order of conditions, and they basically reviewed the updated plan as a minor modification with this updated plan dated April 27th, 2022. The amended plan was submitted for review. The applicant has amended the previously approved plan from 2019. The house footprint will be moved 10 feet closer to the street, 10 feet to the left. The gravel pits for roof runoff will be moved to the right side, and footers were added to support the overhang. Ms. Davis, Rebecca Davis, noted that the encroachment into the 25-foot no disturb zone was allowed under the approved order of conditions in exchange for additional plantings. After reviewing minor mod standards, the commission concurred that the proposed changes met the regulatory threshold. They made a motion to accept them as a minor mod, and that was approved.
Thank you, Dave.
We also received DPW. Have you seen the DPW's memorandum, Mr. Lou?
I have not. I haven't seen it.
Okay. Well, in fairness, it's dated June 21st, so you'll probably want to get a copy and just make sure. If you have any questions, stormwater, they have a couple of comments. Water, yeah, so they have some stormwater comments, some water comments. and some sewer comments that you may need to address in a plan.
Okay.
So whether they reflect themselves on the plan or just things that you would need to take into consideration should this move forward. So you should definitely get a copy of that from the building department. It's in the file, or they could perhaps email it to you electronically.
Will do.
From the engineering department, from Eric Sherman, dated January 21st. Okay. So as you said, what you've applied for here or reapplied is a variance on the height of the building to have it 3 stories instead of 2.5.
So, well, it'll be under the 35 feet max height. So no change to height really. It's just number of stories.
Correct. And to be 10 feet from the lot line in the front setback versus 20 required. And the Concom supported that. Although I'm struggling to see where on the plan, where's the 25-foot buffer zone? I see a 36.5 measurement.
Right here. This one right here.
So the no disturb cuts through your dwelling.
Yep.
So even with the 10-foot setback, you're still encroaching, but they agreed to allow that based on these other things you're doing, the plantings and the trenches and whatnot.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. But this board has to actually grant the variance if we felt it wasn't warranted for one reason or another. And we said, no, you got to meet the setback. All that does is push you further into the setback, into the no disturb zone, or make you make a much smaller house to fit and meet both of those sets of requirements. So I'm just talking out loud, board members, so everyone's sort of, understanding this. What is the 36.5 measurement from the back corner of your house? What is that measurement to?
That was just a legacy.
Pardon?
That was a legacy measurement that my surveyor had done.
But is that measuring to the top of bank?
It's an intermittent stream. Yep.
Okay. Okay, can you go to the zoning table, please, at the bottom of this plan?
Sure.
Okay. So the third item, the front yard is the variance you would need. Side yard is met, obviously rear is yet. Setback to stream required to be 50 and it says 20. So I know you didn't apply for another variance for the stream setback, but this table is calling out that you're going to be 20 feet from this intermittent stream. But that's not shown on the plan.
Yeah, so there is a bylaw within Wakefield that calls for a 50-foot setback if there can be a measurement taken to an embankment on a stream as defined by conservation. And I've discussed this with the building inspector and Attorney Malden, and his comment was that the stream setback would not apply unless there was an embankment on my property as defined by the bylaw. So that's the exact wording of the bylaw. And I have the comment that Attorney Mullen provided to me, that that stream bylaw would not apply unless there was an embankment on the property near the stream. And I can share that with you guys if you want.
I've seen it. Board members, did you see it? I think I forwarded it on.
Yes.
I don't know who wrote that bylaw. We're well aware of the bylaw, actually. And I don't know who wrote it. I'm just going to theorize that they meant bank, but use the word embankment. And we've since received correspondence from Concom with their interpretation of the meaning of both of those words, with bank being more of a natural, naturally occurring edge of a stream, whereas an embankment would be more of a man-made one. I gotta believe in Wakefield, when they wrote the bylaw, they really meant bank. It's sort of a natural occurring thing, but use that word. Unfortunately, well, whether it's good or bad, I don't know. It plays into kind of what we're trying to struggle with this site and this proposal. Attorney Mullen has said that little enforcement of that bylaw is only, we can only apply it and enforce it if there is an embankment, which by the letter of the law and the interpretation of the Concom, there isn't. Even though by the spirit of the bylaw, that's probably what they meant, but it's not the way it's written. So, okay, well, again, there's still a discrepancy there. In your engineer, it's unfortunate he couldn't be here, because if he produced this plan, whether you didn't apply for a variance or not, right, it just doesn't. So this plan says you're 20 feet from it, but I don't see any indication on the plan where that distance is measured and annotated. I just saw the 36.5. Is there somewhere that it says 20? So we can see where that potentially is occurring?
Yeah, Dave, this is Greg. I have a question on that. Should this really just be cleaned up if it really is NA, that if that's even going to be on the zoning table, it should say not applicable. There is no embankment.
Yeah, and even the plan says top of bank, right?
Yeah.
But
so
it really can't be a bank. Otherwise, then
it could be a bank, but it can't be an embankment. So this whole, the minimum, what is it, minimum yard setback to stream. One, that term needs to be cleaned up, I think. If that really is referring to the embankment, embankment is very different than a stream. And then if that's really what he's trying to show there, that he's only 20 feet, or that the embankment doesn't apply, it needs to say NA, there is no embankment.
I would agree with that.
I can work with him on that.
I think it's an easy cleanup.
Yep, I went to the table as we always do and looked at what's existing today, what's required, and what's being requested, right? And so can you go back to the table again?
Sure.
Because I think there was one other. So maximum building height, 35 feet. You're saying it's going to be 27? On a 3-story house with a pitched roof?
Oh, no, that is definitely not correct. No. No.
Okay. Is that shown on your architecturals, which you started to bring up? Is the height shown on?
It is not, but I can definitely.
It probably should.
Yep.
Shows 2.5 stories too, as proposed, and not 3, what you're asking for.
Oh, my bad. Yep.
Well,
So
his bad. If he produced this plan, it's his bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna get cleaned up.
So you've got some inaccuracies there. Need to be cleaned up. And can you scroll up now to the site itself? Again, I really wish he was here, because I think he'd be in a better position to speak to this, but there's a lot of annotations on this plan, and I don't understand what some of them mean. I don't know that how pertinent they are to what's being requested, but I was just trying to understand. There's a lot going on this plan. I see references to WF number 1 in the lower right, all the way up to WF number 10 in the upper left corner by the word avenue. I don't know what those WFs are.
Wetlands flag? I think those are wetland flags
Wetland flags, okay.
to
Fair enough.
delineate the wetlands. Yep.
And the ones that look like inches, 9, 10 with DEC after it, they're scattered about the site, 9-inch DEC, 8-inch.
Oh, those are trees.
Deciduous.
Yep.
Those are trees with their calipers.
9-inch deciduous, 8-inch deciduous calipers, yes.
And those are existing or proposed new plantings?
No, those are existing. Yep.
Okay.
The proposed are down here. Yep.
It's just some of the acronyms all right. And then the bank, and then you're proposing to plant a whole bunch of stuff, those dotted rows down the bottom.
Correct. Yep. Those were agreed to
by the
correct. Yep. And I would dare say that that is not common to propose to plant that many trees.
I looked back at the previous elevations for this project that were in the original decision. And there's a lot more dimensional information on the heights and the width and all of the house. They're not on the drawings that have been given us at this point. So I'd suggest that the elevations need to be updated similar to the level that were given to us before as well.
Are you saying like this stuff here around the house?
Well, no, I'm talking about the elevations that you got in your package, basically. The original drawings basically shows heights, widths of the building and like on the elevation, which was your sheet done in March of 2020. Your elevations that you submitted to us they have no information, basically.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Go back to your elevations.
Oh, this one. Oh, here. Oh, I see what you're saying. I got it. Yep, on the plan elevation. Yes, I can definitely provide those.
Yeah, that's blank. That doesn't have any that does no dimensional information on it. The previous drawing you issued to us had all sorts of dimensional information that we could utilize to understand your project. Now it's still 3 stories like it was then. And it was more of a pitched roof, so I assume you flattened it a bit basically to meet the height. But it doesn't give us any sort of information like your original elevations did back in 2020.
Got it.
Please provide.
Okay, will do.
And this is your plan?
Yes. Yeah, it's a low pitch roof to accommodate solar. It's an all electric house, no gas. Yeah.
Okay.
The stamped architectural plans, right?
Yep.
Well, that's a site plan.
Oh.
When you come back with new elevations.
I don't know if that's, there are structural plans provided by a structural engineer, but I don't believe the house design per se needs to be an architectural design. I mean, I don't think that's a requirement for.
I guess if you're asking for a variance for, well, I guess maybe even height now, we're not really sure, but number of stories, we need something more than an unsigned, no information drawing. I think mean, I guess maybe Jim could speak better to that, who we exactly want them to come from, but if you're okay with structural engineer. But I'd want some sort of name or something on there rather than just,
Well, a structural engineer can stamp the drawings as well.
okay.
And I do have that, yes.
And can verify the height, and whatnot.
Yes. Yep. I would definitely verify the height.
But that's typically what they would do, right? And they'd put their stamp on it.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you've got whatever CAD drawing program you're using here, can do that, but that's why we typically, that's why we look for things that are from professional engineers and that are stamped. Because they're putting their professional license behind it. You know, and we do look for architecturals. You were on here, you just heard us talk about Hickory Hill, right? And every other application. So we do look for architecturals stamped. So please consider that.
I had one more question too, just to make sure we're getting all the applications we need here too. I can't really tell from this how big the driveway is. It looks like it might only fit one car. I might be wrong about that.
Yes, it is.
So wouldn't that be another variance in single family have to provide 2 parking spots? Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not aware of that. For a single family.
Well, what's the front elevation here? Is that what is that? Are those, is that a garage underneath?
Yes. It's a garage here. Yep.
Does that jive with? So that garage door is nearest the deck. Can you go back to the site plan?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like the driveway is on the other side of the house. So that driveway is going to go in your front door and not into the garage, which is closer to the deck on your elevations, right?
Yep.
And for number of spaces required, look at 190/41 for 1 or 2 family houses. I would just say, look at section 190/41 of our bylaw. It says two per dwelling unit for 1 or 2 family houses. So not giving a indication either way whether we would approve, but that being based on these plans, that's something else we would have to apply for here.
Is 20 foot not wide enough for 2 cars?
I don't know. That's what I asked, and he said it was one. It was 1. I can't. Is it 20 feet? I can't even see that.
Yes, it is 20 feet wide. Yep.
Is that shown?
Yep. 1929. So
that's up there. I was looking lower.
It's only 10 feet deep though. If you have can you fit a car? Or will it be sticking onto the
9 by
18? It'll be about 15 feet because there's 5 feet reserved for like a sidewalk, some sort.
Yeah.
You can't be parking the sidewalk though.
No, you can't do that. You can't
not
count on
your- that's not
parking
your property.
blocking the sidewalk with your car.
There won't be a sidewalk.
You can't be sticking out off your property.
Well, I mean, I guess I would say look at the bylaw for the reg for that. I mean, is it 9 by 18 for angled parking? So it's 10 feet by 9 feet.
I mean, the legal space is 9 by 18.
Yeah, no, that's my point for angled parking. Yeah. So something has to give up on that. I mean, we're not going to solve it tonight, so maybe Mr. Liu wants to look at the parking bylaw, 190/41 for number of parking, and
If you got the garage, you're all set. That's another spot, right? But
yeah, if you can fit in there.
Right, but if his driveway just may not conform. If it's only 10 feet deep, you can't fit a car in it. You're going to be blocking the. I think the driveways need to be deeper than that. They got to fit the car.
Oh,
right?
He'd
I
be,
mean, I mean, I guess my point now is if he, it sounds like he has to come back anyways, is look at the bylaw and either make it fit or tell us how it does. I mean, it could be, what, could we consider it a parallel parking there? You know, one in the garage, one parallel parking outside, maybe, but
But if the driveway is only 10 feet deep, it won't fit a car.
But it's
Start-
not.
start-
If it's
start-
parallel parking, it's
parallel.
20 feet. That's why, what I'm saying. So
What do you
I
mean by
think
parallel parking?
you can
Someone's
parallel
gonna-
park in front of your house. That's what, I don't think, I don't think we need to solve it. My point is, I think Mr. Liu needs to tell us how it's gonna work or apply for a variance. Because we
Okay.
can't even figure it out right now.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just, with the garage, I wouldn't even think you'd parallel in front of the garage, but you need to think about that, Mr. Lou.
Okay, so if I had a 2-car garage, then that would be, that would take care of it.
Possibly,
We're
if it's big
not
enough.
here to
Possibly,
define
but we're not here to,
Sure, sure.
I just, you
yeah.
just, I don't know if it's the building department perhaps, like, what's the depth of a driveway supposed to be? And depending on how you plan to use it, right? Is that going to be a viable, legal, buildable driveway the way you've got it proposed there?
Mhm.
You know, so.
Yeah, I just, all I know is that before my mishap 2 years ago, you know, my variances were approved, but, you know, I understand that times have changed and, you know, it's been 2 years now and, I mean, these items didn't come up back then. But I'll deal with it now and,
Well, we're having another look at it and, you know, when
Yeah.
you get another look at things, sometimes, I know there was a question around the setback before about the way it was represented on the plan. It wasn't accurate. It was to the lot line instead of the curb or vice versa or something. So it was inaccurate before. Maybe we didn't think too closely on the width of the driveway or the depth of the driveway,
mhm,
but we're seeing it now. So just something to think about.
mhm.
Because you may have to change something on this plan.
the driveway on the original plan showed 15 feet.
Mm.
And now it's 10.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
clean up the plan. Yep. And,
Well,
and
you'll
we'll-
have your civil engineer
engineer,
yes,
clean up the plan.
yes.
I
I'll
mean,
work with my surveyor.
whoever's
Who-
stamping them.
Yeah.
whoever, and it looks like he's in the room if you'd like to come off mute. I don't know when he joined.
Oh,
Mr. Parmenter? Looks like he joined.
okay.
But I don't know when he joined, if how much of this discussion he heard, but you can follow up with him, I guess, about some of the things we
Yes.
pointed out on this plan.
Yep,
Um,
will do.
uh,
Yeah, definitely. I will
Yep.
discuss comments and we'll definitely get these addressed. So I'd like to request a continuation.
Well, we're not done yet.
Okay. Sorry.
So board members, I know we went through this before and now we're here again. I mean, there are some unique circumstances in this lot, clearly. You know, and I always mindful of like what could be done differently to make it conforming, you know, could the front setback be made more, but then that gets into more of the disturbed zone and that probably pushes and pulls us between
Yeah,
Concom.
I mean,
It's
to
just-
me, if he's got Concom permission to be within the 50 feet, and they've signed off on all these trees, and we can figure out whether the height's the real height, and whether the driveway is quote unquote legal or not, can we do a 10-foot driveway? You know.
Yep. No,
It's
that's
too late.
that's where I'm going, just again, because I'm going to open it up to the public and we're going to continue it, but just making sure we've got everything sort of on the table here for consideration. for these requests. Okay. Anything else, board members?
One question, nothing was ever built there, right? This is just an open lot that was never built on.
Correct. Yep, it's just a lot.
So, I mean, I don't know, maybe it was never intended to be a buildable lot, but that's, I don't know.
There were other developments that were considered. One was a 16-unit development. There was at least 2 large developments that were considered for this lot.
How would they fit a 16-unit lot?
They would blast the hill. They would blast the hill.
Guys,
and do
guys,
a
rails,
street
please.
Let's get on to public testimony and move on.
Okay, so if any member of the public wishes to be heard, please raise your hand in the Zoom call. All right, Susan Palmer, welcome back. You'll have to just state your name and address for the record, please, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Susan Palmer. I live at 123 Greenwood Street, which is the property adjacent to this proposed project. Just wanted to check in and continue to voice my concern about this project that continues to be proposed. I was never made aware that Concom was meeting about this, so maybe that's my bad. I thought I was going to be notified. I was notified for this meeting, but myself and my neighbors weren't notified about that. So I'm a little bit surprised to see some of these modifications. The drainage units were supposed to be under the deck on the far side. Now it looks like they're going to be on my side of the property. So I was just kind of curious what that would look like, or if that's going to be visible at all. And continue to voice my concern about, water diversion. I've had more flooding in my basement since he's cleared this lot of trees without any water coming down this Cherry Lane, which is all angled towards my property. When we had gone to Concom initially about this, there was a proposal to keep that driveway to a minimum to try to keep water from a higher volume of water being dispersed onto Cherry Lane, because there's not curbing that gets that down to drainage on Greenwood Street. It just kind of comes over my direction. So I am keenly interested in what's going to happen with that. So, I personally am not a fan of building that close to the stream. I was at the town meeting. The bylaw was upheld, and I realize the language is a little bit funky, but the spirit of this is to not build that close to the stream. And just as your colleague said, this has been a non-buildable lot. Nothing's ever gotten approved to be built on this lot in the past. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Palmer. Anyone else? Alex Medic. You could just state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Alex Mednick. I 118 Greenwood Street, across the street from Cherry Lane. I'm curious why this building seems larger than it needs to be a single family. I was just wondering if the proposer could explain why it can't be a little bit smaller to make a little bit more space for all of these encroachments that it has to the road and to the wetlands. Thank you.
Yeah. So, I mean, when I went to conservation, they approved, the footprint, the actual footprint of the house is 40 by 30. And they had approved it even without the front reduction. I theoretically could have kept it at, without the front reduction, and just went and request the 3rd floor. And that would have been approved because that was the original site plan was without the front reduction. But I felt that, to be more respectful of the land and, move it away from the wetlands, I thought that would be something that people would be supportive of. In terms of the size of the house, I don't think it's other than the fact that there's no basement, it's not considerably larger than any house. I would say that it's comparable to Ms. Palmer's house right next door. I believe her house is at least 3,500 square feet, if not more. It has an extra addition on it. I don't think it's out of character. I think it's a modest 3-bedroom house. Yeah, but when I started the process, I went and introduced myself to numerous homeowners along Greenwood Street, Cherry Lane, all along Spring Street, and introduced myself, shared my desire for a single family home from myself and my daughters. I made a lot of effort to get to know the neighborhood, and I think I've gone above and beyond to try to build a small single family home on 3.5 acres, and I've so.
Okay. Mr. Mednick, did you have any other excuse me, comments or questions?
No, just wanted to bring up that point that it's a 2,400 square foot house for a single family, or at least that much, depending on how you count the stories. And that might be an option for fixing the encroachment issues. Wasn't trying to say that it needed to be smaller other than that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right, seeing no other hands, we'll close it to public testimony for the evening. So do you want to continue to the July meeting, July 13th, 3 weeks?
I move that we continue this to July 13th.
I just want to make sure that's enough time for you to
Yes, please.
do the updates or get the information you need. Review the DPW letter. Okay, you may need to have a conversation with them. Okay, will do. Sorry, Chip, please proceed.
I move that we continue this to July 13th.
Second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, voting members, Chip?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
See you in a few weeks.
Yep. Thank you.
Right. On to other matters. We've already covered a few earlier. The next one on the list, 19-23, 0 Tarrant Lane.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair. Representing the applicant on this matter, Attorney Jesse Schomer from the law offices of Rignanti Stereo.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. I heard from the last hearing that there's a new 40B coming on Cherry Hill Drive, so the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Thank you for your time tonight, Mr. Chair. I'll introduce my team. They're on the line tonight to provide a presentation of the proposal that's before you tonight, which is a request for a finding of insubstantial project change for the Tarrant Lane project. On the line tonight is Chris Footbridges from Williamson Footbridges, Robert Schaefer of Schaefer and White Architects, Elliot Brundage of Elliot Brundage Landscape Architecture, Drew Dolbin and John O'Connor of the Dolbin Company. They're the builders and developers of the project, as well as Anthony Bonacorso, who was the original applicant and has teamed with the Dolbin Company on the development of the site and the construction of the project. Just to be very brief, because the hour is very late, I don't know how you members do this every other week. The joke, I suppose, is that this is why you all get paid the big bucks, right?
Yep.
The letter that I filed with the board a few weeks ago, it was intended to notify you of 3 matters, and I'll run through the first 2 very briefly. The first matter was had to do with the final approval of this project, which was issued by Massachusetts Housing Finance Agency, also known as Mass Housing, on June 1st, 2022. That's a regulatory process that's required for any 40Bs. Once the project has been approved on the local level, it has to go back to the subsidizing agency for a finding that it still meets all the necessary qualifications and requirements of the statute. And Mass Housing did issue that finding on June 1st. That's particularly relevant because the applicant tonight is a different LLC that was before you on the original zoning board hearings. The current developer is Tarrant Lane Residential Development LLC. It's as before, it's a limited dividend entity, which is required to limit its profits under the Chapter 40B statute and regulations. So that issue has now been finalized, and we're pleased to report that the project closed on its construction financing a few weeks ago. And as you may have seen, if you've driven by the site, foundation work is underway, as well as site work for the last few months. The second notice that we provided in our letter, Mr. Chair, was a notice that the regulatory agreement for the project has been finalized and signed between the developer and Mass Housing. And that was recorded in the Registry of Deeds, I believe on May 31st. That is a requirement of the statute as well. And what that accomplishes is that puts in place the deed restrictions for the affordable units for this project, which ensures that the town can count those affordable units on its subsidized housing inventory, which goes to the 10% requirement. As was explained during the zoning board permitting process, because 25% of the units of this project are affordable and because the project itself is a rental development, all 173 units of this project are now eligible for inclusion on the town's SHI, which will go a long way towards getting you to the 10% affordability, which will turn away folks like me when we have new 40B projects to develop in town. The meat of the matter tonight, Mr. Chair, is our request for a finding of some insubstantial change for the project. And the development team is here tonight to provide the outline of the changes. And they're outlined in writing in the memorandum that was submitted with my letter back on June 1st. But just to very briefly outline the process for this, my letter cites the regulatory standard, which is set forth in 760 CMR 5607, which is a process for approval of what we would consider to be insubstantial changes to a project like this, which are routinely done in the process of advancing the project plans from the permit set level, which is roughly, I would say, 30% level of detail when it was being reviewed by this board, to the level of 100% detail, which is required for the construction drawings, which is currently on file now with the building department. So those changes, as it will be outlined by Elliot, Chris, and Rob, are what we would consider to be insubstantial changes. And as I mentioned, they'll outline exactly what those are and be available for any questions that you may have. The regulations I cited do provide some examples of what's considered to be substantial or insubstantial. Some examples of substantial changes have to do with increases in height of the building of more than 10%, increases of the number of units of more than 10%, or things like change of the housing tenure from a rental or to ownership or vice versa. So something like what we're going to be describing to you tonight, which is changes in materials and modifications of details with respect to retaining walls and things of that nature, we would consider to be insubstantial and request a finding to that end. So with that, Mr. Chair, I won't belabor these legal points of law any further. If it's acceptable to the board, I'd like to turn it over to start with Chris to go through the civil plans and what changes he's made.
Oh, no, by all means, continue to belabor the legal points. No, that's fine.
I can go all night, Mr. Chair.
No, it's getting late. We're getting punchy. No, yes, please, Chris, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. For the record, Chris Sparagus from the Engineering and Survey Office of Williams and Sparagus. And I'm going to be referring to the memo that was addressed to the Board of Appeals dated June 1st. And I'll be talking about the civil engineering, civil drawing changes. I'm going to share my screen so that we can refer to the construction drawing set. Can everyone see the site plan okay? Okay, so the first comment, and these are responses to a very detailed review of the plan set by Jim McBain. The first comment was the dumpster configuration and location has changed, which has changed the layout of the parking in the area at the northern part of the site. So north is, as we're looking at the site plan, is going to be up on the plan sheet. And the northern entrance that we're talking about is over in this area here. This is the one of the entrances to the project. And the dumpster configuration has changed slightly from the approved drawings. I could just flip over to the so it doesn't want me to flip over, but that's okay. So basically what we did here is that we changed the orientation of the dumpsters 90 degrees. Previously, the dumpsters were in the configuration in this fashion, facing this driveway here. These were turned and changed in configuration to allow for a recycling container and a municipal solid waste container with a compactor. And these are 30-yard containers. And the orientation, of course, faces this direction towards the exit here, and this provides easy access for pickup and drop off. We still have a pedestrian access gate right in the middle here, where folks can enter this area and dispose of their waste. In addition, we added a small shed behind the dumpster corral area, and the purpose of the shed is that it's going to house an irrigation well that will provide for on-site irrigation for the landscaping on the project. We also designed a hose bib that will allow the owner to periodically clean the dumpster pad area. And we've also added a security camera that attached to the light pole that lights this area to provide some security in the dumpster area to limit unauthorized use of that the dumpster area. The next comment was about the retaining wall graphic symbol. The comment read, retaining wall graphic symbol has now shown up between the parking area and Hopkins Street. This is the area along Hopkins Street where our parking field abuts the front lot line. If I were to zoom in here, this is the symbol that's now shown in the drawing is a retaining wall symbol that has these jagged edges. This retaining wall was always on the plan from the very first submittal. It is necessary because the grade of the parking lot here is a bit higher than the grade of the land along the sidewalk in the right-of-way of Hopkins Street. The symbol was shown differently on the initial site plan. It was shown as a solid line because at that time we thought that this would end up being a short modular block style retaining wall. But as we were developing the plans, this type of wall was changed from a small block wall to a large block wall. So this symbol now matches the other large block walls that are on the site in a couple of different locations.
And what's the height of that wall expected to be?
Sure, so the height of this wall, if I flip over to the grading plan real quick. And zoom in there so we can take a close look. The top of this wall is just under 4 feet high. So 3.8, yep, just under 4 feet high.
Consistently along the street.
That's correct. To zero, you know, at each end.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So the other comment I wanted to make is that we did have another retaining wall designed for the area that separates one sidewalk, which is let's call it a lower sidewalk in front of the building from the upper sidewalk. This retaining wall was always in the plans, and it was designed, or we were thinking along the lines of a short block retaining wall, but we changed that to a poured in place concrete wall with a stone veneer finish. So that was another change since we're talking about retaining walls. The next comment had to do with drainage. And Mr. McBain commented that a pipe, one of the drainage lines in the parking lot has been revised. And this is the area that we're talking about is this clouded region on the plan here. Now, the purpose of this was to accommodate a regrading effort that came about as a result of our client, Mr. Bonacorso, together with the Dolben Company, reaching out to the abutting property owners at the townhouse apartments, which abut us to the north here, and to the Vista Apartments project over in this area here. We had some grading challenges, of course, during the design of the project, meaning that the difference in elevation between our property and the abutting properties was quite different in some areas. So Mr. Bonacorso, together with the Dolben Company, reached out to the abutters, and we sort of entered into we entered into an agreement with them to provide for some regrading activity between the properties to lessen the need for retaining walls between the properties. And these grading changes reflected on the plan set later on in our plan set sheets 27 and 28 of the plan set, where we were able to eliminate large sections of the retaining wall between the properties by working together with the neighbors to do a little bit of grading on both sides. So we eliminated and reduced the height of the retaining wall in several areas. The other area was out front near the dumpster corral area, in this area where we added a pipe. Now, because we filled in the land here, we realized that as part of that regrading effort, we were going to be creating a small low point on the backside of the townhouse project here. So what we did is that we designed a very simple emergency overflow drain. If some of the water behind the townhouse units collected in this area, it would enter this 10-inch pipe and come across the parking lot and just bypass our stormwater management area, because the water that did flow behind the townhouses sort of bypassed everything and headed into their stormwater management area. It's a small area, and this change was reviewed by the DPW / engineering department. So that was the reason for that addition. We just added this 10-inch pipe across the parking lot. We also added additional area drains in front of the buildings in order to accommodate some sidewalk grading to make sure that we were complying with ADA requirements. So if we look at building number 1 and we zoom in, this is the grass area in front of the building along the sidewalk. We added a couple of small area drains here to flatten this area out, and it allowed us to maintain an appropriate ADA slope along the sidewalk. So we did that for building number 1, and we did that for building number 3 as well, over in this area here. This didn't change any of the drainage aspects of the project. It's just some minor grading changes in front of the building to make it better. The next comment was that let's see here. The parking space sizes have changed with the mix from the decision set. We were aware that there were mostly 8.5-foot spaces. This was also true in the decision set. This is the comment from Mr. McBain. In the letter, we provided a summary of the parking space counts from the approved plan set to the construction drawing set. And the breakdown is this, and the main thing to understand is that the total number of parking spaces for the project, which includes underground parking in our underground level of the buildings here, and the surface parking, the total number of parking spaces has not changed. So that's the most important thing. We did end up with one additional parking space in the underground parking field and one less parking space in the surface parking area. But overall, just to talk about compact spaces, we were able to create a situation in the parking garage where we didn't need as many compact spaces. The geometry worked out in our favor. Working with Rob Schaefer, the architect, we were able to create a scenario that reduced the overall number of compact parking spaces by 7 spaces. So the project has the same number of parking spaces and 7 less compact spaces. In addition, Rob was able to find 4 motorcycle spaces inside the underground parking garage as well. So that was an addition. Jim commented that the parking pole lights have been changed from 15 to 16 feet. That is true. When we finalized the lighting design, one of the things that we did, we took another look at how balanced the light is across the site. And to provide for a more even distribution of light across the site, it did require a change in pole mounting height. And so we went from 15 to 16 feet high for our poles.
All of them?
All of them are 16 feet high, the pole mounted lights. You
Okay.
can see,
I just didn't know if you were adjusting a couple to balance things out or all of the ones. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's best for them to be consistent anyway, but yeah.
So the next comment had to do with the bollard lighting fixtures. The bollard lighting fixtures are shown as the letter D on our lighting plan, and you can see them across the courtyard area and in front and along various walkways. The style of the bollard light changed to something that looks more like what you see here on the screen on the construction document plan set. They don't throw out a lot of light anyway. We didn't consider that a significant change. The next comment had to do with a reminder from Jim that there is a sign concept on this drawing set, as there was in the decision set. Final detail and approval to come later. And we responded by saying, yes, we did put a placeholder in the plan set on the detail sheet here, but we do know, and we duly note Jim's comment, a final sign design will be submitted to the ZBA for review at a later date, consistent with condition 21 of the board's decision. This did not change from the approved plan. Jim comments that there are 2 details on this sheet, Cape Cod and granite. It is unclear where they're used. So the details on the curbing are shown on the survey and layout plan. This is the construction document plan set, and just like the approved plan set at the various locations all along the curbing, we use these acronyms that vary between the letters VGC for vertical granite curbing to CCB, which is the the Cape Cod berm. And where we propose to use granite did not change. In other words, all along the sidewalk here, the way it was approved on the plan is the way we continue to carry the type of curbing in the construction drawing set. So all along Hopkins Street and along the main sidewalk here, that's all vertical granite curbing. And then everywhere else on the site is bituminous. So that did not change. Jim comments a new drawing has been added that notes all the retaining wall locations on the site. This plan set is much bigger than the approved plan set, and Jim's absolutely right. Later in the plan set, we have several detail sheets that talk about the retaining wall design and the locations of the walls. If I can continue here, we did proposed a retaining wall profile across the entire length of the proposed retaining wall to help the contractor understand visually the difference between the existing grade and the proposed grade all along all of the site retaining walls. Even the little ones out front, we did little profiles for all of them. This will help the contractor build those walls appropriately. Jim commented that this drawing is noted as an alternative retaining wall plan. I touched upon this comment already. This has to do with the work that we were able to do with the neighbors to eliminate retaining walls and reduce the height and length of the retaining walls across the entire property lines that we share with Vista and the townhouse apartment project. That's the last civil engineering comment from Jim McBain's review. Mr. Chairman, I'm here to answer any questions, civil site related, that the board may have through you.
Thanks, Chris. Anyone have questions? You'll have to come off mute, Chip.
Yeah, I did. It's not so much questions, it's frustration. When we spent months and months and probably a year on this project, designing it, making it fit into the neighborhood, trying to get as much as we could to understand what was happening with drawings along Hopkins Street, submittals that were presented to us that had no retaining wall shown on them, retaining walls that I would argue with Chris from day one that weren't there on plans that we approved, that he says were, but there were no details, there were no. So in my mind, we didn't approve a plan that had car lights 5 feet up going into neighbors' yards and houses, right? We had Hopkins Street and parking flat. Now, I get we're here to discuss substantial versus non-substantial and many of the criteria versus 10 units, reduced 10 units. There's not a whole lot of argument about what's substantial and not substantial versus site work, right? Because that's not what housing gets involved with. So I would argue that, even, on a normal project, they couldn't have made any of these changes without coming back to us or discussing any of them with us, because they can't make changes to the approved plans without coming back to the ZBA. That doesn't mean just architectural, it also means site. So all these agreements that they quote unquote went into Vista with were done without our knowledge, without our approval, without our say. And I don't think that's right. And Jesse can argue legally, I don't think it is either, because I think these are substantial changes, and it certainly changes the way that a retaining wall looks along Hopkins Street, and the size of the retaining wall and the height of the retaining wall changes the project significantly, especially in the neighbors in the neighborhood. So my comments are out of frustration more than anything else, because there have been a ton of site changes. These aren't minor things. These are totally how the site works, looks, all of these things. Those are my comments. And I'm not here to discuss 2 hours with Chris whether the retaining wall along Hopkins Street was always there or not, but we've got renderings. We've got a number of renderings showing Hopkins Street. Not one of them shows a retaining wall. And the plans, there was a line there, no reference whatsoever what the line meant. Wasn't called out, none of it. So it's too late to argue. And I stayed about 2 hours beyond when I was going to on this meeting, because I've been up since about 4:30 this morning. So, but I wasn't gonna let this pass us by.
Understood. Thanks, Chip. I appreciate it. Anyone else?
Chip is right. I mean, as some of us can read drawings and understand things, in this particular case, he's correct in the denotation of retaining walls. Basically, there was none. Sure, there's a line there, but it doesn't say what it is. And wherever retaining walls are shown, they're clearly denoted by the legend. But even more so for the rest of the board making the decision, they're also looking at the renderings, and the renderings basically produced by the architect show no retaining wall along that whole edge, and yet there was one. So someone blew it big time, because otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here discussing this at this point. But you know, some of us depend visually on what we see and what's presented. They can't and may not be able to read drawings or whatever. So I find it curious that what's presented basically is not what's installed. And then to see a retaining wall pop up and the drawings get changed. The drawings themselves, by changing, it basically admit to the fact that what was shown was incorrect. But I don't think we need to, you know, go on about this. I did the review as I do with everything, basically, and it started with the retaining wall and has gone through the rest of this stuff. And quite frankly, a lot of it is minor modification, but this board's got to know it. And it really upsets me to have to basically review the drawings and nitpick 3 or 4 pages of stuff that I shouldn't have to. Someone should be coming to us and saying, we made this change, made that change. I shouldn't have to produce 3 pages of notes, basically, for this board to understand what the hell's there. Now, sure, people ask me to look at the drawings when they're going into the permit. All right, I might get a few. I might get a window moved or something else. 3 pages? I guess it's 3 pages. I'm pretty sure it's 3 pages. Yeah, 3 pages of notes. Why the hell, as a board member, should I have to spend my time with 2 sets basically going back and forth to check everything? I would expect basically the design team to come back and say, oops, you know, we made some changes because we got this grading problem or this other problem, and we take care of it. But I have to do it all myself. All myself. Took several hours, you can imagine, basically, to do a comparison. So, you know, I've basically done the architect and the engineer's work, and I'm not happy. Let's move on.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Anyone else? All right, Jesse, who else was up next?
Next, I would like to turn it over, Mr. Chair, to Elliot Brundage to run through the landscaping. I think that that probably dovetails pretty well with Chris's explanation of the site. And just before Elliot takes off, you know, we understand Mr. McBain and Mr. Tarbell's frustration about the changes. We were intending all along to come back with these changes, and that's what we're here to do tonight. But we understand your frustration with these kind of issues. You know, I recognize that the project renderings, the architectural renderings, they did not show the retaining wall on Hopkins Street. That's true. Those are in the record, but you know, those are intended as visual depictions of the buildings themselves. And I know that's not that's cold comfort at this point, but that's what those are intended to be. And Chris is correct. The wall was shown on the grading plans since day one, which I know is also it's frustrating that you're dealing with this now. So what I can say about this developer, and particularly in the process of moving with Dolben, is they have made a strong effort to stick with the original plans to the maximum extent possible. And I've certainly seen projects where change is much more substantial than this. Things like eliminating the granite curbing that the board worked for and changing materials to vinyl, things like that are things that developers try to do. But in this case, Dolben has made an effort to keep it substantially, I would say, what the board approved. So with that,
Jesse, real quick, this is Greg. Very quickly before we move on. There was, wall there or not, whatever, debates aside, there was testimony tonight that that wall was changed. The regulation says you come before us when you desire to change something, not after it's built. I think that's where a lot of this frustration is coming from. We go by there, see it every day. There was testimony, it changed. You're coming to us after. That's, leave it at that. Don't let it happen again, essentially.
Understood.
Jesse, can I just elaborate just a minute on Jim's frustration a little on the plan review? Because Jim, as you recall, during our meeting with Ben in the building department, when we initially wanted to file for foundation permits, he had suggested and recommended that we submit a full building permit package and was to peel off the individual foundation plans for the foundation permit. And by no means were we ever intending to get the building permit, nor had you or expected you to do your review. We intended to have this type of discussion, but we wanted to address your comments that you delivered to us. That's why we were here tonight.
But we shouldn't, but at the same time, Jesse says this was coming before us eventually. Well, then it should have been coming before us before the set was submitted. If nothing else, say we've got some changes to make, but could you start your review? And here's what we've changed. So I don't have to go looking for it, basically.
Well,
So, I can't say loud enough that I am extremely disappointed, basically, that this stuff didn't come up a lot earlier. All right. Your conversation and my conversation with Ben was strictly to do with foundation and whether you could start that work. And my checking of the foundation was to make sure that it followed the outline of the future buildings. That's it. All right. The rest of the review was on the building itself, the elevations, the landscape, and the civil basically. And I clearly, even though I listed it, I clearly understood without anybody explaining it to me, basically, as to why some of these changes are made. I mean, you can't plant many trees on top of a concrete slab over the garage. And, so all the planting changed. And that makes a whole lot of sense. So, let's just go through this.
Yeah,
please.
Okay.
Let's go through it, please.
We should be killing this thing. We're already past 12 o'clock.
Right.
Yep.
This is going to go down as history as one of the later nights.
Mr. Brundage, please take control of the screen.
Thank you. Elliot Brundage, landscape architect for the project. I'll give you what I've got here. So again, just addressing Mr. McBain's comments per the landscape drawing portion. Again, we put together responses for him, and I'm just going to go through those comments that he has and also the landscape response. First question or first comment was shrubs at the transformer location along Hopkins Street removed for access to same on Hopkins at the end of building 2, and that's this area here. And the reason those were taken out was necessary to accommodate the request for transformer maintenance and emergency access by the utility company. So we addressed that by taking out the shrubs. The second comment was shrubs between building 1 and the clubhouse were removed and not replaced. And Jim, you just touched on this because of the concrete slab that we're dealing with. But again, there were a couple of other reasons, and the plant material in that area was reduced to accommodate smaller, easier to maintain shade tolerant plantings, perennials and ground covers and decorative planters, which will acclimate easier to the proposed low light conditions. And additionally, because space was limited between building 1 and the clubhouse, trees were eliminated to allow those ground floor units as much light as possible. And again, these plantings were omitted due to project costs and light restrictions for ground level units. The L3, the west end of the building to the clubhouse, all shrubs have been removed This is turned into a seating area. It's similar situation to what I just read. The south lane 1, all the shrubs have been removed at patio areas. Again, the same response. The
Can you go to each sheet, please? You're still on L1.
Yes, I'll go to L6. There we go.
Hey, I just have a question when you say it's the same comment that you just read.
Yes.
Was one of the comments project cost was the reason they were eliminated? Did I hear that right?
Yes, you did, but you heard it because of we were putting a lot of.
Oh, that's,
planters
I
in.
just want to make sure I heard project cost.
Well, yes.
That to me is, I can't even say it.
Well,
I'm just fuming. I'm just getting madder
We
and
had-
madder and madder during this whole meeting.
we had planters up against the ground floor windows, and
We spent hours and hours and hours going over this stuff. If you can just willy-nilly change it, why bother having meetings to begin with?
May I continue?
Yes.
Okay, then we're looking at the this area here. Sorry, it's so cramped, but we're talking about the pathway at the back of building 1 and that of building 2 and 3 have provided with more detailed seating areas and barbecues not shown before. So that's on L7. So that's this area here. This is the clubhouse on the left-hand side of the plan. We added a grill station here and small sitting area. Likewise, we added another grill station over here. We did that in response to they were amenities improvement for the project from the 2019 plan, and ownership does not allow grills on individual tenant balconies or patios, and that's the reason we created these spaces down in the courtyard area. Now the L11, the bollard fixture, I think Chris, I believe that we had changed the bollard to this type here. Originally, we had a square bollard, and this was more in keeping with the light poles that we have proposed on the site. So that was the change there. And the bollard lights are an amenity improvement and are meant to complement the architectural style of the buildings. Additionally, the proposed light bollards cast directed light on the pedestrian walkway and is consistent with the ZBA approved decision. And the last comment was actually Chris had covered that with the dumpster discussion during his presentation. And I will field any questions that anyone has on what I just presented.
None for me. Anyone?
Yeah, I guess I'll comment in this way. There's been a lot of landscaping changes, but they're mostly been shifted around, as already noted here, because of the construction or because of shadow lines, and nothing would grow, particularly in between the buildings. And it would seem to me that the design team originally should have recognized that the things that they were showing us were not possible. One, that everything would be in the shade and it will be dying before it even got planted. And secondly, you can't plant a tree or a shrub or something like that on a piece of concrete unless you're going to put a bunch of tree pits in the ceiling of the garage. It's unfortunate that someone came up with that idea and then we have to deal with it now. It seems ludicrous when you think about it, looking back on it. We probably should have even picked it up and asked, how do you do that? But then again, we didn't have all the details, and obviously someone else didn't or didn't think until all of a sudden the drawings go together and they say, how do we do this? But it's just a comment.
Thanks, Jim. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Elliot. Who is next?
Thank you, Mr.
Jesse?
Chair.
Next, Mr. Chair, is Rob Schaefer, the project architect.
Well, good morning. Thank you all for sticking in here with us. Grabbing the first slide. Here we go. Okay. Make sure we share. Okay. First, I'd like to just comment that we did make every effort to try to maintain the original architecture and appearance of the buildings as were the last submitted and approved by the ZBA, with some revisions that we'll go over here, some that Jim brought up, and some I'll point out as well. First off, the comment was I cannot find any materials that was presented to the ZBA in the color and or detailed raised metal seamed roofing used on the buildings. It's also not that clear to me the finish and color of the panels placed in the storefront system used above many of the entries to the building. Both items are not as part of the mock-up panel. So what we did is took the samples that have been submitted to us for the project and put them on boards here for you to see. I'll run through them quickly. First up top is on the right, the deck railing system in the black is the mesh system that was proposed originally. And then on the left is the fencing that will be around the courtyard area in black as well. Down below on the left is an actual mock-up panel of the stone veneer. It's still available on site if anybody would like to see it, but that's an actual picture of it and meets what our expectations were for the project. To the right is anodized aluminum clear finish for the storefront systems at the doors and a window next to the building entries, as well as all the windows on the clubhouse. Next up is the fiber cement colors and panels are the exact same panels that were submitted and approved during the review process with the ZBA select committee. The iron gray, light mist, and Arctic white are the three colors that we agreed to use and are still as proposed here. Down below is a piece of trim in the Arctic white. The middle one is just the material itself without paint. On the left is another sample of the Arctic white. The upper left is a joint system of the panels we're considering. We're pursuing one that's a little smaller profile, more in line with the what is shown on the elevations, but that's the starting point at this point. Next up, one of the comments was looking for the standing seam roof. On the right is the actual matte black color that we're going to be using, which is consistent with the renderings and was what the intended proposed color was for the standing seam roof. On the left is just a profile of that roof. So, and then get my next screen set up here. I'll go on to the next point. Share. There it is.
So,
okay.
So if I can stop you right.
Yep,
So,
go ahead.
so board members, did we not see these materials and colors? What was the comment again, Jim?
Part of them you did see and were approved, part weren't discussed. So we added to them to show more, flesh out what was proposed and intended with what has actually now been submitted to match that.
Okay.
So one of the comments was Jim was saying he didn't see the standing seam roof color, so that's what's included in that panel that I last showed.
Okay.
I didn't have any, I went back looking for a brochure like we normally have, materials and like.
Yeah.
There might have been samples that were submitted to the building department through, and Amy and Greg might have gone through that as well, but I couldn't find anything to sort of reference, all right, just like I could in a set of drawings.
Mr. McBain, we didn't get quite to that level of detail in the review, so I'm just showing it now to give you more flesh out the actual proposed ideas that we were considering.
Okay.
So then I think that addressed the first comment. So let's go to AA07. Mr. McBain's comment, rear of building 1, which is the bottom elevation there I have up now. The stone veneer wall material has been reduced on one floor and replaced with FCB siding, narrow spacing. My response is the rear elevation was adjusted to match the floor plan. In the middle area, stone veneer was raised in 2 bays and lowered in 3 other bays. The fiber cement board FCB lap siding was moved and added to the 3 lowered bays. This was done to remain consistent with the intent of the other elevations of the buildings. And some additional comments, if we go back to the front elevation, that I would like to point out was on the front elevation, the FCB panels in the middle area above the main entrance were changed to smooth panels to improve the architecture of the pattern. You can see it there on the right side. I don't know if you can see my cursor. And then on the left side and right side elevations, this middle pop-out area, the elevation of the pop-outs, the middle of the bottom was revised using smooth panels to improve the architecture of the pattern. Then pointing out a few windows on the left side of this left elevation, the right side of that elevation, and then the right side of the right elevation were changed to coordinate better with the interior layout of the units behind those windows. So those are some things I thought I'd point out to help show the some of the revisions that were made. Then we move on to building 2, we go to AB07. Again, rear elevation at the bottom there. Similar comment, rear elevation isn't clear as to what material will be used. On the elevation appears to be more of a cross section. Materials on this elevation are consistent with what was approved and with the other and consistent with the other elevations. The material is stone veneer, FCB siding, standing seam roof. The area looks like a cross section is where the finished grade touches the foundation wall with the foundation and piers shown below that finished grade. So then you can see where the materials would meet the grade. There's a comment at this point for the clubhouse. I'll defer that to later when I'm showing the clubhouse comments because it's the same repeated below. Some additional comments to point out on the front elevation, same one as I said before, smooth panels were changed in this area of the front elevation in order to improve that look. And then same on the left and right side elevation, smooth panels were introduced to improve the look of those areas in the middle. Moving on to building 3. Rear elevation is this one here. Same comment as before. Isn't clear what material will be used on the elevation, appears to be more of a cross section. The materials on this elevation are consistent with what was approved and with other elevations. Materials, stone veneer, FCB siding, standing seam roof. Their area, it looks like a cross section is where the finished grade touches the foundation wall with the foundation and piers shown below the finished grade. Another comment with this was the rear of building 1, the stone veneer wall material has been reduced by 1 floor and replaced with FCB siding, narrow spacing. Also FCB siding color and spacing has been changed in a number of bays on the rear. My response is the rear elevation was adjusted to match the floor plan. In the middle area of the elevation, the stone veneer was raised by 2 bays and lowered in 2 other bays. The FCB lap siding was moved to the 2 lowered bays. This was done to remain consistent with the intent of the other elevations of the building.
I should, Rob, just a minute. Jim McBain. I should note to the board members here, if you go back to that one you just had.
Sorry, yep.
And this is the buildings facing 128.
Correct. Yep.
When we saw basically what we were shown were elevations basically that were basically first floor up. What you're seeing here is basically foundation from that first floor down, which we've never seen. It was never presented. So you've got balcony support systems basically, and I assume exposed concrete basically along between the actual grade and the building first floor. That should be in building 2 as well, right?
correct. That's this one here.
You pull up building 2 as well?
That's this one, that
Yeah.
one there.
Back again, yeah. So board should understand, this is what you're gonna see from 128. I'm not sure what the landscape planting is along here. We might want to just talk about that for a minute, but this is what you're gonna see as opposed to what we were shown, which was just the building elevation from the first floor up. But the reality is, of course, that whole banking drops off. And so this is what you get.
That's just open space or fill or what?
It's the concrete on the side of the garage is what it is.
Oh, the concrete is concrete. That white is concrete.
That white is concrete, and those little columns that are there are holding up the balconies. So the balconies are sticking out beyond the concrete, and there are little columns that are holding the balconies all the way up, basically on those footings, which are below grade.
I would offer that there's existing screening at the top of the cliff, we'll call it, at 128, that will still remain, and we'll screen that quite well. You're also looking at it from 30, 40 feet below, so the edge of the hill will also screen it. And then, I don't know if you recall, early on when we were going through this process in the review, we did a view from across the bridge showing how the vegetation that's there that would remain would also screen this area, and actually a good portion of the elevation as well. So the ability to see this is, I think, would be pretty minimal.
Unless you're stuck in traffic.
I think even if you're in traffic, I can barely see up the hill when I go by there. So
Anyway, move
Okay.
on.
So let's see, ACO 7, this one here. Again, front elevation, be consistent with the other buildings. The smooth panels were introduced over the entrance area, like I said, on the other buildings. And the same on the pop outs here to be consistent with the other buildings. Just one unique thing with this one, the entry door was shifted to the right on this elevation to be consistent with the entry on this building where you would enter that building. So move into the clubhouse. The next one set up. All right, why not let me do it? There it is. Okay, so this one, the first comment was the front elevation windows and window numbers and height of windows have changed on the ground floor. Yes, they have. The windows on the front elevation were revised to coordinate with the office layout inside the building. Once we had a better, that should be laid out. Then on the next one, Hopkins Street, there have been 6 windows added just below the clear story band. There's also been a windowed cupola added to help the top to the top of the roof at the right. My response is the windows noted were added to provide an adequate level of natural light to the interior space. The added windows improved the architecture of the elevation. The cupola offers another step in the transition to the buildings behind the clubhouse. Other windows on the elevation were revised to coordinate with the interior layout and the structural frame inside the exterior walls. Then on the next one, comment was the side elevations. There have been 6 windows added just below the clear story band, similar to the previous one. The response, the windows noted were added to provide an adequate level of natural light to the interior space. The added windows improved the architecture of the elevations. The cupola offers another step in the transition to the buildings behind the clubhouse. Then I would point out that again, 6 windows were added on a courtyard elevation as well to maintain that consistency around the 3 sides. The glass wall behind the fire pit here was revised to represent the framing accurately, and then the 2 windows to the right of the fire pit area were revised to match the ones that were revised on the other Hopkins Street elevation. And that is the sum total of what I have to offer. If there are any questions, feel free.
Anyone?
Well, if nobody is going to speak up, I will. So in reviewing this, I think in most cases, I understood as an architect why the changes were made. And I don't find them inconsistent with basically going from basically schematic design development to final construction documents and finishing up the design. I don't find that they affect the original intent. I think the most disturbing thing for me is the retaining wall. The rest of the stuff I understand. I've already stated how frustrated I am with this particular process. I'm not going to dwell on that. But from a perspective of the architecture of the landscape, and particularly, I don't have any problem with the changes. I'm a little concerned about what the appearance is going to be on 128. And I just pulled up the landscape plan to see there are a bunch of trees or shrubs or something like that that intended to be planted along that edge. They might have to be densified in some areas where there's more foundation basically exposed. And I assume that we built something in for that basically later on near the end of the project. But so from my side, basically, I have no difficulty in basically agreeing with the changes. Like I say, the only one I really have, that really sticks in my throat is the retaining wall.
Okay, well, as a non-architect, I just look at the volume of changes. I don't know that there's any state statute around volume. We're just seeing a lot of changes. It's a good sized site, multiple buildings, a large development. It's just a lot of changes, right? To the untrained eye, you know, adding a whole bunch of windows, changing the texture and materials on the outside of these buildings all over the place. There's a lot of changes, right? Individually, are they minor? Sure, by the definition, there's just a lot of them.
Dave, I hate not to be the bearer of bad news, but there is regulations that say material style is not substantial.
Yeah.
Just so we are on, I agree with you, but obviously need to make sure we're on sound footing with whatever we do.
Yeah, no, it's just the volume. Like, hey, if you've changed 10% of the elements, you know, there's 10% of height or number of units or these kinds of things, but you know, it's just, there's so many of them. But I hear you. You know, it's in the letter that Jesse provided. I get it. But all right, so.
But Dave, let me ask Greg a question because he's much better lawyering than I am.
Doesn't have to take much.
All that I read has materials, stuff like that. Actual site elevations and site changes don't really get commented on. So where, you know, how do you draw you know, if a material change on a building is equal to A, what does that translate to on the civil side being equal to? It doesn't really state the civil. It doesn't really state to that type of grading and issues on that side from best I can figure.
So I would agree, but I would go back even further to initial approval, remembering it is a 40B. If they weren't, I mean, I hate to advocate for them, but if the developer wanted just that wall, it didn't want to get rid of it, could we have made them? There is no, in my mind, safety factor. I don't know. Yeah, I'm with you. I think we're stuck. Yeah.
Okay.
So we've been shown a lot of changes that by the definition of whether they're substantial or insubstantial, in my mind, do not meet the standard for being substantial, even though there's a lot of them.
I agree with you. It took them 45 minutes to go through them all. I mean, that seems like a lot. Almost a whole meeting.
Yeah, with some commentary along the way, but still.
Yeah, I agree.
But that is the extent of them, right, Jesse? Everything that,
It is, Mr. Chair, and this process, I understand, is frustrating for the board members, and it's frustrating. It's just a frustrating part of the 40B process, and I would say it's a shortcoming of the statute and how it works. But it is how it works, unfortunately. And as Rob said, and I said before, we really did our best to be faithful to the original design, and I've seen much more substantial changes. But again, that's no comfort to the board members tonight who are hearing this at 12:40 a.m. One thing that Chris mentioned in his comments is that we will have to come back to you again on the project signage. So what I would suggest, and we'll ask our development team to do as we approach that process, is to look into what we can do to soften that retaining wall in the front of the site, and see if there is room for replacement of some of those plantings that were eliminated on the original design to accommodate the board members' concerns, and if there's changes we can make that in that regard that would satisfy you when we come back for the signage, we would include that in our filing.
okay.
Jesse,
I would just make sure you do that before there's any changes, because I think a lot of the consternation isn't necessarily coming because of the 40B regulations. I think it's coming because the wall was changed before you actually came to us.
Understood.
And at the risk of, I don't know where this answer could go, but is this the extent of the changes the team feels are needed on the site, given where we are today? Or is there a potential for more changes as the design is more fully fleshed out? Or do we think we're at 99% and this is it?
This is it, Mr. Chair. The drawings are on file with the building department to pull building permits for this project. So barring unforeseen developments with the construction of the project, this is it. And if there are additional changes, we will be back. And all of the members of the team are on the line here tonight and have heard what you said about coming first and not requesting permission later. So
Okay.
Understood.
Well, thank you for confirming. I just wanted to understand if that was the case.
and I have not signed off on the set yet either, so they're sitting down there in a pile.
Yep, understood.
Jim, were you basically waiting for this meeting to ensure that the board members heard this presentation and voted in favor of them being insubstantial before you proceeded, or are you waiting for other things?
Nope.
No, this is it, Mr. Chair, and John O'Connor could confirm whether there's additional items that the building inspector is looking for from us, but this is it, as far as I'm concerned.
And you're correct, Jesse. Yeah, you're correct. We actually are in the process of doing the third-party review with Felix. At this point, we're probably a little more than halfway through that and getting feedback to him. So we're hoping to have that wrapped up in the next week or two.
Between the building inspector and John and myself, basically, he's been released to go forward with his foundation. So the building won't go on the foundation right away. So,
right,
so they don't need the permit for the building yet, but they'd like to have it, of course.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else for us to deliberate before potentially taking a vote?
I don't believe so, Mr. Chair.
All right. You were on this, so I think you should vote on this. Myself, Jim, Chip.
I wasn't on it. This was before me. So I can pass up mine.
Okay. And Tom, you were here.
The only voting member, Mr. Chair, for the comp permit who's not here tonight is Amy.
Right.
She was the only.
Right. Right. And I don't know that was required. I just, if they were to be consistent, I'd like to keep it that way, but you're right. Amy's not here and she was definitely on it with Greg being that subcommittee. Okay. So with that, would entertain a motion that the changes we've seen tonight on the plans that we will get paper copies of for the file that can be stamped, as well as the electronic versions we got, are insubstantial changes from the comprehensive permit we approved, right?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, so voting members, myself, Jim, Tom, Chip, and Greg.
But it just has to be a simple majority, correct?
Yes, that's right.
That's correct. Actually, does it? Just simple? Not super?
To be honest, Mr. Chair, you don't even have to take a vote. You could let the time period lapse, but to take an affirmative vote, it would just have to be 3 out of 5.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you for that. All right, so Tom,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Chip,
No.
Greg,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that vote is 4-1. You have your majority. So we need to pen a letter, Jesse, and clock that in, right?
Yes,
And-
Mr. Chair, I've taken the liberty of preparing one. I'll send it over to you and Gail in the morning.
Okay, and the team can provide updated paper copies of the plans for the record, and we'll stamp those in as well.
Certainly.
And note them in the memo. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for taking us through the changes, and best of luck with the rest of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. Next other matter, 105 and 109 Hopkins Street, Wakefield Vista Apartments. Modifications to parking spaces and to trash. So this is a continuation from our last hearing. Ian is here. Welcome back, Ian.
Hey, everybody. Good morning.
Yeah. All right, so since our last hearing, there was definitely some correspondence that took place. We've received correspondence from both Fire Chief Sullivan as well as Deputy Chief Purcell regarding the proposed changes, as well as some of the enforcement side of things. There's also apparently been some correspondence between yourself, Ian, and the abutter.
That's correct. Yep.
Who was here before.
I believe he's here. Yeah, he's here.
Okay, it's just getting so late. I'm just okay, and then we also have some correspondence from the Commission on Disabilities. Again, I don't know if you've seen that as well, about just, I guess, a question about with the parking changes, do we still maintain a certain ratio for handicap, or do we need to designate one or more of these new spaces as handicap to maintain some sort of ratio? I don't know the answer. It's not something the zoning board, it's in our zoning bylaws. I don't know if you've seen that or you know the answer to that, but that was one of the other.
We did review with our civil, and the number of handicap, we did not increase, we did not go over a threshold for additional, as we have 9 on site, 6.
Okay. So I'm just looking through the file, yeah, Mr. Soper, yes. All right, so do you want to just take us through where things are from your standpoint?
Yeah, so we addressed a couple of things that came up. We provided more clearance around. Is it helpful if I share my screen?
Yes, please.
try to show the areas. So I guess just the quick stuff. This is 16 regular to 18 compact. This is to add 2 extra spaces and to add capacity to this dumpster to create 2 more spaces here. This is Summit Drive right here.
Mhm.
And these are the 13 additional parking spaces here. We provided some additional clearance around this hydrant as requested by Chief Sullivan and Deputy Chief Purcell. And I believe we've from the plan perspective, we've addressed the concerns of most parties, or I think I hope everybody, and you know, we'd love to be able to move forward.
Okay, so board members, I know when we continued this, I think some of it was based on some of the testimony we heard and from the abutter, and just, you know, making sure we're comfortable with what was proposed. And it sounds like there's still an enforcement aspect to this and putting some signage back up on that Summit Drive and
Yes, sir.
ensuring that's clear and open.
Yeah, we're working on that now. We've added some of the signage that we had, and then we have additional signage to add on the opposite side of Summit, and we'll be working with the fire department on you know, the additional needs that they have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Again, it's outside our purview, but it did come up as part of the discussion, and it was part of this correspondence. So if that helps just improve the situation and alleviate concerns with the abutting properties and just general access and safety, then it's a good thing.
Absolutely.
But obviously adding more parking spaces will help alleviate, you know, the parking situation, as noted. So board members, I'll open it up if anyone has any follow-up comments or questions. But I think we got some of the additional information we wanted. Does anyone have any other commentary at this time?
Dave, I have a question. In our original decision, we said there would be no parking on Hopkins Street. Not Hopkins.
Summit.
Yeah, I've got Hopkins on the brain, sorry.
Yep.
On Summit. Does this constitute parking on Summit?
This is all currently grass.
No, I know it's grass, but this actually backs out onto Summit or fronts into Summit. You have to keep the width. Does this go against our decision?
Well, the decision was for safety, keep that lane open for fire and safety, right? And the fire department has seen this plan and is okay with it as long as they put those signs back up and keep parking off the rest of the road.
And I haven't seen Assistant Chief Purcell's letter, but does the amount of space at the hydrant satisfy what he was looking for?
So we only got some of the correspondence very late last week, beginning of this week. So we kind of addressed it based on the zoning requirements requiring, you know, 36 inches clear space around hydrants. So we believe that should be adequate.
So Chief Sullivan's note on June 16th said care must be exercised that adequate clearance to any fire hydrants be maintained. So if there is a hydrant in that grassy area, then that's what you're saying.
Right. And does Assistant Chief Purcell's address that as well?
I'm just looking.
His letter,
so his was more about the signage, putting it back. Currently restricting access to properties during an emergency, park on both sides of Summit, narrowing the fire access road, Serious public case, yeah. Fine. So see below, the findings, decisions of the Board of Appeals must be complied with. This was in, he's quoting our original decision. The parking of motor vehicles on Summit Drive and the storage of vehicles or other property or items on Summit Drive is prohibited, except temporarily during construction repair of Summit Drive, provided that access to and from all properties abutting them is not blocked as a result. No change in such prohibition on parking stores shall be permitted any time, whether by amendment or modification of the comprehensive permit decision or otherwise. So to your point, again, it's not parking on the drive because they're designating areas off on a landscaped area.
Okay. If you're
Purcell's-
comfortable with that.
Yeah, his
Yeah, I mean,
note doesn't-
certainly the spaces, up farther could be construed the same way that it's shown right here in front of the building.
Yeah.
Right? Those back out onto Summit.
Yeah.
So I guess my argument isn't all that good.
No, that's fine. But his letter is more about the enforcement of no parking and get the signs back up, right?
Ian, can I ask a question? Was last meeting kind of a surprise to you with all the comments about what's happened over the years up there?
We know some of it, which is of course why we're trying to solve the problem.
Yeah. Okay.
We've had some very good dialogue with our neighbors and with Michael specifically. And
okay, I just was curious. It seemed a little blindsided the last time by it.
Yeah, look, I just want to solve. I want to solve this, right?
Okay, good.
That's my goal.
Good.
Any other comments or questions?
No.
All right. So, Mr. Soper, I believe you're on the call as well. I know we've received your correspondence. Is there anything you'd like to add at this time before we proceed, just given that you did testify before? You've been actively.
No, I believe my email to you, I withdrew my objections to their plans.
Okay. All right, thank you. We appreciate the follow-up. Yep, thank you. All right, so board members, I think, again, like we just did with Tarrant Lane, we need a motion to find that these changes are insubstantial to the original correspondence, comprehensive permit.
I move that these changes as presented to us are insubstantial.
Second.
Any comments on the motion? Okay, we'll go with the regular voting members here on this one because this one goes back away. I don't even remember who voted on this. Chip.
Yes.
Joe.
Yes.
Jim.
Yes.
Tom.
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right. Thank you, Ian. Appreciate your patience with this, but hopefully, again, it gets improved overall, both from a safety and a overall parking situation. So good luck to you.
Thank you so much, guys. Everybody.
Ian, can I ask you to do a favor? Can you just pass the plan by the fire department around the hydrant?
Yeah.
You lose a space, but do whatever they want.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
And we'll just need a if you made an adjustment on this plan, I don't know, is it an updated date from what we saw last time? We just need a hard copy for the file so I can stamp it. Did this change?
I did send it to Gail. But if there's somewhere else to send it, you just tell me. Or I can mail it or bring it in.
I'm just saying that we've got correspondence. Yeah, if you could, I'm not sure I've got the latest hard copy on the file. I know we got it. So if you can, appreciate it.
Do you actually want a physical copy or you want an electronic copy?
Ian gave me electronic copy today, so I'm all set.
Okay, we just need a paper copy, right? So we can put that in the file and stamp it
Sure.
Yeah. So a hard copy.
Yeah, I'll bring one over. Absolutely.
Yes, we want a hard copy. All right. Thank you, Ian.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Have a good night.
Good morning.
Okay. Moving forward, we have two more other matters. both related to wireless communication facilities. So the first one is at 894 Main Street, Dish Wireless.
Dave, I've got to recuse myself. I can't keep my eyes open anymore.
Okay, Chip.
Late night.
Have a good night, Chip.
Thank you.
All right. 894 Main. So who is here for 894 Main Street?
That would be me.
Hello.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Rod Kirby. I'm with Crown Castle, and we submitted an application for Dish Wireless. They want to add 3 antennas and a cabinet on the ground to at an existing wireless cell phone site.
You have a plan you could share your screen just for the record?
Yes, sir.
I think we know this site very well. There's a lot of activity on this pole, and I think we just did one last meeting on this.
All right.
The Mega Spider in Greenwood.
All right. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, it's trying to come up, not yet.
Oh.
We see it now.
Okay. So essentially, like I said, Dish Wireless being the 4th major carrier now that T-Mobile and Sprint merged, the FCC let Dish Wireless become the 4th major carrier. And really all they want to do, again, they're doing this pretty much on all of their towers just to get up and going. Just 3 antennas on a new mount. In this case, it's going to be the rad center's 72 feet. And then down on the ground, you're just going to have a 5 by 7 foot platform, just a metal platform. And on top of that, there will be 1 cabinet and an ice bridge as well. And, you know, the cables are going to run from the cabinet up the tower to the antennas and RHs and all that stuff.
Okay.
Any questions?
None for me, board members.
So this is entirely new antenna system on the current system.
Correct.
And what do we got there now? 3 sets?
Yeah, let's see. 1, 2, 3. You have 4 carriers on there at the moment.
Will this be number 5?
Yes, it's situated below all the other carriers.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Anyone else?
I'm good.
Good. All right, is any member of the public on the call still at this late hour? Who wishes to ask a question or a comment? Seeing no hands going up, we'll close it to public testimony. So our usual motion taker is stepped away. So at this point, the chair would entertain a motion that the board has found that the adding of 3 antennas and 6 remote radio heads on the existing monopole and adding a cabinet on a metal platform within the existing fence compound in accordance with the plans prepared by Hudson Design Group dated 21 April 2022, site number BOBO-S00238A, satisfied the standards for an eligible facilities request of an existing wireless tower or base station in accordance with section 6409 of the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Act of 2012.
Second.
Or you could say.
So moved.
Thank you.
I just want to get it moving.
I know. But somebody had to read the motion. So now it's moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All right. Voting members, Greg,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes,
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay. I am signing the letter that is in the file. And you'll be able to obtain a copy of that from the building department in the next day or two when the files get back to her.
All right. Thank you
All
so
right.
much, gentlemen.
All right, appreciate your patience hanging on this late.
All right,
Busy
thank you.
agenda tonight. All right.
All that for 2 minutes.
All right, and 14 Audubon Road, AT&T modification to an existing wireless communication facility. Who's our lucky person on for the last application of the evening?
That would be me, Timothy Green here, on behalf of AT&T and Crown Castle. AT&T has an existing facility at the site, has been there for years. I can share the screen if you'd like. They're looking to replace 12 antennas on the tower, as well as replace most of the other equipment as part of nationwide network upgrades.
Yeah, if you could quickly share again for the record, just for anyone who
Okay.
may review this recording at a later date, they'd be able to at least see what we're talking about.
No problem at all. So here's the existing shelter. Here's AT&T shelter right here, monopole in the middle. Here's some of the work that's going to be done inside of the equipment room. No one will see that from the public. And here you have the existing 100-foot tower. AT&T is at 85 feet. And so it used to be antennas 1, 2, 3, 4. The new technology, 2 smaller antennas that they put on one mount. So it really takes up kind of the space of 3, but technically there are 12 antennas. There were 12 to start. And that's pretty much it. I can answer any other questions you may have, or go through the whole. We go to the front here. One second. This will be the last thing. I can answer them. So on the page for this report lists everything that's being done to the tower as soon as I get over to it. So here's the total scope of work. You've got a lot of removing, some relocating, and then reinstalling everything. So
A full infrastructure upgrade, basically, of that.
pretty much.
Yeah, like 4G to 5G or whatever the latest.
Yeah, it's more, it's kind of more frequency based, but I guess that's a good way. You can put it that way.
Yeah. Okay, good. Anyone else? Okay, so once again, the chair would entertain a motion that this board has found that the swapping of 12 antennas for 12 new antennas, adding 1 remote radio head to the tower in accordance with the plans prepared by B&T Group dated May 4th, 2022, at site number MAL03101, site name Wakefield Audubon Road, satisfied the standards for an eligible facilities request of an existing wireless tower or base station in accordance with section 6409 of the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Act of 2012.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, then voting members, Tom,
Yes.
Joe,
Yeah.
Jim,
yes.
Greg,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So once again, I appreciate your patience tonight. I'm signing the letter for you, and it'll be at the building department the next day or two, so you can get your copy.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right.
Good night.
All right, Item 5, any clerk or board comments? Good. Item 6, any approval of minutes? Yes, we're gonna do that. Approval of minutes of June 8th.
So
I
move.
move. Yeah, there you go.
And second.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
No.
Tom,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yeah.
Mickey,
Yes.
thank you. And I vote yes. All right.
Move to adjourn.
You know, it's always what's always in order. Motion to adjourn at 1:07 a.m.
Oh, my
So
God.
moved. Second. This may have beat Shaw's.
Yeah. All in favor? Aye.
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 Thanks, gang. Another fun
99, everybody.
Yeah.
Good night.
Meeting is adjourned. We'll talk to you later.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
That was impressive.
Indeed.